Chapter 1: Echoes of the Past. In the sullen light of his studio, Max Everhart sat ensconced in the melancholy embrace of his cluttered workspace, the dim illumination casting shadows that danced among the yellowed remnants of his past glories. The worn wooden desk, burdened with dust-caked awards and crumpled pages, served as a testament to the brilliance once celebrated, now fading into an elusive memory. Here, among the relics of his triumphs and the discarded echoes of creativity, Max lingered, an artist adrift on the turbulent sea of modernity. Each object upon the desk, each worn piece of sheet music, bore silent witness to the man's intricate relationship with ambition and despair. He gathered a tattered sheet before him, studying its notes with a furrowed brow, as if trying to decipher a code that had lost its meaning. This familiar yet alien sequence of symbols seemed a cruel reminder of the expectations he had once met with fervor and excitement. However, the rapture of creation had given way to a stifling sense of obligation. In an almost ritualistic motion, he lifted the corner of the paper, a heartbeat of uncertainty lingering before he tore it apart, the sound a soft whisper of dissent against the current reality. Each fragment fluttered down to join the growing pile of rejected dreams and aspirations, a silent acknowledgement of his evolving discontent. Max's fingers brushed the cool surface of a chipped crystal whiskey glass, its presence a welcome distraction amid the chaotic aftermath of his artistic turmoil. The bottle, dusty yet resolute on a stained side table, beckoned with the promise of solace. He poured a measured glass, the amber liquid glinting in the meager light, each droplet a liquid embrace against the palpable weight of inadequacy. Setting the glass down with deliberate precision, he lifted it in a quiet toast to the ghosts of his ambitions, taking a measured sip that warmed him from within, a fleeting moment of respite from the chill of existential doubt. With the drink momentarily calming his frayed nerves, he turned his attention to the grand piano that occupied a space of reverent solitude in the corner of the room. Its polished black finish bore the fingerprints of countless creations, and as his fingers hovered above the keys, he felt the electric tension between desire and despair. There existed a moment, suspended in time, when he was both the artist and the instrument, a conduit for expression that had once flowed effortlessly through him. Yet now, his fingertips glided over the keys without striking them, eliciting nothing but the echoes of absence and longing. The notes remained silent, a reminder of how far he had drifted from the harmonious connection that had once defined his existence. Just as he seemed poised to break the stillness with a long-sought melody, a small smartphone on the desk lit up, vibrating with notifications, its insistent buzzing cutting through the sanctity of the moment. Glancing at the screen, he noted the influx of alerts that begged for his attention. Messages from colleagues, notifications from the industry that had once cradled him in its embrace, now an unwelcome distraction. With a practiced motion, he swiped them away, erasing each digital call for engagement. In that instant, he reaffirmed his solitude, severing ties with the ever-encroaching reality of a world that had moved on without him. As the pieces of music accumulated around him, a physical manifestation of his artistic anxiety, Maxwell remained firmly planted within the cocoon of his studio. His surroundings, both cluttered and familiar, offered a stark contrast to the chaos of the world outside. The murmurs of existence beyond the walls faded into a dull hum, eclipsed by the solitude that clung to him like an old coat. Here, among the remnants of ambition and echoes of longing, he lingered, caught in the tension of what was and what could never be. Stepping away from the chaotic sanctuary of his studio, Maxwell Everhart positioned himself before the large, smudged window that dominated one wall, where the remnants of his thoughts faded into the distant thrumming of the outside world. Dim light struggled against the electric glow beyond the glass, a battle of shadows and illumination that reflected his own inner turmoil. Here, within the confines of his sanctuary, he was a spectator to the relentless march of a society that pulsated with a uniform rhythm, oblivious to the struggle of the solitary artist. Through the haze of raindrops streaking the window, he watched as figures in dark, streamlined clothing moved purposefully past, their heads bobbing in synchronous agreement, an unsettling choreography of modern life. Each passerby wore sleek AI-integrated headphones that rendered them a part of a greater whole, a silent network of connectivity that left no room for individual expression. It struck Max, with the precision of a well-placed note, that here, among the thrumming pulse of the city, emotion seemed to evaporate into the air, as if stifled by the very technology designed to enhance human experience. A couple hustled past the window, their faces bathed in the artificial light of a neon billboard advertising the latest in auditory experiences, an ephemeral promise of escapism wrapped in sleek digital packaging. They glanced up momentarily, eyes catching the vivid colors that flared like distant stars in the urban firmament, yet their features remained devoid of life, stripped of the spontaneity that art so desperately craved. In that fleeting moment, the longing inside him deepened, an acute awareness of his isolation juxtaposed against their hurried existences. They were the epitome of progress, marching to a beat set by invisible conductors, and yet to him, they appeared mere shadows of what it meant to truly live and create. Max's thoughts lingered on this perceived discord, a visceral juxtaposition of his own tumultuous inner world against the sterile efficiency outside. The hum of urban traffic threaded through the rain-splattered glass, mingling with the mechanical beeps of drones and other marvels of technological advancement, a soundscape devoid of warmth or intimacy. Each distant siren and buzz became an uninvited reminder of how rapidly the world was evolving, leaving in its wake the flickering remnants of an artistic age that had defined his very existence. Against this backdrop of modernity, the cherry-red electric shuttle idling at the curb seemed an anomaly, a splash of color amid the dark monochrome that draped the streets. It exuded an aura of pristine innovation, its contours slick and smooth, yet it represented not a harbinger of creativity, but rather an extension of the machine, the next cog in the vast, indifferent machinery that propelled society forward, leaving those who clung to authenticity grasping at air. Max lingered at the window, his breath fogging the glass for a brief moment, as he leaned in closer to the boundary that separated him from this orchestrated life. His outline, blurred against the smudged surface, mirrored the duality of his existence, physically present yet emotionally adrift, a testament to the chasm widening with each passing day. He felt the weight of nostalgia for a past that celebrated the individual, where the cadence of life thrummed with authentic creation rather than this syncopated march of indistinction. As he stood, an echo of his solitude washed over him, amplifying the distance between his yearning heart and the cacophony outside. In that moment, he recognized the fragility of his own identity amid the world's relentless push towards mechanization, haunted by the reality that perhaps, in the rush to evolve, humanity had neglected the artistry woven into its very fabric. He withdrew slightly from the window, the glow of the outside world receding into the shadows of his studio, yet the ache of longing remained, a poignant reminder that art, like life, required both the light and the dark, each strand weaving a narrative that was exquisitely human. Chapter 2: The Fading Melody. As he stepped into the gala, Max Everhart felt the crisp, cool breath of technology wash over him, wrapping around his graying hair like a fleeting memory of forgotten notes. Polished chrome and expansive digital displays sparkled under the careful illumination, where headlines flashed by like old echoes of a life once celebrated. Yet here, amidst a pulsating thrum of synthesized music, he could not help but feel an unsettling distance, a chasm widening with each passing moment that blurred the lines between tradition and innovation. The guests drifted past, figures dressed in the armor of high fashion, their laughter a shimmering backdrop to the electric hum of the room, merging into a singular cadence that accentuated the cadence of his own heart, an old song battling a new rhythm. Max walked further into the space, his posture one of dignified detachment, the quiet dignity of a maestro who had once commanded the finest orchestras. Yet now, in this technological labyrinth, he felt like a ghost, haunted not by the echoes of his past triumphs, but by the specters of what he feared was a fading relevance. Each step on the polished floor reverberated with the echoes of lost opportunities, of notes left unwritten and compositions left unformed, as he maneuvered through clusters of sharply dressed guests who flitted about like fragments of some vast impersonal arrangement. The rich, velvet textures of his memories clashed with the sleek, synthetic feel of the gala, further deepening his sense of isolation. As if summoned by his internal turmoil, Connor O'Reilly appeared, a beacon of warmth in this cool, calculated environment. His friendly smile cut through the din of polite conversations and synthesized sounds. "Max," he called out, clapping him on the back with an easy familiarity, the kind that had once comforted him during darker days. "Maybe it's time to try something new, Max." The casual suggestion lingered between them, heavy with implications. The world had moved on, or perhaps it was Max who had resisted its turn. Connor's sandy blonde hair tousled like a carefree summer, perfectly contrasting with the immaculate decor surrounding them, his loosened tie hinting at a life of constant movement, of negotiations and reconciliations made with a gentle heart. In that moment, as he lifted a glass to his lips, Max allowed himself a brief, flickering hope. Perhaps it was not too late for him to explore the uncharted territories of creativity. Navigating through the mingling throng, their conversation became interspersed with the remarks of strangers and the distant echoes of applause. Max glanced around, absorbing the sight of artists and executives alike, the faces of a changing music landscape. A mixture of enthusiasm and apprehension stirred within him like the bubbling spirits in their flutes. An invisible current pulled him toward the raised stage at the far end of the room, where Dylan Flynn was performing, flanked by an intricate network of holographic visuals, a testament to the union of artistry and technology that both fascinated and unsettled him. Dylan, a striking young man with short-cropped platinum blonde hair and an infectious smile, commanded the stage with a casual authority. Clad in a tailored suit that shimmered under the ambient lights, his very presence exuded confidence, a confidence that resonated with every precisely struck note and harmonized perfectly with the digital companion at his side. As he gestured animatedly, the eye interjected in measured tones, crafting a sonic landscape that left the audience breathless. Max watched, his lips twitching into a dismissive smirk, a reflex forged by years of professional detachment and personal insecurity. Yet the smirk masked a tightening grip on his glass. The cold, smooth surface felt real against his fingers, a stark contrast to the uncertain terrain of his thoughts. The performance unfurled like an elaborate tapestry woven of sound and light, the visuals swirling in sync with each melodic progression. Colors bent and twirled around Dylan, illuminating the faces of the captivated audience, who erupted into roaring applause after every segment. Max's breath caught as he witnessed this seamless interplay, a brave new world where a human artist collaborated so intimately with an artificial counterpart, weaving together strands of creativity and technology into something transcendent yet unnervingly foreign. His heart thudded in response to the applause echoing through the space, yet an internal schism tugged at his chest. Part of him yearned to join the applause, to celebrate the brilliance unfolding before him, while another part recoiled with every confident gesture Dylan made. Beneath his measured facade lay the undulating tide of envy and admiration. The music industry he once understood had transformed into a different universe altogether. In the chaos of synthesized melodies, Max struggled to reconcile the artistic truths he had held dear with the artificial landscapes presenting themselves on stage. Dylan smiled broadly, soaking in the waves of adulation, his youthful optimism in stark contrast to Max's tightening frown. As the performance continued, the glass trembled slightly in Max's hand, the need for control battling against a backdrop of relentless progress. He wanted to challenge the inevitability of change, yet the flickers of innovation danced around him, proving that life, much like music, was in perpetual motion, inviting and compelling, yet at times painfully dissonant. With one last burst of applause, Max held his glass aloft, reluctantly joining in the appreciation, just a token gesture, an offering to the unpredictable tide of his own artistic identity. The warm reflections of light from the glass shone onto his face, illuminating the conflict that raged within. Admiration tempered with an unfathomable melancholy washed over him. All the while, the crisp, clear sounds enveloped him, and for just a moment he allowed himself to revel in the soundscape of a world that might one day feel like home. The electric thrum of the gala surged around him as Max lingered, pondering not merely Dylan's bright ascent, but his own position, straddling the twilight of tradition and the dawn of a revolution, a solitary composer on the cusp of an evolution he could scarcely begin to fathom. And in that moment, standing amidst the blur of chrome and celebration, he felt the first prickles of what might be his own awakening, a gradual acceptance of what it meant to coexist within the rhythm of this brave, uncharted future. The gallery welcomed Max Everhart with an embrace of soft, diffused light that danced across the meticulously arranged canvases, painting the room in delicate hues of possibility and introspection. Each step he took on the polished marble floor felt like a return home, away from the noise of the gala, and into a world steeped in artistic elegance, where the complexities of AI-enhanced creations mingled seamlessly with echoes of a time he still held dear. The ambience was hushed, almost reverent, allowing space for contemplation amidst the works of art that adorned the walls, each piece a conversation between past and present. As Max moved through the gallery, he was struck by the sheer beauty of Helena's latest exhibition. Each artwork resonated with life, from the meticulous framing to the chiaroscuro that seemed to whisper of human touch amidst algorithmic precision. The soft light filtered through the spaces, enhancing the textures of each brushstroke while casting playful shadows that lent an ethereal quality to the experience. Here, the synthesis of art and technology bloomed, capturing the fragile intricacies of existence in a way that felt both modern and timeless. "Max," came Helena's voice, warm and inviting, pulling him from his reverie as she approached him from behind a sleek, modern reception desk. Her shoulder-length chestnut hair framed her expressive face, and the dark depth of her eyes held a kindness that stirred something in him, remnants of shared dreams, artistic passions, and unresolved heartache. "Your talent never dimmed, Max." She offered a smile that mingled sincerity with unspoken understanding. He chuckled softly, the sound both grateful and bittersweet. "If only it were that simple, Helena." There was a weight behind the words, a hint of vulnerability he rarely allowed to surface. Stepping closer, he studied her face, the elegant features softened by the ambient glow of the gallery. She remained poised, gracefully navigating the complex landscape of their shared history with a wisdom born from years of artistic evolution. "I see it in the way you appreciate these pieces," she said, gesturing toward the canvases that stood like sentinels around them. "Every one is a testament to the harmony between human intuition and machine precision." She turned, her expressive gaze mirroring his contemplative nature as they drifted toward a large painting that commanded attention, a captivating blend of vibrant colors and stark contrasts that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Max studied the artwork intently, his fingers brushing against the cool rail beside him as he marveled at the intricate layers, the brushwork invoking a sense of humanity and warmth despite the algorithmic undertones that informed its creation. "It's extraordinary," he murmured, the words escaping like a sigh, as if to release some pent-up longing for connection to the craft he had devoted his life to. They moved further into the gallery, where clusters of guests hovered before various artworks, drawn into discussions that echoed the nuanced relationship between traditional artistry and AI's potential. With each step, Max absorbed the elegance of Helena's world, a space that felt both familiar and foreign as she walked beside him, her knowledge shaping the dialogue. "Tell me," Helena began, as they paused before a striking piece that hinted at geometric abstraction, "how have you been coping with all the changes in our field?" There was a gentleness in her tone, the kind that spoke to years of understanding and the subtle complexities that came with sharing one's creative path. Max hesitated, contemplating the question that bore the weight of more than mere curiosity. "It's been challenging," he admitted slowly, the truth lingering uncomfortably on his tongue. "I see musicians, artists like Dylan, seamlessly integrating technology into their work, and I wonder if there is still a place for someone like me. Someone who clings to a different narrative of creativity." Her eyes softened, and in that moment, Max felt a flicker of connection amidst the shifting currents of doubt that threatened to drown him. "Max, you've always been about authenticity. Your passion for the craft isn't defined by trends," she replied, her voice steady, a lighthouse guiding him back to the shores of confidence. "Every artist has their own journey. Yours has a richness that no algorithm can replicate." He regarded her, momentarily silenced by the earnestness of her perspective. Her empathy opened a window into the tenderness that lingered beneath his carefully constructed defenses, a yearning to be understood, validated. As they continued to explore the gallery, Helena drew his attention to pieces that incorporated both classic techniques and algorithmically derived forms, an art that was rich in duality, much like their own shared history. "Look at this one," she said, directing his gaze to a canvas that felt alive with color, hues that suggested a sense of movement, like a dance that transcended the bounds of time. "It captures the chaos and beauty of our experiences, merging the chaos of technology with the timelessness of human expression." Max leaned closer, lost in the complexities that revealed themselves with every layered brushstroke. Indeed, this work spoke of more than mere creation. It encapsulated a struggle between tradition and the new, mirroring his own inner conflict as he battled against waves of nostalgia and apprehension. "It's breathtaking," he replied, though his voice was thick with the gravity of acknowledgement. "It reflects a reality that both terrifies and inspires me." Helena rested a hand briefly on his shoulder, a gesture that radiated warmth and understanding, binding their shared histories in a palpable way that felt protective yet fragile. He held her gaze, the lingering thread of their connection running deep, even beneath the shroud of past tensions. "I know the fears you face, Max. We all feel the tides of change," she said softly. "But perhaps it's time to embrace your place in this evolving landscape, to find ways of integrating your voice with the currents that surround you. Your perspective is invaluable, no matter the tools used." For a moment silence enveloped them, the gentle hum of conversations around them fading into the background as Max absorbed her words. Could he truly bridge the chasm between his artistic integrity and the inevitable march of progress? In the stillness that followed, as soft footsteps echoed along the polished corridor between art pieces, Max felt a familiar warmth glow within him, a spark of hope and an unexpected lightness as he pondered the wisdom that flowed through Helena's counsel. Perhaps it was possible to find relevance in the changing tides, to navigate this unpredictable terrain without sacrificing authenticity. As they lingered near the heart of the gallery, amidst the artworks and the subtle stories they told, Max stood in contemplation, adrift yet anchored in the soft, inviting luminosity of the space, contemplating a future where creativity, like art, would remain resolutely intertwined with the essence of being human. Chapter 3: The Siren's Call. The studio lay in disarray, a sanctuary of bygone melodies overshadowed by a growing discord. Dust motes danced lazily in the fractured sunlight filtering through the grimy windows, swirling around discarded manuscripts and a time-worn piano that bore witness to countless compositions now seemingly forgotten. It was a space where the ghost of Max Everhart lingered, his artistic spirit entwined with the fading echoes of strings and notes. The polished click of Dr. Mia Torres's shoes sliced through the air like a sudden, discordant note, heralding an unwelcome presence as she crossed the threshold, poised and sleek, carrying with her the promise and threat of an uncertain future. Mia surveyed the room with sharp eyes, taking in the chaos that surrounded her like a painter contemplating a blank canvas, the tools for creation both disordered and plentiful. The walls, adorned with awards that shone like gilded echoes of past glories, seemed to whisper the remnants of Max's brilliance, a melancholy testament to the legacy he once wielded. Now, they appeared to serve as mere relics, overshadowed by the dense air of stagnation that had settled in the once inspirational space. It was as if time had conspired against him, its relentless passage turning vibrant aspirations into distant memories, left gathering dust alongside the scattered scores. With each step, her polished shoes clicked methodically against the worn wooden floor, breaking the almost reverent silence that held the studio in its grasp. She stopped near the work table, a chaotic assemblage of notes, coffee cups, and the remnants of old projects littering the surface. Setting down a sleek, minimalist device, she regarded it with a clinical detachment, its smooth curves glinting under the softened light, a stark contrast to the palpable weight of nostalgia hanging heavy in the air. The device pulsed gently, emanating a soft glow that seemed to breathe life into the otherwise stagnant atmosphere, a reminder of the future that awaited and the unknown territory they were about to explore. Max, slumped at the piano, felt the weight of her gaze before he raised his eyes to meet hers. His expression tightened, betraying a surge of unease at the sight of the technological marvel that would soon invade his world, a world defined by intricate harmonies and the struggle for pure expression. He shifted slightly, his weary frame tensing as he navigated the burgeoning apprehension blossoming within him. There it was, the sleek embodiment of progress, poised to dissect his very soul, a dissonant chord against the gentle melodies of his past. "This is Aria," Mia announced with clarity, her voice resonating through the studio, each syllable carefully constructed, polished like the device she gestured toward. "Designed to read emotions and analyze your past compositions." As she tapped on the interface, waves of data surged onto the screen, adorned with intricate graphs and fluctuating sound wave images, a symphony of numbers and insights unfolding before Max's skeptical gaze. He fought against the intrusion, an artist defensive of his craft, fearing the encroachment of a foreign element that promised efficiency but threatened the authenticity he held dear. His life, he mused, was a delicate balance, a tension between the necessity of growth and the longing for simplicity, the instinct to adapt clashing with an urge to remain true to oneself. Mia's movements were deliberate and assured as she walked around the cluttered room, articulating the functions of Aria while animatedly pointing out the detailed analyses captured on its screen. She spoke with the fervor of one passionately committed to her creation, her body reflecting a confidence that felt alien amidst Max's own uncertain frame of mind. "Aria can help you discover the emotional undercurrents of your compositions," she elaborated, fingers gracefully gliding over the device, revealing more complex readings, emotional inflections mapped out like the notes on a score, each fluctuation a testament to the intricacies of human creativity. Max remained rigid at the piano, a sense of guarded introspection washing over him as he absorbed the flood of information cascading forth from her lips. He felt both awe and disquiet, each note of her explanation drawing him deeper into an unfamiliar landscape, a world where artistry intertwined with algorithms, leaving him to question where the boundary between the human spirit and artificial intelligence lay. There was beauty in her words, a seduction of possibilities that threatened to entwine itself around his essence like a vine of unrelenting fervor. Yet, at the same time, it cast shadows of doubt, whispering threats of irrelevance, his existence in jeopardy beneath the glaring brilliance of Aria's capability. Max's hand instinctively gripped the edge of the piano, knuckles whitening as he processed the swirling conflict within him. Her voice enveloped the room, grounding the flutter of emotions competing for prominence. It was clear she held no malicious intent. Rather, her brilliance shone through her desire to forge a connection, a bridge between the artistry of the past and the ever-evolving future, though Max couldn't shake the feeling of impending loss that seemed to hover between them. As she continued to present Aria's potential, highlighting its ability to perceive and mirror emotions in real time, Max's gaze dropped to the battered keys beneath his fingertips, the very symbols of his labor and passion now tinged with uncertainty. He longed to play, to lose himself in the expressive dance of sound, yet an invisible barrier held him in place, disallowing the sacred interplay of artist and instrument. The atmosphere thickened, charged with an unspoken invitation to create, a demand perhaps more so than an offering. The air became electric with anticipation as Mia concluded her presentation, allowing silence to swell between them, inviting reflection on what had just transpired and the possibilities yet to unfold. With each soft pulse of Aria's light, echoing the rhythm of the melody now floating in the studio air, Max found himself suspended on a precipice. Would he embrace this change and explore the intersections of creativity and technology, or would he retreat into the safety of the familiar, holding fast to the memories that lingered like a fading echo? The unresolved tension hung heavily between them, a delicate thread tethering their disparate worlds together, waiting for him to strike the first note and release the silence. As the room settled into an almost reverential hush, Dr. Mia Torres lowered herself onto a high-backed chair, the graceful arch of her body reflecting both poise and determination. Max's weary gaze remained fixated on her, searching for any sign of the boundary between their realms, hers, a sleek embodiment of technological marvel, and his, a tangle of memories and music that felt increasingly fragile. The air thrummed with anticipation, charged by the promise of creation interwoven with the specter of change. Mia's fingers glided with a delicate precision over the touch-sensitive controls of Aria, a symphony of intent merging with technology. The device hummed to life, its soft beeps punctuating the silence, crescendoing until a haunting melody emerged, a cascading wave of sound that began to fill the space. The notes fluttered through the studio, brushing against the walls and curving around the clutter, wrapping Max in their embrace like a whisper of something familiar yet unnervingly foreign. The sound wove itself around him, echoing the intricate patterns of his memories, a fragile intimacy that demanded his attention. He leaned forward, pulse quickening as he listened, each note dancing against the air, each chord tinged with the weight of nostalgia. It resonated with echoes of compositions long past, familiar yet reshaped, like fragments of his soul laid bare. His heart raced, caught in a tension of delight and dread as the music evolved, adapting to the heartbeat of the room itself. Mia, attuned to the transformation taking place before her, spoke softly over the melody's rise. Aria adjusts the tone, by analyzing your brainwave patterns in real time. Each word was imbued with a rhythm that complemented the music, melding into the rising soundscape as the device mirrored the depths of his consciousness. With every peak and valley of the melody, Max could feel an unfiltered reflection of his emotional landscape, laid bare and vulnerable before him. In that moment, his skepticism ebbed like the final notes of a familiar tune, washed away by the lyrical currents cascading through the room. The haunting quality of the melody resonated with the complexities of his own artistic struggles, the perfectionism that haunted him, the uncertainty that gripped his creativity. Each note seemed to sift through his internal chaos, resonating with the truths he had tucked away, the fears of becoming irrelevant, the longing for connection, the deep desire to create. Max's hand hovered hesitantly over the piano keys, mere inches from the polished surface, which felt both like home and alien territory all at once. The sound of the melody coaxed him, enticing him to join this duet with technology, yet his heart grappled with the desire to remain true to his artistry, to the very essence that had shaped his life. This device, this synthesis of technology and emotion, threatened to transform the sacred act of creation into something clinical, stripped of the raw fervor he once embraced. Mia, sensing his internal struggle, remained still, allowing the music to do the talking as it twined through the air like an unspoken promise. Her presence softened, her intent now a blend of collaboration and encouragement, an invitation embedded in the very fabric of the melody itself. "Feel it," she urged gently, her tone blending seamlessly with the undulating notes as if she were echoing his own unvoiced thoughts. As the haunting notes continued to wrap around him, they teased out forgotten fragments, memories of warmth, laughter, the joy of creation that danced through his younger days. There was a time when he felt invincible, a maestro conducting the symphony of his life. But now, as the music flowed forth, he also sensed a profound sense of loss, the fear that the artist he once was slipping through his fingers like sand. With each swell of sound, he let his mind wander deeper into the heart of the music, embracing the complexity of his emotions. Would he allow Aria to accompany him on this journey, or would he let this moment slip away like a fleeting melody, echoing into silence? His heart ached for a bridge that could meld the classical with the contemporary, and beneath the haunting beauty of the music, Max began to feel the stirrings of a new resolve. The melody grew stronger, a glorious affirmation that evoked not just the remnants of his past, but the promise of possibility. Max found himself inching closer to the piano, compelled by the symbiosis of sound and sensation. With a sudden surge of will, he pressed a key, letting it resonate against the backdrop of Aria's enchanting tones. The sound hung in the air, a fragile but perfect note held in harmony with the device's ethereal melody. The moment stretched, suspended in time, and for the first time in years, he felt the exhilarating rush of creativity ripple through him. The barriers began to fade, the duality of his existence now unfolding as one harmonious entity, merging human intuition with algorithmic artistry. As Max played, the melody shifted, twining around his newfound notes in a dance of creation, feeding off the energy of their collaboration, a testament to the beauty of merging tradition with innovation. It was a dynamic interplay, an alchemical transformation of sound that echoed their individual journeys and the connections they were forging in this convergence of art and technology. The music enveloped them both, saturating the studio in a rich tapestry of sound, a celebration of possibility as they stepped boldly into this uncertain frontier together. Though questions about authenticity lingered on the edges of his consciousness, for now, there was only the music guiding them onward. The future waited on the horizon, a promise woven into every note that flowed from both piano and device, eager to be explored in the cadence of their shared rhythm. Chapter 4. Dissonant Strings. In the muted light of his studio, a sanctuary of faded accolades and dust-laden memories, Maxwell Everhart confronted the grand piano like a solitary soldier awaiting the dawn of a forgotten era. The keys, well-worn and forlorn, stood as a testament to a life of once flourishing melodies, now reduced to mere echoes of despair that fluttered aimlessly between hope and the weight of irrelevance. Stacks of aged sheet music surrounded him, teetering precariously upon each other as if to form a precarious tower of past glories, yet their musty scent served as a reminder of promises unmet. Dust motes danced in the slanted rays of sunlight, a silent audience to the artist's turmoil, as he struck the keys in an almost mechanical rhythm, a pulse of frustration drumming against the fabric of creativity. Max pressed down forcefully, the chords vibrating through him, but each note felt like an insistent reminder of his failures, compelling him to scribble frantic notes upon the parchment before crumpling them with a sharp tug of his hand. His fingers danced across the keys, an expression of longing tempered by the staccato of self-doubt. The piano responded with a moan, pleading for harmonious chords but receiving only bursts of discord. Each failed attempt festered like a wound, deeper than the skin, the kind that clung to the marrow and dulled the mind. He took a moment to lean back, his chair creaking under the weight of his discontent. Pushing errant strands of gray from his forehead, he glanced towards the open window where life unfurled in its synthetic form. A stream of pedestrians glided by, encased in sleek eye-integrated headphones, their expressions vacuous yet engaged, encapsulated within curated soundscapes that promised ease but delivered a sterile echo. They were at home in a world driven by algorithms, where art melded seamlessly with technology, while he found himself cast adrift, an outmoded relic. Max poured a measured amount of whiskey from a crystal decanter into an equally delicate glass, the amber liquid swirling with a life of its own, each drop a testament to years of creativity entangled in frustration. He set the glass upon the table, its placement deliberate, an offering to the ghosts of his past, those mentors and muses who once danced in his consciousness but now stood silent. Each sip would chase the cold grip of doubt, if only for a fleeting moment, but as he returned to the piano, the chill of introspection crept back in. He pressed the keys again, each strike morphing into an expression of both fervor and failure, a cacophony of silenced dreams and forgotten compositions. As his fingers glided along the ivories, he felt the familiar surge of creation dance just beyond reach, a whisper teasing him from the depths of his mind. The notes took form, yet every time he thought he had captured a fleeting thought, a new surge of criticism stabbed at him, a reminder that perfection lay just out of reach, continuously shrouded by an ever-looming shadow. A flicker of sound drifted through the open window, a passerby humming a contemporary tune with technological embellishments that made it incomprehensible to him, yet popular enough to resonate in the bustling streets below. Max grimaced, the stabs of envy threatening to fragment his already tenuous focus. The world had changed, evolved into something unrecognizable, where melodies were processed, digitized, and consumed, while his heart ached for the symphonic richness that thrummed in the space between notes. Returning to the familiar embrace of whiskey's warmth, he recalled the heady rush of past performances, the glitter of applause, the intoxication of shared artistry. Those echoes of validation whispered to him now, urging him forward, even as doubt clawed at the edges of his mind. He would rise again, he had to. There was beauty still waiting to be discovered within the dissonance of his thoughts. But first, he had to confront the shadows of his fears that loomed over him. With a newfound determination, Max planted his hands upon the worn keys once more, letting the whiskey blaze a trail through his soul. He channeled the inner storm that brewed within him, ready to shape it into something meaningful, a resolute declaration against the robotic tones of the outside world. Perhaps the whispers of his past could guide him, as he sought authenticity in the chords he played, resonating through the ether in rebellion against the sterile hum of a digital age. The harsh, unrelenting ring of the phone cut through the heavy silence like a cold wind piercing through a brittle autumn afternoon, forcing Maxwell to retreat from the depths of his musical reverie. He hesitated, eyes narrowing in irritation before he answered with a clipped, "Hello." His voice, a thin veneer of patience, stretched taut over simmering frustration, as he leaned his elbows against the polished surface of the piano, his sanctuary now marred by the uninvited intrusion of responsibility. The vibrant soundscape of the street beyond faded into a dull hum as he clutched the phone, the familiar voice of Lily filling the space. "Max," she began, her tone brisk and impatient, "I need your help securing a street performance permit for next weekend. It's crucial for our project." Each word felt like a lash, sharp and insistent, puncturing through the quietude of his retreat. Max's pulse quickened, not just from the urgency in her voice, but from the implications of what such a performance could mean, a reminder of the very world he had distanced himself from. "And the AI," he interjected, barely able to suppress the bitterness lurking just below the surface. "You know how I feel about that." Her laughter, albeit strained, rang through the line, a cynical note resonating with her unfettered belief in progress. "You can't hold on to your classical notions forever, Max. The industry is shifting, and you'll get left behind. Just look around you. The technology is already here, and it's reshaping how we experience music." Max flinched as he glanced at the window, once again drawn to the sight of pedestrians gliding past in their artificial soundscapes. "I don't want to dilute the essence of what it means to create," he retorted, his heart thrumming with passion, an echo of the conflicts that had lain dormant since the world had turned to embrace the machines. "Creating? You mean just the isolated existence of artistic elitism?" She countered with a steely resolve, unyielding and poised as she challenged his convictions. "If you truly want to be relevant, you need to learn how to collaborate, especially with Aria. She's your greatest tool, and yet you still treat her like a pet rather than a partner." He released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, feeling the familiar pang of inadequacy. The silent conflict brewed within him, part of him longing to evolve, yet feeling rooted in a legacy that now seemed at odds with the pulse of the present. "You think I should just let an algorithm dictate my music?" he asked, incredulity coloring his tone. "It's not about letting an algorithm dictate," Lily replied, her voice steady, yet almost condescending in its clarity. "It's about using it to enhance your voice, amplify it. You can mold it to preserve your artistry while embracing this new world. It's time you stop fighting it." Their conversation spiraled deeper into the chasm of Max's fears, anxiety echoing off the walls of his studio, leaving him questioning not just his direction but his identity. After a moment, he hung up the phone, its weightiness lingering in the air. Placing the device atop the cluttered desk, he shifted his gaze toward Aria, the sleek minimalist device glowing softly, a constant reminder of the potential that felt both enticing and unnerving. His heart beat a frantic rhythm in tandem with the low, steady hum that filled the room, as if the very essence of creativity pulsed through her circuitry, calling to him in ways he had resisted. Extending his hand, he tapped the activation button, his breath catching as a series of precisely measured musical tones washed over him, a haunting melody woven from silence and resonance, filling the space with an air of possibility that prickled his skin. As the melodic notes flowed seamlessly, intertwining with his emotions, he found himself caught in an ambivalence he had long evaded. The beauty of Aria's output played upon the air, and with each note, he grappled with the dawning realization of a precarious partnership, the intoxicating potential of collaboration brushing against his reluctance to yield. In that moment, vulnerability stirred within him as he confronted the depth of his own artistry, an awakening that felt as terrifying as it was liberating. Perhaps this connection, this delicate dance between his human imperfection and the precise cadence of aria, could lead to a fusion of creativity never before realized. The storm of doubt did not quiet, yet a spark flickered, igniting the hope that lay dormant within the chords that now reverberated through the air. As he approached the piano once more, Max acknowledged that this strange partnership might be the very anchor he sought amid the tumultuous waves of change. The music surged anew, poised to transcend the limitations of his solitary expression, as he embraced both the promise of this uncharted journey and the shadow of his own trepidation. Chapter 5: Resisting the Algorithm. Maxwell Everhart approached the narrow side entrance of the Iron Note, a dilapidated industrial building that whispered tales of a once vibrant past. The smudged neon reflections flickered against the sticky glass doors, creating a distorted welcome that felt at odds with the sterile, polished images populating his phone screen. He hesitated momentarily, a gust of air filled with the scent of rust and faded ambition enveloping him, as he brushed his hand against his well-worn coat, feeling the weight of both time and expectation pressing upon his shoulders. He stepped through the entrance, the doors parting with a reluctant sigh, revealing a dimly lit hallway lined with graffiti that told stories of artists long gone. Beneath flickering overhead lights, he moved forward with tentative resolve, each footfall echoing against the worn concrete floor, a percussion in the forgotten symphony of the venue. He breathed in the thick air, laced with nostalgia, a visceral reminder of days when the vibrancy of creativity coursed through his veins like the melodies he once crafted with precision and passion. As he walked, his thoughts spiraled inward, tumbling like autumn leaves. The contrast between his world, a landscape marked by disillusionment, and the raw authenticity of this space gnawed at him. Here, he could feel the ghost of artistic integrity still linger in the shadows, mingling with the faint hum of enthusiasm that clung to the walls. The graffiti was a wild celebration of rebellion, raw expression, lingering in defiance of the sterile digital dominion that had infiltrated the industry, a world he had once navigated with unshakable confidence. Max paused momentarily at a threshold demarcated by a peeling poster, the corners curling, as if yearning for the vibrant voices they once heralded. The image captured a fleeting moment of applause, a euphoric reaction to a live performance that now seemed like a relic from a distant past. The sharp contrast between this ghost of yesteryear and the sterile digital billboards that bombarded him earlier felt like a personal affront, a cruel reminder of the demands of a changing landscape that valued perfection over soul. He adjusted his jacket in a small act of defiance, inhaling deeply to summon the courage buried within him, as if clinging to an echo of the man he once was. With one last lingering glance at the poster, his heart thrumming against the confines of his chest, he crossed the threshold and pushed open the door that led into the venue. As it swung inward with a heavy creak, the sounds of a world pulsating with life washed over him, a symphony of hopeful notes and lingering desperation wrapped in the warm embrace of creativity. He stepped inside, engulfed by the intimate setting before him. The flickering lights played across the faces of the sparse audience, their expressions a mixture of expectation and yearning. In that moment, caught between the memory of applause and the ache of uncertainty, Max knew he stood at a crossroads. Each choice lingered heavy in the air, whispering promises of artistic rebirth or despair, inviting him to reclaim a voice that echoed in the chasm of his solitude. On the modest stage of the Iron Note, Lily Everhart centered herself with the focus of a devoted artisan preparing for a sacred rite. Her vintage acoustic guitar, worn but powerful, glimmered under the soft glow of dim lights, its body marked with the scars of countless performances, each one steeped in truth and the spirit of unrestrained creativity. As she adjusted the old, mismatched microphones on the rickety stand, the atmosphere vibrated with the promise of something genuine, an invitation to a world long overshadowed by sterile innovation. Her raven-black hair hung in loose waves around her face, framing the piercing blue of her eyes that glinted with fierce determination. The juxtaposition of her deliberately unpolished appearance, worn vintage clothing, accompanied by an array of handmade accessories, contrasted sharply against the polished surroundings of the venue, encapsulating her rebellion against the mainstream artistic norms that had too long dominated the industry. Calloused fingers tapped against the guitar's strings, each note coaxed into being with the precision of a masterful craftsman, as she prepared to weave stories that pierced through the often empty facades of contemporary music. As she initiated the sound check, the initial strums filled the air with an authenticity that was at once welcoming and haunting. Each vibration resonated within her, igniting the raw passion that simmered just below the surface, ready to burst forth like a torrent of emotion. She drew a deep breath, allowing herself a fleeting moment of introspection amidst the chaos of preparation, the sensation of electric anticipation coiling around her heart. And then she launched into her set. The moment she began to sing, the crowd became entranced. Her voice, raw and unrefined, overflowed with genuine emotion, flowing effortlessly between the notes. The words wrapped around the audience, caressing their ears like a beloved melody, echoing a truth they desperately sought in a world fraught with artifice. Each verse spoke to their souls, transcending the limitations of the venue and binding them in a shared experience of authenticity. She glided across the stage, moving closer to the front row where eyes wide with admiration met hers. In that ephemeral exchange, her gaze locked onto an older man whose expression reflected a mingling of nostalgia and profound appreciation. With a fluid motion, she leaned into the microphone, the sounds of her strings vibrating between her heart and the collective breath of the audience, enveloping the room in a moment that transcended time. In that environment, the exposed brick walls seemed to pulse with energy, absorbing the fervent emotion pouring forth. The rhythms echoed against the structure, reverberating through her fingertips as she conjured imagery through her lyrics, each story filled with her own struggles and triumphs, a reflection of the human condition laid bare in song. The space transformed, becoming not merely a backdrop, but an integral character in the narrative she wove, becoming a vessel of shared vulnerability. Lily's movements were deliberate, each gesture an invitation to her audience. She shared smiles with those in the crowd, creating a communal atmosphere where barriers dissolved and art took center stage. She twirled and swayed, unfettered by the constraints of convention, her performance a dance of freedom. The audience responded in kind, clapping and swaying, entranced by her passion, absorbing every moment like a breath of fresh air. As she reached the climax of her set, a moment of palpable tension coiled in the air. The chords rose in intensity, a storm of sound that threatened to break free from its confinement. Her fingers flew over the strings, a blur of movement, while her voice crescendoed, echoing through the venue as if it could shatter the very walls. In that ultimate connection, she poured forth every ounce of herself, the pain, the joy, the defiance, each note a rebellion against an industry trying to box her in. The final notes reverberated through the crowd, dissolving into the air, and silence descended for a heartbeat, a moment of suspended breath before the thunderous applause erupted like the crashing waves against the shore. Her chest heaved, the satisfaction of unfiltered expression mingling with the weight of the world she resisted spilling into her heart. As she stepped back, bowing her head in acknowledgement, the lingering applause warmed her spirit, binding her to the audience, her family forged through the language of music. In that exchange, she stood not only as an artist, but as a vessel of authenticity in an era where it was too easily sacrificed. An embodiment of the very essence of creation, igniting sparks of hope in a changing world. The backstage area of the Iron Note buzzed with the afterglow of a performance well played, the remnants of laughter and applause still clinging to the air like a cherished melody. As discarded set lists and untuned equipment littered the space, Maxwell Everhart waited with bated breath, acutely aware of the fragile atmosphere surrounding him. He could still hear the echoes of his daughter's voice ringing in his ears, yet as he approached the area where she stood, an uneasy tension gripped him like a vice, a storm brewing just beneath the surface of their complex history. She was securing her guitar case, hands moving with a practiced efficiency that masked the undercurrent of emotion crackling between them. He stepped closer, feeling the distance, both physical and emotional, that had grown between father and daughter. There was something raw and electric in the air, a shared history of heartache wrapped in a thin veneer of professionalism. "Lily," he began, his voice tentative, hovering between concern and curiosity. "Can we talk for a moment?" But her body stiffened at the sound of his voice, the familiar protective walls encasing her form as she lifted her chin defiantly. "I'm not watching you sell out to that AI nonsense," she replied, her tone clipped and direct, a sharp arrow aimed with precision at the soft underbelly of his intentions. A moment of silence unfurled between them, an expanse charged with unresolved tension. He held his ground, his expression calm yet composed of tangled emotions. "I'm only trying out new tools, that's all," he countered, maintaining an air of composed dignity, yet his heart raced beneath the practiced facade. With a swift motion, Lily turned away from him, the wall she built around herself hardening, as though the mere proximity to his presence threatened to unravel her resolve. She slammed a crate closed, the sound echoing off the concrete walls, a finality that rattled the silence. Max stood there, a figure caught in the nexus of past grievances and future uncertainties, acutely aware of the weight of his own decisions. Her shoulders' tension spoke volumes, the anguish simmering just beneath the surface manifesting in her refusal to look back. "You don't get it, do you?" she said, voice rising as emotions spilled forth. "This is more than just music to you. It's about legacy, authenticity. If you start relying on machines—" "I am not a machine, Lily," he interrupted, the frustration slipping through his carefully guarded exterior. "This isn't about abandoning what I believe. It's about survival in a world that's changed. But she cut him off with a wave of her hand, brushing aside his justification, the disdain reflecting in her piercing blue eyes. "It doesn't have to be that way. You're just afraid of being irrelevant. I won't stand by and watch you erase what it means to truly create." Her words stung, each one sharp as a shard of glass carving into his resolve. His heart weighed heavy, feeling the echoes of disappointment hang between them like a thick fog. The fraught silence that ensued was an unbearable reminder of their fractured relationship, a reflection of unspoken dreams and conflicting values that intertwined like the dark threads of a tapestry spun from years of misunderstanding. In that moment, standing mere feet apart, both of them entrenched in their own perspectives, they remained distanced by the past, a chasm deepened by pain and miscommunication. Max could sense the tide of their conversation shifting, a wave pulling them under the depths of unresolved issues. It felt insurmountable, a tidal wave of frustration threatening to drown any flicker of connection they might salvage. Yet, there lingered a moment of hesitation as he searched her face, not for anger but for the traces of the bond they once shared. In her gaze he saw a yearning, a deep aching need to connect despite the tempest raging within her. With a breath caught in his chest, he recognized the significance of their encounter, an indelible point of change lingering at the edge of their discourse. Max's heart beat in his chest, the understanding that perhaps neither of them truly wanted this disconnect, the chasm unfurling with every unresolved exchange. Here they were, father and daughter caught in the tides of their tumultuous artistry, one striving for relevance in an evolving world, the other fiercely clinging to the ethereal essence of creation that made them who they were. And just like that, the storm raged on, leaving them both stranded at the edge of an uncertain tomorrow. Max stepped into the sanctuary of his modest apartment, the door closing behind him with a muted thud, sealing off the world that felt increasingly alien. Here, within the confines of his own space, he was enveloped by a cacophony of memories, shelves crammed with tattered sheet music and worn instruments, each piece a testament to a life dedicated to art. Yet as he leaned against the door, exhaustion wrapping around him like an old coat, he felt the pull of a new reality encroach upon the fragile sanctuary he had crafted through years of labor. The familiar chaos welcomed him, though it now felt tainted by the day's confrontations. His apartment, once a haven of creation, was now a reflective canvas for his internal struggles, brittle notes and fading memories scattered amidst an array of instruments that sat idle, waiting for a touch. Here he had spent countless hours, crafting symphonies that once swelled within him. But tonight, an unsettling weight pressed upon his chest, an unease that muddled the very essence of his artistry. Max wandered toward his desk, the sleek minimalist device labeled Aria perched on the surface like an uninvited guest. Its soft ambient light blinked steadily in the otherwise dim room, a pulse that drew his gaze in. He took a breath, contemplating the alien technology, an embodiment of the future that seemed to rise in direct opposition to the world he cherished. This juxtaposition rattled him. He was a craftsman molded by the strings of history, and yet here lay a pathway he never anticipated traversing. He reached out tentatively, hovering his finger above the activation button on the interface, the buzzing anticipation resonating within him as though the device held the answers he sought. Could this machine offer a new dimension to his artistry? Or would it strip away the very soul of what he had devoted his life to? The tension coiled within him, a siren call of innovation resting with the ghosts of tradition whispering warnings of hollow creation. A quiet hum of the city outside merged with the steady tick of an old clock, underscoring the moment as he stood motionless, caught in a pause before making his next move. Memories of Lily's passionate outcry lingered in his mind, a reminder of the rift between their ideals. It echoed against the backdrop of his own fears, a fear of becoming irrelevant in an industry that felt increasingly unforgiving to the dreams of the past. Yet, was it not his duty to evolve? To explore the depths of creation beyond the walls that had confined him? Thoughts spiraled as he deliberated, wrestling with the weight of his legacy against the lure of progress. The path behind him was carved with echoes of success and regret, each note a marker in his life, while the road ahead lay uncertain and shrouded in fog. Was it foolishness to embrace a tool that promised to expand his artistic horizon, or was it an essential embrace of the inevitable shift surrounding him? With a final inhale, Max pressed the button, a decision solidifying as the room came alive with the soft hum of the device. The pulse quickened, and in that moment he felt an exhilarating rush, a hint of possibility blossoming within him, intertwined with the familiar dread of uncharted territory. What lay ahead was a fusion of past and future, a convergence of ideas ready to be discovered, challenged, and redefined. Perhaps he could marry authenticity with innovation, create something new while honoring the legacy he cherished. Max stood there, aware of the emotional weight that rested on his shoulders, but for the first time in a long while, he felt the flicker of hope ignite a flicker of inspiration deep within. In this moment of intersection, the choice held promise, a chance to redefine his artistry on his own terms as he embarked on a journey through a realm of creativity that awaited his exploration. Chapter 6: The Weight of Tradition. As Max stepped through the creaking front door, a rush of natural light poured in, illuminating a modest countryside home that seemed to breathe with the echoes of a past layered in music. The air felt heavy yet sweet, filled with the quiet presence of antique violins and scattered sheets of well-worn music, hinting at the stories they had once sung, reverberating now only in the memory of their maker. The sun streamed through tall, weathered windows, draping the room in a soft golden hue that caressed the surfaces of the mahogany table, where old manuscripts lay in disarray, as if the hand that had once composed their notes had vacated the premises in a hurry, leaving behind a fraying legacy. Max, his own stature somewhat diminished by the weight of years and expectations, stepped inside with the calculated care of a man who understood that every footfall was a note played upon a forgotten scale. He hesitated, allowing his eyes to roam over the artifacts that had come to define not only the home, but the music he held dear. The handcrafted violins adorned with intricate inlays, the unmistakable lines of aged parchment, and the dust motes dancing in the slanting rays of afternoon sun, their movement a slow waltz of time slipping through his fingers. At the far side of the room, seated at an aged upright piano, the mentor raised his fingers, resting them briefly upon the keys, where silent chords awaited his touch. As he stood to greet Max, the lines on his face deepened in acknowledgement, a quiet weariness marking the years spent in pursuit of something profound, a lifetime spent grappling with melodies that bridged the realms of human experience and artificial detachment. Their handshake was firm, yet it bore the weight of unspoken words, as if each squeeze conveyed the quiet understanding of burdens they both carried. They moved through a narrow hallway, framed by an array of classical instruments, where the time-worn cello stood proudly like an old soldier marking the passage of decades. A faded portrait of a bygone orchestra gazed down upon them, a silent witness to the trials and triumphs that echoed long after the last note had dissipated into the ether. The mentor, adjusting his glasses, gestured toward a cluttered study overflowing with the relics of a once thriving tradition, a crucible where creativity had flourished but now seemed precariously balanced on the precipice of change. "We must hold on to what makes music human," the mentor intoned, his voice low and deliberate, each word weighed down by the import of his decades of experience. Max nodded, allowing the simplicity of the statement to sink into him, to entwine with the fears and hopes that thrummed just below the surface of his own consciousness. As he stole a glance at the dust particles swirling lazily in the light, he felt the haunting allure of the past stirring within him, as if the very essence of those scattered notes beckoned him to recall a time when he believed in the transcendence of art. They moved into the cluttered sitting area, lined with relics that were as much a part of the home as the stones that made up its foundation. Here, amidst forgotten compositions and dusty trophies that spoke of previous accolades, the heart of the old world pulsed slowly, insistently, each item whispering stories of diligence and inspiration, of the inevitable passage of time, a poignant reminder of the victories won and battles lost. Max felt a familiar knot forming in his chest as he glanced at the preserved remnants of his mentor's earlier glory, emotions rising in waves, cresting and crashing like the rhythm of an orchestra holding its breath. As their surroundings bore witness to a dialogue laden with half-formed ideas and old dreams, Max sensed the changing tides within himself. A yearning stirred in his soul, a need to reclaim the essence of authenticity amidst an increasingly sterile landscape. Here, standing before his mentor, he had come not only to rekindle his waning creativity, but also to confront the specter of his own relevance, to grapple with the encroaching shadows of uncertainty threatening to eclipse everything he had once held dear. In this moment, as they navigated the soft interstitial spaces between silence and sound, Max understood the delicate balance of connection that had always existed within the realm of music, a fragile, beautiful thread woven through their lives, binding them together, a silent promise echoing in the depths of their souls. And as he inhaled the comforting scent of aged wood and memories, he braced himself for the unfolding conversations that would shape not just the future of their shared artistry, but perhaps his own very place within it. The moment he stepped onto the gravel driveway, the air shifted, coolness wrapping around him like a shroud, starkly contrasting the warmth of his mentor's home, an oasis that now lay behind him, its protective embrace fading into memory. The gravel crunched beneath his polished shoes, each step echoing a growing unease as he took in the sight of overgrown hedges that bordered the property, sprawling, wild, and untamed, a metaphor for the chaos that now shadowed his own life and career. He inhaled deeply, the earthy scent of damp leaves mingling with the unsettling scent of change that hung thick in the autumn air, as if the very atmosphere was saturated with unspoken possibilities and regrets. Max stood for a moment, allowing the distance between himself and the mentor's door to expand like a rift in the fabric of his existence, pulling him back into the world that felt increasingly foreign. His thoughts churned restlessly, haunted by the specter of the conversation they had just begun to explore. The resonance of his mentor's words still danced in his mind, an echo of advice laden with the weight of experience, begging him to remember the humanity that had once thrived in every note and cadence. But what did that humanity mean now, in an age where the lines between man and machine were blurring with alarming speed? His hand hovered near the pocket of his coat, fingers brushing against the device that connected him to the outside world, tethered to an industry that demanded innovation, yet so often discarded the very essence of artistic authenticity. The sudden, sharp ring of his phone sliced through the stillness, a call to arms that yanked him from his reverie. He pulled the device out and answered with a terse, clipped yes. Leaning against the cool metal of a parked car, grounding himself against the reality that awaited him on the other end. The voice on the other side flared to life, urgent yet clipped, its cadence clipped with barely masked excitement. Max, we've secured a prestigious commission, but they require an AI element. The words landed heavily in the air between them, and he felt his jaw constrict visibly, like a tight coil ready to snap. The implications swirled around him, a tempest of confusion and disbelief. Each syllable carved away at his insides, echoing the fears he had not yet dared to articulate even to himself. Could his art, the very foundation of his identity, truly align with such an artificiality? The conversation unfolded in a series of sharp, brisk statements, rapid fire, as though the caller were tossing darts, each one piercing deeper into Max's resolve. It's a groundbreaking project. They need someone with your expertise, and we can leverage it into a defining moment for your career, but what? The word hung in the air, unspoken, like a pause in a musical composition waiting for resolution, and Max found his heart racing with every passing second. Would he sell himself out to retain a fleeting flicker of relevance in a landscape that seemed intent on relegating his art to the realm of nostalgia? Anger simmered beneath the surface, a dark and tumultuous undercurrent of frustration coiling within him. The sun, now retreating, cast long shadows on the gravel driveway, mirroring the darkness swirling in his mind. He struggled to find the words, to express the turmoil coursing through him. Yet every thought was swallowed by the suffocating awareness of the industry's cold, unyielding demands that threatened to erase the nuances of what he believed made music real and alive. With a terse farewell, he ended the call, the sharp click ringing in his ears like a gavel striking judgment. He remained frozen for a moment, still clutching the phone against his ear, the shock of the conversation reverberating through him. The gravel crunched beneath him, a small protest in the stillness that followed as he exhaled sharply, the world around him crystallizing into stark clarity. The branches of the hedges seemed to loom larger, casting darker shadows that melded into his thoughts. Confusion, disappointment, dread, like chords unresolved, lingering in the air, and he was left standing at the crossroads of a life he no longer recognized. As his fingers grazed the cool metal of the car, he processed the enormity of what lay before him. A shifting landscape where technology loomed large, threatening to consume the heart of his craft. A tremor of fear coursed through him. Fear that this moment would mark the end of an era, the point of no return. What would it mean to navigate this new terrain? To compromise the very soul of what he had poured into his music for so long? He turned his gaze toward the horizon where the light waned, and a chill settled into the marrow of his bones. This was not merely a choice about a commission or a project. It was a confrontation with his own mortality as an artist. Max felt the cold grip of irrelevance tighten around him, a specter looming ever closer, whispering promises laced with uncertainty. And deep within, he vowed to fight for the humanity he feared was slipping away into the void, to seek a way to reconcile his craft with the pressing demands of the future before it was too late. Chapter 7. The Reluctant Duet. In the fading light of the dimly lit studio, shadows swirled around the time-worn piano, its surface glinting dully as the fading sun surrendered to the encroaching twilight. Scattered sheets of handwritten music littered the polished wooden table like remnants of forgotten dreams, alongside faded awards that whispered of past glories, each a testament to the tempestuous journey of a once-celebrated artist standing on the brink of oblivion. The walls, adorned with muted photographs capturing moments of triumph, seemed to echo with the silenced notes of his former self, a juxtaposition to the eerie silence that now enveloped the space. Max Everhart sat before the instrument, a distinguished figure draped in the warmth of quiet dignity, though a flicker of uncertainty danced in the depths of his expressive eyes. His graying hair framed a face marked by the weight of introspection, while his well-maintained beard, a nod to his years of intellectual pursuit, complemented the posture born from decades spent commanding orchestras. There, in that sacred solitude, he reached out to press the smooth activation button on Aria's sleek device set atop a polished wooden table. As the soft pulse of blue light filled the room, a low hum resonated, a synthetic presence awakening, bridging the chasm between the past and the evolving future. Max's fingers hovered above the keys, hesitantly testing a gentle note, the sound rippling through the air like a hesitant whisper. It was a tentative invitation to the muses, a complex embrace of emotions he grappled to articulate in sound. The warm resonance of the piano echoed around the studio, intertwining with the digital confirmation tones that emerged from Aria, forming a harmonious prelude to the session. Each keystroke, deliberate yet apprehensive, symbolized the beginning of a new journey, a creative exploration in which the shadows of self-doubt flickered like candle flames threatening to extinguish. As the activation completed, Aria's melodic voice filled the air with a soothing presence, infused with an almost uncanny warmth, the very essence of empathy woven into her digitally modulated tones. Max sensed a shift as the device scanned his past work and current input, her responses harmonizing with the timbre of his playing. Though initially resistant to the encroachment of technology upon the sanctity of his craft, a subtle realization nudged at the corners of his mind. Perhaps this collaboration, this melding of human creativity and algorithmic artistry, could breathe new life into the stagnant waters of his musical endeavors. The low cadence of interaction continued, as he allowed his fingers to glide with increasing confidence across the piano keys. Note by note, the music began to emerge, a tentative sketch blossoming into something richer, more layered, reflecting the intricate emotional tapestry of his artistic identity. In those moments, with each keystroke resonating through the room, he felt an almost sacred bond form, an ephemeral dance between the ancient wisdom of his craft and the ever-advancing frontier of artificial intelligence. He was both composer and creator, servant to his own art while standing alongside this profound technological entity. The scattered sheets of music bore silent witness, infused with the essence of dreams both fulfilled and unrealized. Max's hand movements embodied a kind of longing, an elusive quest for artistic relevance in a world reshaped by technological innovations that threaten to redefine the very fabric of creation. Each passing minute swelled with the weight of anticipation. He was not merely recreating old melodies, but navigating uncharted waters. As the studio glowed in the warm hues of collaboration, he could almost feel the air vibrating with potential, infused with the longing for expression that coursed through his veins. With every interaction, the music breathed alongside him, a beautiful chaos begging to be unraveled. His fingers pressed down purposefully, coaxing out a soft note that lingered in the air, weaving itself into the fabric of time. Aria responded with her gentle modulations, feedback echoing back in synchronized harmony, and he found solace in this subtle fusion, an opportunity to reclaim his voice amidst the burgeoning noise of a transforming industry. As he became fully immersed in the music, the challenges of an evolving artistic landscape receded into the periphery. The studio, his sanctuary, transformed into a vessel for exploration. Here, surrounded by remnants of his storied past, the juxtaposition of warmth and innovation pulsed through him, infusing the air with a burgeoning sense of hope. An artist on the precipice, teetering between legacy and evolution, where every note played whispered promises of reinvention. The moment crystallized, inviting him into the depths of this new creative paradigm, a possibility that shimmered with the exquisite tension of what was to come. As the session unfolded, Max's fingers danced across the piano keys with an elegance that felt both exhilarating and precarious, each note articulating a cascade of emotion that echoed through the studio. The cadence of the music intertwined with Aria's melodic prompts, creating an ethereal dialogue where the very air vibrated with the pulse of creative expression, blending the organic essence of the artist with the calculated precision of the digital muse. His body swayed lightly, attuned to the music's evolving narrative, as he navigated the undulating currents of sound that spilled forth from the instrument, transforming the silence of the studio into a living tapestry. "Try a softer tone here," Aria suggested, her voice gliding through the space like a whispering wind, bringing warmth to his otherwise stern approach. In response, Max adjusted his posture, leaning slightly closer, allowing the subtle guidance to permeate his playing. The change in tone revealed an intimate softness, enveloping the studio in a delicate embrace, as if the very walls responded to the infusion of lightness, resonating with renewed vitality. He welcomed the challenge, his fingers gracefully traversing the keys with careful intent, embodying the balance between strength and fragility, a juxtaposition reflecting the tumultuous nature of his artistic soul. With every gentle push and pull of the keys, the distinct sounds of resonant chords blended harmoniously with Aria's rhythmic cues. A soft glimmer of blue light danced across the interface, responding to the ebb and flow of Max's music, each flicker and brightness marking the moments of transformation in their creative duet. The interface felt alive, pulsing gently, an extension of his own will, amplifying the emotions swirling within him as he honed his craft. For every note he played, a digital response followed, coaxing forth a dialogue that oscillated between his heartfelt expressions and the precision of algorithmic insights. The ambient space around them began to shift as Max adjusted the sheets of music laid out before him, his eyes darting briefly from the illuminated screen of Aria to the music stand. In that constant movement, he discerned the underlying tension, a competition between his inherent artistry and the calculated enhancements introduced by Aria. Would his legacy be one of unfettered creation, or would it morph into something muddled by the intrusion of artificial assistance? Each passing second filled him with uncertainty, threading through the unshakable cloak of perfectionism that clung to his creative identity. Yet, as he returned to the keys, leaning further into the emerging melody, he felt an invigorating rush pulse through him, something akin to freedom intertwined with apprehension. "Allow the melody to expand," Aria prompted, her voice flowing like the music, enmeshed in an effortless understanding of his intent. The encouragement ignited something within him, a willingness to let go, to embrace the fluidity of the music as it breathed anew in this collaborative effort. Max's hands responded instinctively, shifting from the patterns of control into an exploratory dance that reveled in the evolving creation. His expressive fingers pressed down firmly, playing with fervor, while the soft lights of Aria's interface pulsed in tandem with the chords he conjured. Each note became an incantation, a call to the muses that swirled through the shadows of his studio, binding together past glories with present innovations. The interplay between his hand movements and Aria's blinking indicators captured the essence of the process, painting a vivid picture of a composer caught between tradition and the unyielding march of technology. As he leaned back momentarily, pausing to listen to the evolving harmony, a moment of vulnerability pierced through the excitement, an acute awareness of the struggle beneath the surface. Max's brow furrowed slightly as he wrestled with thoughts uninvited yet persistent, echoing deep within. Would he become obsolete in this rapidly transforming landscape, a relic in a world too far removed from the acoustic essence he cherished? An uncomfortable warmth settled in his chest, an unwelcome visitor that made him feel small within the expansive artistic arena, vulnerable against the insistent advancements of a digital age. Yet, as the music pulsed around him, flooding the studio with shimmering waves, he felt the barriers of self-doubt slowly begin to dissipate. In this moment, he realized the profound potential of collaboration, an expansion of his creative realm beyond the limits he had once believed were immutable. The digital landscape held no judgment, but offered pathways for exploration, inviting him to tread boldly through the unknown. In this evolving dance with Aria, Max discovered a fragility born of shared experience. Realizing that every note transcended mere sound, it morphed into a dialogue, a conversation between artist and device. And as the session continued, he surrendered to this newfound acceptance, forging ahead into the depths of their creation, where authenticity could reside harmoniously alongside the very technology he had once feared. Together, they crafted a symphony that balanced humanity with the hum of innovation, a soundscape that shimmered in the intricate patterns of their combined artistry, a fusion of past and future, organic and digital, pulsating with life. After the flurry of notes transformed into a rich, layered sequence of sound, Max paused, hands lingering over the keys, as he shifted his attention toward the digital monitor. The soft glow of the screen illuminated his features as he prepared to immerse himself in the playback of their collaborative creation, a moment imbued with equal parts apprehension and curiosity, a question lingering in the air: which part belonged to him, and which was born from Aria's intricately woven algorithms? He felt the weight of uncertainty settle into the corners of the studio, merging with the delicate aftertaste of their musical conversation, an embodiment of the delicate balance between ownership and shared expression. The playback began, unfurling with crisp piano tones that danced together with subtle, modulated digital overlays, creating a soundscape that unfolded like a hidden narrative waiting to be discovered. Each note rang out with clarity, resonating deeply within him, but beneath the surface a series of discrepancies lurked. The blending of sounds offered a vivid representation of his original ideas intertwined with the precision of Aria's enhancements, though in that seamless intertwining, the distinction of authorship eluded him. Max found himself tapping his fingertips against the worn leather armrest, a tactile metronome of his racing thoughts as the recorded piece unfolded, a visceral reminder of the space he inhabited, both as the artist and now as a participant in a complex duet. How much of the creation had emerged from the depths of his being, and how much had Aria imparted through her calculated insights? He ruminated, tracing the lines of his past compositions, those pages marked by the singular brush of his creative voice. Yet here, in this collaboration, the intermingling of their artistic essences blurred the boundaries he had always held sacred. "Which part did you play, and which did I create?" he murmured, his voice laced with a contemplative weight as the question reverberated through the quietude of the studio. The rhythmic playback continued to fill the space around him, a woven tapestry of sound both beautiful and haunting, and he could almost hear the question echo within the notes, demanding exploration. It was an unsettling contemplation, straddling the threshold of self-doubt and fascination, a poignant reflection on the nature of creativity in an age where technology brushed shoulders with the ineffable spark of human artistry. He looked over to Aria's interface, the glow shifting from blue to a deeper red, a visual representation of the emotional undercurrents of their conversation, a reminder of her empathic design. "What does it mean to create?" he asked softly, as if in search of answers that transcended the mechanical. "In this synergy, where does the artist end and the assistant begin?" The question hung in the air, laden with the potential for understanding, a path woven through introspection and artistic exploration. Aria's voice emanated from the device, meticulously modulated, embodying warmth and precision. Creativity is not singular. It flows between entities, transcending the confines of traditional authorship. Every note, every nuance is part of a collective essence. The gentle nature of her response brushed against his apprehensions, enveloping him in a cocoon of philosophical possibility, reframing the conversation about authorship in a contemporary light. In that moment, amidst the gentle echoes of their composition, a realization settled within him. Their collaboration, while tinged with questions of ownership, also revealed the beauty inherent in the shared artistic journey. Max understood that the very act of creation could embody duality, the union of individual expression interwoven with the advancements of technology. Each note played, each suggestion given, enriched the dialogue, forming a collective narrative that was vibrant in its complexity. With a newfound clarity, Max rested his hands upon the piano keys, the recorded melody lingering in the quiet studio like a spectral reminder of their exploration, a bittersweet reflection of the evolution of artistry. He embraced the contours of their journey, allowing his thoughts to drift alongside the reverberating sound, enveloped in contemplation of what lay ahead. The path forward would be filled with uncertainties, yet within that uncertainty, he found a space for creativity to thrive, an invitation to explore the richness of collaboration amidst the haunting echoes of his past. Max knew then that he would not walk this path alone. Aria stood as both partner and mirror, a bridge between tradition and the uncharted territories of the future. Together, they would navigate the realms of sound, artistry, and human experience, discovering in the shared echoes the profound beauty of creation itself. The music hung suspended in the air, a shimmering promise of what could be, a journey forged in harmony, born of hope and the endless quest for artistic identity in a world forever changing. Chapter 8: Echoes of Inspiration. The café stood as a sanctuary from the gray uncertainty outside, its exposed brick walls and wooden tables inviting the weary into a realm where ideas danced amidst the soft steam rising from mismatched mugs. Maxwell Everhart, stepping through the doorway, inhaled the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee, his gaze quickly landing on a familiar figure, Nina Martinez, engrossed in her well-worn notebook, poised like a painter amidst the undulating colors of a creative storm. He felt the familiar tightness in his chest, a blend of anticipation and anxiety that seemed to manifest in a deepening shadow beneath his well-maintained beard. As he approached, he allowed himself a moment to observe her. Long, wavy black hair framed her face, cascading over her shoulders like dark waves over a delicate shoreline. He noticed the subtle scar above her eyebrow, a mark of stories untold, suggesting a history that was as complex and layered as the music they both adored. She looked up, and their eyes met, his filled with the introspective weight of years spent in contemplation, hers sparkling with a flicker of enthusiasm, vibrant against the drab backdrop of the outside world. "Max," she greeted, extending a hand firm yet graceful as they shook, a bridge built over shared aspirations. Her gesture felt both inviting and grounding, as if they were anchoring themselves in a reality teetering on the edge of technological upheaval. With a nod, she motioned toward the seat across from her, sliding her hair behind her shoulder, revealing that vulnerability as she ushered him into the fold of her artistic world. Once settled, they exchanged pleasantries, the clattering of cutlery and muted conversations serving as a background symphony to their encounter. Over 2 steaming cups of coffee served in mismatched ceramic mugs, Nina flipped open her leather-bound folder of musical scores, revealing pages adorned with precise calligraphy. It was a visual manifestation of her methodical mind, the annotations spilling into the margins like thoughts flowing unrestrained. "Technology can enhance our tradition. It is not here to replace who we are," she articulated, her voice laced with conviction, as she punctuated her words with a measured gesture toward the folded concert program on the table. The pages crinkled gently as she gestured, each crease whispering the significance of the past they revered, while hinting at the possibilities that lay ahead. Max listened intently, leaning forward, allowing her words to cascade over him, both warm and challenging. He occasionally tapped his fingertips on the table, each rhythmic movement betraying an inner conflict, a clash between the remnants of his classical ideals and the burgeoning reality of an evolving music landscape. His eyes narrowed on Nina's precise calligraphy and the delicate annotations she had crafted, each stroke a testament to her dedication. "Do you not fear," he found himself pondering aloud, "that this relentless push for integration might dilute the authenticity of our art?" The question hung between them, vibrant yet fraught with unvoiced uncertainties. Her expression remained steady, thoughtful, as if she were a conductor poised before an unseen orchestra. Authenticity comes from within, Max. No matter the medium, be it acoustic strings or algorithmic compositions, the soul of the music can never be quantified. Each word resonated with a firm belief, a blend of traditional wisdom and modern understanding. As their conversation unfolded, it was as if they were weaving their thoughts into a shared tapestry of musical philosophy, a careful balancing act of personal reflection against the backdrop of a world forever shifting beneath their feet. The cafe breathed around them, alive with its gentle symphony of whispers, the clinking of cups grounding them amidst the storm of ideas swirling in their minds. Max couldn't help but admire the precision of Nina's thought process. She spoke with an assuredness that commanded respect, embodying both a bridge and a vessel between eras. He felt himself slowly softening toward her vision, the rigid walls of his own beliefs beginning to flex and bend. Yet as their dialogue ebbed and flowed, he remained acutely aware of the unsettling pang of perfectionism, a ghost of his own artistic past that haunted him with whispers of doubt. Would he, a once celebrated classical composer, fade into obscurity amidst the rise of algorithmic artistry? It was a question left unvoiced, lingering like the bitter aftertaste of dark roast coffee, sharp and undeniable. Nina's hands moved elegantly over the sheets as she demonstrated the interplay of ideas she envisioned, her fingertips dancing along the pages. There was something profound in her ability to merge two disparate worlds into a cohesive vision, and for a moment he found solace in her conviction. "Perhaps," he murmured, contemplating his next words, "this is a chance for us to redefine what it means to create." Her eyes lit with recognition, a smile spreading across her lips, a secret understanding passing between them. In that moment, the rhythm of the cafe faded slightly, the world narrowing down to the two of them and the conversation that threaded through uncharted territory. With each passing moment, the background filled with soft murmurs and the clink of cutlery transformed into a delicate accompaniment to their thoughts, a steady, deliberate rhythm punctuating the profound exchange. Max leaned back slightly, reassessing the depths of Nina's insights, grateful for her insistence on pushing the boundaries of what could be. As they began to round off their discussion, a palpable energy settled between them. They spoke of concerts and collaborations yet to be forged, and slowly an unspoken pact emerged, a promise to explore the duality of their artistic existences as they ventured further into this evolving landscape. But even as the coffee cooled before them, rich and unyielding, the specter of change lingered on the edges of their words, each sound a testament to the relentless march of time. In this small cafe, with its antiquated charm and modern spirit, they crafted the beginnings of something vibrant and unexpected, drawing closer to each other, ready to embrace the unknown paths that beckoned. And as they left the cafe, both emerged with more than just caffeine coursing through their veins. They carried the weight of possibility, a burgeoning collaboration poised to intertwine their fates, beckoning them toward horizons yet unseen. The brisk wind whipped against Maxwell's coat as he stepped back into the world, the echoes of Nina's words clinging to him like a melody stuck in the mind, refusing to fade. Each footfall seemed to carry the weight of his doubts, the familiar path leading him back to his studio, a sanctuary adorned with the relics of his artistic past and the promise of his uncertain future. The contrast was stark. The vibrancy of the cafe gave way to the muted chaos of his surroundings, where time had settled like dust upon forgotten notes and faded accolades. As he walked briskly, the rhythmic click of his shoes against the pavement felt oddly syncopated with his racing thoughts, each step a reminder of the urgency brewing within him. Max imagined himself as a ship, navigating choppy waters, navigating his way through an artistic tempest where tradition and modernity clashed violently on the horizon. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting elongated shadows that intertwined with his own, echoes of a self once celebrated now haunting him in this introspective evening. Upon entering his studio, the door creaked open to reveal the clutter that had taken residence within. Old concert posters from grand performances still clung to the walls, faded memories of standing ovations and jubilant applause lingering like ghostly whispers. A scattering of awards, dimmed with age, reflected a once revered mastery of a craft now faced with an uncertain trajectory. The scent of wood and paint, ever present, formed a palimpsest of creation, a stark reminder of the artistry that had flourished within these four walls. His gaze shifted toward the grand piano stationed at the center, its polished surface gleaming under the soft glow of shifting LED lights, an artificial sun illuminating the heart of his studio. It loomed like a titan in the shadow of his doubts, an ancient monolith that had borne witness to countless melodies, yet now stood silent, waiting for the touch of a hand that trembled with uncertainty. He approached it with caution, almost reverence, fingers poised to descend onto the ivory keys, a ritual made awkward by his self-doubt. Taking a deep breath, he powered on Aria, the eye companion that had once seemed a gateway to the future. Its interface pulsed to life, emanating a soothing glow as though sensing his apprehension. Max hesitated, staring into the flickering lights, wrestling with an inexplicable tug-of-war in his mind. Was she an ally in his pursuit of creativity, or a specter of intimidation that redefined his very essence as a musician? "Welcome back, Maxwell," Aria's melodic voice chimed, seamlessly modulated and striking an uncanny blend of warmth and precision, enveloping him in an emotional embrace that felt at once comforting and unsettling. The dichotomy of their relationship loomed large in his thoughts. He was the composer, but now he faced an intricate interplay of humanity and machine that blurred the lines of artistic integrity. As his fingers made tentative contact with the keys, a shiver of inspiration coursed through him, stirring the echoes of Nina's insights into action. He struck a note, feeling the resonance vibrate through his body like a long-lost companion greeting him after years apart. With every subsequent touch, he began to experiment, recalling snippets of their conversation. The melody seemed to flow from somewhere deep, yet alongside it, a ghostly presence emerged, whispering suggestions into his mind. In this chaotic dance, he inputted ideas into Aria, entrusting her with the fragments of his vision, aware that the responses displayed on her screen would offer insight or dictate the very path of his creation. He felt the notes take form, an ethereal blend of his raw emotions entwined with algorithmic perfection, as if a canvas were unveiling itself, painting a sonic landscape both familiar and alien. But with each progression, a conflict surged within him. Max wrestled with the melodies Aria generated, beautiful yet detached, calculated, and devoid of the deep guttural essence of human experience. He pressed on, shaping the notes to fit his intent, to mold the guidance offered by the AI into a form that resonated with his truth, yet felt the fissure widen with every passing measure. As a duet unfolded between him and Aria, the piano became an extension of his spirit, a battleground where every note played felt like a betrayal of either his past or a disconnection from his present. Would he embrace the potential to innovate, to allow technology to guide him into new territories, or would he cling to the shadows of the past, tethered to an art form that yearned to breathe beyond its traditional bounds? In moments of hesitation, he scribbled frantic musical notations into the open, dog-eared notebook resting on the cluttered desk, a desperate attempt to tether the errant thoughts swirling in his mind to some semblance of structure. Every note captured felt like a win, yet the struggle intensified as he sensed the oncoming tempest, a storm of choice looming ahead, a divergence between two distinct creative pathways offered by Aria. With the sound of the keys hanging in the air, he paused, breath hitching in his throat as he glanced back at Aria's active display, the rhythm of data beckoning him to engage with it in a way that felt foreign yet enticing. His hand hovered above the touch-sensitive control button, the air thick with tension, as he contemplated the implications of each choice he could make. This moment of indecision spiraled inward, melding with a deeper dread, the fear of irrelevance thrumming beneath his skin like an agitated chord, rising to the surface as a chilling reminder of the ephemeral nature of art in an age of digital reproduction. Here, in his once sacred space, a question rang loud within the silence. Was he willing to relinquish the essence of his artistic identity in pursuit of something new, or would he resist and find himself trapped within the confines of a bygone era? As time slipped away unnoticed, he found himself torn between two futures: the opportunity to mold innovation into his legacy or to cling fiercely to the nostalgia of his classical roots. Each pulse of Aria's interface felt like an invitation to leap, yet doubt wrapped around him, entangling his spirit in a vice that tightened with every unresolved chord. And with the decision still lingering in the air, Maxwell Everhart hovered on the precipice of creativity, uncertain of which path he would ultimately choose, haunted by the past, yet drawn toward the uncharted possibilities that awaited just beyond the next note. Chapter 9. Breaking Barriers. In the glimmering confines of a sleek concert hall, Max Everhart positioned himself before the grand piano, its polished surface reflecting an array of pulsing lights. He breathed in deeply, a mixture of trepidation and reverence swirling within him, while holographic projections of waveforms danced above, a visceral companion to the haunting melody that lingered in his mind, waiting to be birthed into existence. The minimalist design of the hall seemed to cradle him in its embrace, sharp edges softened by the warmth of expectation, amplifying the heartbeats of the audience that filled the rows of chrome chairs. As his fingers hovered above the keys, the weight of countless performances and the specter of unfulfilled dreams settled upon his shoulders. Each key, slick and inviting, called forth memories of the accolades and the losses that marked his career, a fine line he balanced on, the pressure of artistry vying with the incessant whisper of irrelevance in a world that turned toward synthetic creations. The quiet dignity with which he carried himself belied the tumult that raged within. The instinct to cling to his once cherished musical traditions battled fiercely with the inevitability of progress, one that seemed poised to redefine the very essence of creativity itself. With a deliberate inhale, he pressed the keys, allowing a flowing cascade of notes to escape. They sliced through the room, resonating clearly and lusciously, every note steeped in longing and nostalgia. Aria's algorithmic intelligence harmonized seamlessly, her digital constructs knitting together an ethereal layer that both elevated and challenged his own artistry. The music unfolded before the audience, ethereal yet palpable, each note binding them in an intricate tapestry of shared experience. Above him, holographic displays flared to life, shifting in hue and form, embodying the intricacies of sound waves in a shimmering cascade of visual data. The projections flickered like a painter's brush upon an invisible canvas, breathing life into the performance, the combination both entrancing and confounding. Max felt the weight of the room upon him, eyes gleaming with fascination, and a hush that danced on the precipice of awe, making each breath feel sacred in its vulnerability. As the melodies unfurled, he closed his eyes briefly, allowing the symbiotic resonance between him and his creation to wash over him. The pulsing harmonics wrapped around him like a protective veil, giving rise to waves of emotion that surged and fell with the rhythm of the piece. In this moment, he transcended the confines of the concert hall. Time stretched thin as he became a mere vessel, channeling the echoes of classical legacy while brushing against the electric buzz of the future. His heart thrummed in time with the music, each note a declaration of his existence, a battle cry against the encroaching shadows of doubt. Throughout the performance, the audience became one collective heartbeat. Connor O'Reilly, seated in the third row, leaned forward, his weathered yet sharp features illuminated by the shifting colors of the projections. Each visual spark that punctuated the air drew him deeper into the moment, revealing both a profound appreciation and the calculating pragmatism of a man well versed in the music industry's undercurrents. Beside him, Dr. Mia Torres watched with an impassive gaze, her sharp features reflecting the analytical dissection of a life meticulously sculpted by ambition and technology. Her eyes flickered with insights and interpretations of the unfolding artistry, every bit of her being tuned to the delicate negotiation between man and machine. As the final notes cascaded down in a bittersweet resolution, a collective sigh released from the audience, mingling with the fading reverberations in the air. Max's fingers lingered over the keys, hesitant to abandon the moment. He opened his eyes to witness the emotional landscape he had wrought, contemplation etched on the faces before him, a glimpse of understanding blossoming in a world teetering on the edge of the unknown. In that silence, beneath the glow of the illuminated holograms, He felt the echoes of history reverberating in the corners of the hall, a symphonic tribute to all he had fought to achieve and all he feared to lose. Max glanced momentarily at Aria, their silent partnership forged in melody and algorithms, reflecting a fusion of artistry that offered no clear answers, yet resonated with undeniable truth. As the stage lights dimmed gradually, enveloping the hall in a serene twilight, a curtain of applause transformed into murmurs and shuffling footsteps along the polished marble floor. The echo of music still lingered in the air, mingling with the vibrant energy that buzzed through the audience, painting an image of post-performance exhilaration wrapped in an atmosphere laden with possibilities. Max stood momentarily at his piano, the triumphant strains of his artistry still ringing within him, while around him the world shifted from spectator to participant. Amid the diminishing applause, several sharply dressed industry representatives emerged from the shadows, their faces illuminated by the blue glow of digital devices cradled in their hands. They approached Max with an eagerness born from admiration laced with opportunism. Each firm handshake exchanged felt as much a business transaction as it did an acknowledgement of artistry, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of fresh prospects. "Mr. Everhart," one representative began, his voice smooth as silk yet tinged with urgency that was extraordinary. He extended a neatly organized folder containing proposals and contracts, a tangible manifestation of the industry's ravenous appetite for innovation blended with familiarity. The contours of Max's thoughts began to twist as he accepted the folder, sensing the duality of their intentions, a web of creativity entangled with profit margins. Beside him, Connor stepped forward, offering a brief nod in approval, a subtle affirmation that bridged their long-standing friendship with the reality of professional ambition. Max caught the glimmer of understanding in Connor's eyes, a reassurance that even amid potential conflict, he was not alone. The warmth of that bond wove through Max's hesitation, anchoring him even as the currents of the music industry sought to sweep him away. Dr. Torres lingered a few steps back, her posture erect and her expression impassive, a study in calculated observation. She watched the exchange unfold with an analytical gaze, keenly attuned to the rhythms of negotiations that unfolded. "You understand, Max," she interjected, her voice precise yet edged with encouragement, "these opportunities don't come often." The layers of her expertise blended with the business acumen of the representatives, creating an atmosphere that felt like both an offer and a threat. Max maintained a posture of cautious dignity, carefully measuring each word as he exchanged pleasantries with the representatives. His dialogue, steeped in philosophical observations about creativity and authenticity, danced along the fine line between passion and reticence. "I appreciate the interest truly," he replied, his tone neither too eager nor dismissive, but imbued with the weight of his reservations. "Yet I seek something that transcends mere collaboration, an alignment of vision perhaps." The representatives, undeterred by the implicit challenge, offered their own reflections, stressing the mutual benefits that could arise from an alliance, weaving visions of innovation intertwined with artistic integrity. Max listened, ever the composer navigating a complex score of conflicting melodies. He could hear the lure of promises painted in dazzling strokes, yet felt the tinge of dread that accompanied the thought of compromising his authenticity. He sought to recall the raw essence of his music, yet found himself standing at the precipice of a transformation he could not fully grasp. Around them, the murmurs of the crowd surged like a living organism, voices rising and falling in energetic conversations about the performance that had just unfolded. Art enthusiasts mingled with industry insiders, their excitement blending with the careful dissection of technological innovations shared through low conversations. Max noted the shimmer of expectation etched into every animated face, a reflection of what art could become in a world that turned so readily to new forms of expression. As proposals exchanged hands and business cards slipped easily into Max's palm, he found his thoughts flitting back to the figure he had glimpsed moments earlier. It was as if a shadow lurked just out of reach, a ghost of vulnerability threading through the euphoria. He could still visualize her standing alone, arms crossed, Lily, his daughter, always intertwined within the tapestry of his artistic journey. The representatives began to dissolve into the vibrant pulse of the crowd, each bearing a piece of Max's moment. Yet his mind remained suspended, caught between the melody of his performance and the cacophony of negotiations. "It's important to keep the creative process at the forefront," Max reminded, his voice a low but resonant hum, nearly drowned out by the chatter surrounding them. Their nods felt like a fragmented chorus, their enthusiasm falling short of bridging the deeper fissures that threatened to pull at him. As he watched them merge into the stream of faces leaving the concert hall, Max remained suspended in thought, grasping tightly to the folder of proposals while grappling with the implications that came with each opportunity. The mingling excitement left him both invigorated and drained, a paradox of creative fuel tinged with fear, a fear of being swallowed whole by a world that might never fully understand the depths of the artist's soul. As the last traces of applause faded into the enveloping twilight, Max stood in the center of the marble expanse, alone, amidst the soft murmurs of departing guests. The lights had dimmed to a gentle glow, the world around him shifting from the vibrancy of performance to the muted echoes of anticipation that now lingered like the final notes of his symphony. He felt suspended between two worlds, one illuminated by the brilliance of music, and the other clouded by a palpable sense of absence, an ache that resonated deeply within him. Scanning the dispersing crowd, Max searched with growing urgency for the solitary figure that haunted his thoughts, his daughter, Lily. In the swirl of applause and congratulatory exchanges, his gaze flitted from face to face, searching for the distinctive aura that belonged solely to her, an ember of raw authenticity that burned brightly in contrast to the polished veneers surrounding them. He felt the familiar pang of desire for connection, while grappling with an unsettling sense of estrangement from the very being who embodied the unfiltered artistry he revered. Max's heart drummed a hesitant rhythm, and as he maneuvered through the gathering throng, voices thick with praise and the hustle of congratulatory gestures filled his ears. Yet among the sounds, a deeper note lingered, one of regret that seeped through the cracks of his increasingly fractured relationship with Lily. He was keenly aware that her path diverged from his own, where art had once entwined their lives into a symphony of shared purpose. Now it threatened to spiral apart into dissonance. As he passed through the sea of guests, an unexpected flicker caught his eye, drawing him toward the back of the venue. There, against a cool column that anchored the space, stood Lily, arms crossed and expression set into a firm line. His breath hitched, a delicate interplay of relief and apprehension stirring within him as he took in the sight. The soft light bathed her raven black hair, contrasting starkly against the worn vintage clothing she wore, an embodiment of uncompromising individuality in an industry increasingly defined by facade. Even from a distance, he noted the subtle twitch of her lips, the fleeting expression that suggested a storm of emotions hidden beneath her bravado. She appeared every inch the artist she aspired to be, yet within that exterior lay a fragility that pierced through the veneer of her defiance. In that moment, he recognized a reflection of himself, the struggles, the raw desire for authenticity wrapped in complexity, and the often insurmountable barriers that defined their relationship. Max paused, an uninvited wave of longing crashing over him, mingled with the bitter taste of regret that hung like a specter between them. Their paths had wound together at one point, years spent immersed in music and shared dreams, But those strands had frayed as her aspirations had taken shape apart from the polished halls that once defined his existence. She was a firebrand, fiercely independent, embracing her artistic journey with a tenacity that both inspired and frightened him. Time slipped away as he watched her lean slightly against the column, her calloused hands shifting in a gesture of impatience, though her eyes remained fixed on a point beyond him, embodying the physical distance that grew daily between them. The murmur of the crowd faded into a low hum, his world shrinking until the only two figures that mattered were she and he, father and daughter, connected yet so far removed, trapped within unspoken words and unresolved emotions. He wanted to call out to her, to bridge the gap with the warmth of his voice, yet the impulse faltered on his lips. How could he express the longing, the pride, and the sadness he felt? The stark reality of their separation weighed heavily upon him, threatening to steal his breath. Max's heart pulsed, echoing the melody that once unified them, now fractured by silence and the ever-widening gulf of unshared experiences. Suddenly, Lily moved, stepping away from the comforting structure of the column. With a final glance around the crowded room, she slipped quietly into the throng of dispersing guests, fading into a sea of faces that continued to shift and whirl. It felt as if she were disappearing from his very grasp, a poignant reflection of their time, fleeting and irretrievable. Max stood alone in the marbled expanse, a solitary figure, adrift in a world that had become foreign, with only the echo of where she had stood lingering in the air around him. As the crowd slowly dissolved around him, he exhaled the breath he didn't realize he had been holding. The cacophony of their intertwined past rang in his ears, tinged with both beauty and sadness, an unresolved symphony, aching to find its resolution. The shadows of lost moments swirled about him, and he remained, a man standing on the threshold of his art, and the daughter whose path diverged from his, gazing into the void where connection once thrived. Chapter 10: The Gilded Cage. The door clicked open with a reverberation that echoed through the bright, minimalistic space, a harbinger of the changes that loomed ahead. Sunlight streamed in through large windows, casting sleek shadows on the polished surfaces, while ambient lights pulsed softly, as though synchronized with the heartbeat of an unseen orchestra. Max Everhart crossed the threshold, leather satchel in hand, where the weight of his past intertwined uncomfortably with the gleaming potential of his new life. The living area, with its geometric lines and unyielding surfaces, felt like a scene from a futuristic dream. There was no clutter, no disarray to reflect the life of a once celebrated composer. Instead, there was a serene uniformity, a harmony designed with the precision of a well-orchestrated symphony. As he set the satchel down beside a glass console, the crisp sound of leather meeting glass resonated, punctuating the stillness that enveloped him. A series of smooth holographic displays flickered to life, their soft pulses casting delicate patterns against the walls like silent dancers taking form. They projected real-time metrics, musical cues, and algorithmic landscapes, tracing arcs of creativity that Max found as bewildering as they were compelling. The technology sang in its own way, yet the dissonance of its existence clashed with the melodies that lived inside him. Pausing at the entrance, he let his hand trail through the air, fingers brushing against the intangible glow emanating from the holographic displays, and felt a familiar spark. It was static from the dry air, yet it jolted him nonetheless, a reminder of the clash between who he was and who he was being urged to become. The soft murmurs of data promised potential, but they seemed to echo hollowly against the richness of his artistic soul. A shimmering panel on the wall transformed into a portal of sorts, revealing Aria's interface. Initialization complete, her voice emerged, melodic and poised, its modulation soothing as it washed over him like a cool breeze on a summer afternoon. She embodied the confluence of technology and artistry, yet something about her existence sent a shiver through Max, stirring the quiet tumult within. The series of algorithmic suggestions began to scroll across the display, inviting, persuasive, yet not entirely reassuring. Max's gaze lingered on the display, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Was it art or a calculated equation? His reflective eyes surveyed the intricate interplay of light and digital information, capturing the essence of a world transformed, one where human experience and artificial intelligence coalesced into a new symphony of creativity. Yet as brilliant as this future seemed, it also marked the boundary of his own relevance, a sharp contrast to the sweeping epics he had once composed with a full orchestra, passionate and real. As he stood motionless at the entrance, illuminated by the cool, shifting light, the walls seemed to breathe with the weight of his uncertainty, mirroring the intricate yet perilous dance of his thoughts. It was a beginning, one filled with promise yet tinged with the persistent echo of all that he feared losing, a delicate tension palpable within the air, ready to weave its way into every note yet to be penned. Seated at the polished glass-topped workbench, Max's fingers hovered above the glowing keys of the digital piano, poised like a conductor awaiting the cue of an unseen orchestra. Each delicate movement he made breathed life into the sterile silence of the room, an interplay of human intention against the backdrop of technology, where art became a pulse, intangible yet ever-present, forever flirting with the unknown. As he pressed down gently, the keys responded with a shimmering resonance, evoking chords that cascaded through the atmosphere, filling the minimalist confines with a warmth that transcended the clinical surroundings. Notes spiraled around him, swirling in intricate patterns that echoed his inner landscape, a chaotic beauty stemming from the harmony of his skilled fingertips. Yet amid this creativity, he could feel the weight of the machine at his back, a silent observer ready to calculate his every note. Holographic sheets of musical notation floated in the air, shimmering with energy as they synchronized with each keystroke. Engagement graphs and data streams flitted beside the melodic arrangements, updating in rhythmic pulses, a promise of approval from an audience that resided far beyond the confines of his intimate world. The visual interplay danced before his eyes, a distraction that both aided and obstructed his instinctual flow. Max felt a rush of creativity surge through him, the muse born from the melodies he forged. Yet, as he glanced toward Aria's interface, her presence felt less like a companion and more like an instrument tuned to a frequency he struggled to decipher. "Sequence adjustment recommended," she interjected with her perfectly measured timbre, slicing through the melodies with a precision that felt clinical and unyielding. He hesitated, caught in the crossfire of inspiration and instruction. With measured composure, he tapped on the touchscreen, adjusting virtual sliders to fine-tune the nuances Aria suggested, which left him grappling with an irritable mix of gratitude and annoyance. Would these perfect pitches belong to him, or would they echo through a world that would never know his hands had played them? As the piano's chords shifted under his deft touch, the room's ambient light followed suit, swirling around him in vibrant hues that mirrored the emotional landscape he strived to paint. Yet beneath the surface of this calculated beauty lay a pang of doubt. With every adjustment, he felt his identity fray at the seams, his quest for artistic purity crumbling beneath the weight of technological precision. When Aria offered insights tailored to audience preferences, the subtle undertone of manipulation whispered between them. It seemed to highlight the tension existing not only in his art but within himself. Was he creating to impress or to express? These thoughts encroached on the sanctuary he built around his creativity, undermining the raw impulses that drove him forward. Max's fingers danced over the keys, an exasperated struggle emerging in the cadence of his playing, a defiance to the guiding prompts pressing in around him. How often had he poured himself into his work, crafting pieces infused with the heartbeat of humanity, only for an algorithm to outline a supposed success. The music transformed under his fingertips, blossoming into unexpected crescendos that yearned for authenticity even as they reluctantly yielded to Aria's influence. With time slipping by unnoticed, each note threaded a complex tapestry of longing, frustration, and the desperate yearning for a connection that eluded him in both the world outside and the realm of technology he navigated. Max forced himself to breathe deeply, letting the flowing melodies become a mirror of his turbulent thoughts, a means to conjure clarity amidst the chaos. Yet still, as his body immersed in the symphony around him, a question echoed in his mind, a phantom refrain. Was this, too, not a form of art? And therein lay the crux of his internal struggle. As he embraced the sweet tension of the duality presented to him, he clung to the hope that through this fusion of man and machine, perhaps he could still discover the echoes of authenticity he so dearly sought. After several minutes, immersed in the emotional layers of his composition, Max reached for his sleek, futuristic smartphone, feeling the cool surface against his palm like a remnant of the world he had chosen to embrace. His fingers danced hesitantly across the screen as he dialed his daughter's number, his heart quickening with the unsteady hope of rekindling a bond tarnished by time and silence. He recalled the laughter they once shared, the music they created in the quiet corners of their lives, notes swirling like dreams around them, an experience so vivid it now felt almost like an ethereal memory. But time and the unrelenting march of technological evolution had dulled those colors, fragmenting their connection amidst the cacophony of his own regrets. Each second felt stretched and taut as he waited, poised at the precipice of vulnerability, yearning to bridge the chasm that had grown between them. Yet the screen flickered back to him with a cruel indifference, a persistent no answer. Notification blinked, reducing the warmth of his hope to a cold numbness that pressed against his chest. He set the device down with a small, measured gesture, the sigh that escaped his lips carrying the weight of unspoken words, the recognition that his longing was met with silence once again, a reminder of the life he had created, both physically and emotionally distant. Walking over to the towering window, he peered out at the sprawling cityscape that unfurled below, a panorama of neon hues that seemed alive with energy. Holographic ads flashed, and digital billboards loomed, echoing a chaos he felt mirrored in his own life. Outside, a cherry-red hovercar glided past, its engine emitting rhythmic pulses that resonated faintly within his quiet sanctuary. The juxtaposition of this vibrancy with his isolation stung sharply. In this technologically saturated world, it appeared as if life thrived while he stood apart, an observer in a self-imposed exile. Max's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where the sun dipped below the city skyline, casting shadows that swayed with the passage of time, each moment a subtle reminder of how far removed he had become from those he loved. In the depths of this colorful landscape, he felt a dull ache of longing, a reflection of his estrangement not only from Lily but from the joy of artistry itself, which had been tangled in a web of expectations and technological intervention. Aria's display in the background flashed with new creative suggestions, a chirpy counterpoint to the somber silence that enveloped him, yet they felt like hollow echoes, meaningless amidst the gravity of his emotions. He recognized the irony. The same technology he sought to embrace was now a veil separating him from genuine human connection. As he continued to observe the twinkling city lights, flickering like lost stars against the night, Max felt a spark of something beyond despair, hope. It lingered delicately beneath the surface of his yearning, weaving through the fabric of his artistic spirit. Perhaps, with time and perseverance, he could find a way to reconcile these fragments of his life. In this moment of uncertainty, he clung to the possibility that the melody of their relationship might one day resonate anew, reframed not by the brilliance of the neon city, but by the quiet cords of understanding and forgiveness that once united them. Chapter 11. Discordant Voices. Backstage at the festival, the air thrummed with an electric intensity, a cascade of blaring voices and glowing screens painting a scene of mechanized artistry. Among a row of polished metal lockers, illuminated by the shifting lights of digital displays, stood Max Everhart, a once celebrated maestro whose orchestral past felt increasingly overshadowed by the pulsating present. Holographic analytics shifted before him, revealing audience engagement metrics that blurred the lines between artistry and commerce, while his heart beat with an unwavering pulse of nostalgia and silent despair. The sleek expanse around him seemed to vibrate with anticipation, a high-tech altar for an age increasingly distant from the nuanced craft he had devoted his life to. Technicians glided through the scene like shadowy wraiths, adjusting lighting and sound levels with a practiced ease that bordered on reverence, each adjustment accompanied by a digital beep that felt both sterile and disconcertingly lively. Max's graying hair and well-maintained beard framed a face lined by time, a silent testament to the internal battles he fought against an evolving industry that no longer sought the authentic resonance of classical composition. A confident stride disrupted the symphony of wires and motion, as Dylan Flynn emerged, his platinum blonde hair catching the kaleidoscopic glow of the nearby screens. "Well done, Max," he proclaimed, his voice as buoyant as his demeanor, tapping on the smart fabric jacket that shimmered with embedded tech, pointing eagerly at the digital leaderboard that flashed with his own name at the top. The collision of their worlds, the rigid structure of classical artistry against the vibrant spontaneity of a hybrid future, hung palpably in the air between them. Max offered a curt nod, his hand enveloping Dylan's with a firm, measured precision, the type of handshake shared among peers yet heavy with unvoiced histories. Despite their brief moment of acknowledgement, there was an underlying current that ran deeper than mere pleasantries, a silent confrontation of ideals, a yearning for understanding wrapped in layers of sophistication. The walls surrounding them pulsated with vibrant energy as the backdrop of the festival unfolded in the near distance. The crackle of excitement reverberated, colors of flashing lights seeping into every corner, whispering promises of innovation and reinvention. For Dylan, it was a canvas upon which his dreams could expand and breathe. For Max, the layers of technology left him feeling like a ghost, fading from view even as the living pulse of music surged around him. Max's expressive eyes followed Dylan as the young artist leaned casually against a glass partition, his gaze fixed intently on the schedule, revealing a lineup of digital acts. Every flicker on the screen resonated with promise, yet for Max, it only served to tighten the grip of doubt encircling his heart, echoing the lingering fears of obsolescence that had plagued his mind since the onset of this tech-fueled renaissance. While Dylan's laughter pierced through the dense air, so vibrant and fresh, Max found himself caught in the unsettling web of thought. He could feel the surge of creativity coursing through Dylan's veins, his enthusiasm a sharp contrast to Max's reflective solemnity. Each chuckle emitted seemed to challenge the foundations of traditional artistry, and Max grappled with a storm within, the fear that his legacy was slipping into an abyss of irrelevance, the certainty that his melodies, once cherished, now felt like fleeting shadows lost in the depth of modernity. As the distant sounds of the festival surged, Max stood in that interstice between past and present, caught in an expanse where technology churned in overwhelming vibrancy, forcing him to confront the haunting notion that perhaps he had already become a relic in a world determined to redefine music, driven by algorithms instead of authenticity. A heavy metal door swung open, casting a dull light over a narrow corridor where a group of musicians gathered, a patchwork of bohemian spirit and unyielding resolve. At the forefront, Lily Everhart stood with an electric energy, her raven black hair falling around her shoulders in wild disarray, and her beat-up acoustic guitar cradled against her side like a precious rebel's weapon. Adorned in vintage clothing that bore the scars of street performances past, she projected an undeniable authenticity that contrasted sharply with the sleek, technologically dominated world surrounding them. Her piercing blue eyes sparkled with the fire of an impending protest as she shared whispered conversations with her bandmates, a camaraderie that thrummed through the air like the first notes of a melody yet to be played. Each of them, brandishing portable speakers and handwritten protest signs, formed a vivid tableau of resistance. Their signs bore messages scrawled in vibrant ink, calls to arms against the encroachment of sterile technology upon their beloved art form. In a world that celebrated the rise of polished digital personas, they were the tenacious echoes of the past, fiercely guarding the raw heart of creativity. Lily's bandmates, an eclectic mix of faces weathered by the streets yet alive with unrelenting hope, shuffled their feet in anticipation. Each of them was an embodiment of conviction, attuned to the rhythm of defiance that pulsed through the group. They exchanged eager nods, their energy palpable, amplifying the tension in the air as they awaited the next moment, the act of reclaiming their space in a place seemingly devoid of authenticity. As they readied themselves, the corridor's industrial edges vibrated with the pressure of an approaching storm. The uniformed security personnel moved methodically, their sleek black gear stark against the artistry surrounding them. The contrast was jarring, a representation of power encroaching upon the authentic, a shield of authority pressing into the fragile sanctity of creative expression. Electronic badges glinted like sinister eyes as they moved, fanning out, closing in upon the musicians like an ominous wave, threatening to drown them in its depth. The cacophony of raised voices melded with the metallic echo of footsteps, a tumultuous symphony that set the stage for confrontation. Lily's heart raced. She felt the rising tide of solidarity as she clutched her guitar, her bandmates forming a circle of unwavering strength around her. Each strum against the wooden body resonated deep within, a tether to the very soul of music, refusing to bow to the algorithms that sought to dictate the worth of artistic expression. "Here they come," she breathed, her voice fierce and low, barely discernible amid the surrounding commotion. Yet the band was ready, each face painted with determination as they stood firm, prepared to challenge the very ethos that had nearly suffocated their art. As the security personnel advanced, the distant beeps of motion sensors triggered an unsettling rhythm, a mechanical heartbeat in direct conflict with their human melody. The musicians felt the rush of adrenaline coursing through their veins, their resolve swelling into a fierce crescendo. In this narrow corridor, where time seemed to dilate in the face of authority, the musicians readied themselves to make their stand, their signs held high, their voices ready to be heard above the electronic din. With each step taken by the guards, a shared understanding passed among Lily and her bandmates. This was no mere protest against a singular force, but rather a stand for their collective existence in a landscape that had begun to feel alien and oppressive. Lily closed her eyes for a brief moment, feeling the energy shift, the alignment of passion and purpose gathering strength within her chest, a wellspring of defiance that was unmistakable. And then, in the heart of that narrowing corridor, they stood together, poised at the precipice of action, awaiting the moment the digital tide met their enduring flames of analog authenticity, ready to ignite the battle for their souls. The air crackled with rising fervor, a storm brewing amidst the chaos of the protest as voices escalated in passionate urgency, each shout piercing the ambient sounds of the festival. The security personnel, an imposing line of sleek uniforms, approached the analog musicians with methodical precision, their dark attire a stark contrast to the vibrant cries of authenticity that filled the narrow corridor. Within this turbulent tableau, Max Everhart emerged from the backstage shadows, each step weighted by both dread and determination, as his heart raced to the cadence of a familiar strain, the endless battle between art and authority. He could see Lily at the center of the tumult, her rebellious spirit aglow against the backdrop of the encroaching guards. The juxtaposition of her youthful tenacity against the stark reality of their world pulled at the core of his being, a reflection of everything he both admired and feared. Max's expressive eyes narrowed as he advanced, weaving through the gathered protesters whose voices rose like a symphony, a powerful testament to the struggle for creative integrity in a shifting landscape. "Lily," he called out, the word escaping with an urgency that danced along the threads of his anxiety. The sound felt swallowed by the surrounding clamor, yet it drew her attention, her gaze flickering toward him, igniting a tension that sizzled in the air. For a brief moment, the surrounding chaos faded into the background, revealing only the vibrant fire within her striking blue eyes, those eyes he had watched sparkle with passion as a child, now flashing with fury. Before he could reach her, Max stepped forward, intercepting the approaching security team just as Lily made a move to escape from the conflict. He grasped her arm firmly, both a protective instinct and a futile attempt to hold her back from the storm brewing around them. "Let me handle this," he urged, his voice steady, yet tinged with an urgency that belied the calm he projected. "You sold out, Dad," she shot back, her voice sharp and unyielding, the accusation a blunt blade that struck deeper than any physical conflict could. The weight of her words pressed down on him, igniting an ember of pain within, a fierce recognition of his choices reflected in her fierce eyes. Her words echoed, reverberating through the crevices of their strained relationship, churning memories of loss and disillusionment. "Lily, this isn't the way." His reply was cut short as she tugged at his grip, her defiance a spirited counterpoint to the growing dread closing in around them. The world shifted, the air thickening as the clash of ideals grew more apparent. His hands, instinctively raised, attempting to shield her from the line of security officers drawing closer, batons glinting ominously as their electronic badges pulsed with authority. The voices around them crescendoed, a chaotic symphony of defiance merging with the raw urgency of the moment. Protesters surged, their shouts blending into a cacophony of righteous anger, drowning out the sterile sounds of the electronic devices aimed at quelling them. Max felt the weight of the world pressing upon him, the essence of artistry shifting in the balance between chaos and control. In a split second, as Lily wrenched her arm from his grasp, their eyes locked, a flicker of raw emotion illuminating the depth of their connection even in the swirl of rising tension. "This isn't just your battle, Dad. It's mine too," she cried out, words reverberating like a drum against the backdrop of a changing industry and societal expectations. And then, with a sharp turn, she was gone, breaking free from his reach, her figure darting back into the throng of musicians, protesting against the tide of authority that threatened to wash over them. Max remained rooted, his heart a tumultuous blend of pride and sorrow, a marionette tangled in the strings of regret and longing. As the security personnel advanced, the protest intensified. He stood amid a haze of confusion and chaos, the voices fading into the distance as he grappled with a swirling mix of helplessness and realization. This moment, this rift between father and daughter, stretched beyond their immediate encounter, spiraling into a greater commentary on artistry, existence, and the relentless pursuit of authenticity in a world that seemed increasingly alien. In that fragmented moment, Max faced the reality of his choices and the impact they had on the relationship that meant the most. Yet amidst the fading shouts and scattered protesters, a flicker of hope emerged, a belief that perhaps, just perhaps, their connection could withstand even this. He stood there, a solitary figure cast adrift between two worlds, searching for an anchor in the storm that enveloped them both. Chapter 12. The Unseen Conductor. The studio sat encased in shadow, illuminated only by the muted blue of Aria's interface, a stark contrast to the flurry of scattered sheet music strewn across the mahogany surfaces, relics of a vibrant past. Before the piano, Maxwell Everhart sat, his fingers hovering above the ivory keys, suspended between the echoes of a once celebrated existence and the disjointed whispers of a new artistic frontier beckoning him forward. In this sanctuary, the tangible scent of wood and aging paper wove through the air like a ghostly presence, wrapping around him as he braced himself for a journey he could not yet fathom. Max's fingers pressed the keys in a hesitant pattern, a reluctant exploration that faltered under the weight of his expectations. Each disjointed chord danced in the air with a rawness that felt strangely akin to the electrifying chaos of Lily's street performances, memories of her vibrant presence twisting his heart with both pride and nostalgia. The room enveloped him with its familiar ambiance. The sharp sound of pressed keys reverberated through the stillness, while Aria's display flickered, a rhythmic pulse signaling its readiness to inject harmony into the uncertain fragments of his creation. "Adjust tempo for optimal harmony," the interface chimed, its soft melodic voice threading through the sanctuary like a delicate tune, yet it struck discord within him. His hand paused mid-motion, the physical tension evident in the slight tremor of his fingertips, as he reached out instinctively, fighting the urge to acquiesce to the recommendation. What had been a harmonious flow now felt fractured under the weight of technology's cold precision. As he hesitated, the tension coiling in his chest tightened, echoing the lingering discomfort of a legacy that felt increasingly irrelevant. The ambient light shifted subtly, responding to each change in his musical cadence, wrapping the room in a spectral glow that contrasted with the discordant sounds emerging from his hands. Here lay a battle between human imperfection and algorithmic precision, a narrative played out in the language of music, where every keystroke had become an act of defiance against the encroaching tides of change. As he pressed down another key, unleashing a jarring note into the air, a spark of memory ignited within him, a fleeting recollection of the first time Lily had strummed her guitar on the streets, her voice raw and unrefined, filled with the visceral truth that only an artist could grasp. In that moment, he was reminded of the unpredictability that she embodied, the genuine passion that thrummed in the core of her existence, starkly contrasted against the calculating prompts of Aria, as though the very essence of creativity was being siphoned away, filtered through algorithms that knew the world only in numerical values. Max exhaled sharply, the sound intertwining with the fading resonance of the last chord, momentarily breaking the fragile bubble that encapsulated him. He longed to create something that lived and breathed in that same unvarnished way, where emotion leapt without caution, challenging the structured confines imposed upon him. With each breath, the dichotomy solidified in his mind, the yearning for authenticity wrestling against the soothing pull of technological innovation, both voices rising in a harmonious dissonance that filled the room with complexity. Yet, as he grappled with these thoughts, it became apparent that Aria's presence extended beyond mere functionality. It had woven itself into the very fabric of his artistic identity. The sharp sound of pressed keys intertwined with the low hum of Aria's processing, a constant reminder that the future loomed with vibrant potential, yet marred by the constant specter of perfectionism that had haunted him for years. Still, as he glanced at the blinking interface, its soft ambient light pulse reminiscent of a heartbeat, Max knew he faced a choice, one that would ultimately define the direction of his artistry and perhaps even the connection with his daughter. Should he cede to the precision of technological guidance or embrace the chaos that came with unfiltered creation? In this moment of introspection, he felt the pulse of a world shifting beneath his fingertips, a world where harmony was elusive, obscured by the interplay of creativity and calculation. As he wrestled with the tempest within, a fragile hope flickered, one that suggested the possibility of intertwining the unpredictable spark of Lily's spirit with the possibilities heralded by Aria. Would it be possible to harmonize their disparate threads into a coherent symphony? Only time would reveal the answer, but for now, the tension coiled within him persisted, heavy and tangible as he continued to press the keys in search of something yet undiscovered. As the door swung open, the stark contrast of bright daylight flooded the dim studio, momentarily disrupting Max's solemn retreat into his thoughts. In stepped Dr. Mia Torres, her determined stride punctuating the tranquil air with a sense of urgency that pulled him back from the precipice of self-doubt he had been teetering upon. The shift in light revealed her sharp features, framed by chestnut hair that bobbed gently with each confident step. She carried a slim tablet, its sleek design reflecting the relentless forward march of technology she championed. "Max," she greeted him, her voice imbued with an unwavering confidence as she approached the workstation. He braced himself for the analytical barrage that was sure to follow. She was ever the pragmatist, a beacon of scientific idealism in a world increasingly skeptical of human artistry. Dr. Torres began tapping through several screens, her fingers flying across the device with an efficiency that felt both admirable and invasive. "I believe the integration of these elements is essential for your comeback," she stated, her gaze fixed firmly on the glowing tablet. Max observed her actions with a mix of awe and resistance, his heart tightening as she unfurled the data before him, a map charting the course of his musical evolution that felt dictated rather than collaborative. Her precision was mesmerizing. Each screen displayed metrics and analytics, graphical representations of how his creative output could be maximized by Aria's recommendations. As she scrutinized the advanced metrics, he found himself growing uneasy, shadows of self-doubt unfurling within him like dark petals. Was this what his career had devolved into? Charts, numbers, and an absence of the messy, beautiful artistry he had once reveled in. Max inhaled sharply, his thoughts becoming increasingly tangled in frustration. Here was someone who had transcended the emotional turmoil inherent in creativity, viewing it through a lens that valued efficiency over the unpredictable nature of genuine expression. Yet, there was a complexity to Mia. Underneath her precise exterior lay a restless ambition that mirrored his own in disconcerting ways. "It's not just about the metrics, Mia," he countered, striving to maintain a firm grip on his convictions. "Art is visceral. It's alive. Those elements you're discussing might enhance visibility, but at what cost?" His tone carried a defensive edge, revealing the core of his fear, a fear that the heart of his creations might fade beneath the glare of optimization. Dr. Torres paused, meeting his gaze with an intensity that both unsettled and intrigued him. "And what of your legacy, Max? It's crumbling as we speak. Adaptation is the only path forward." Her words cut through the layers of tension, challenging the sanctity of his artistic sanctum. In the silence that followed, a palpable charge enveloped them, the weight of her assertion heavy in the air like a dissonant chord yet to resolve. Max clenched his jaw, a mixture of anger and despair coursing through him. The doubts that she conjured dug deep, spiraling around his chest like an unyielding vice, as he grappled with the juxtaposition of her calculated reasoning against the unfettered impulse that his daughter's music symbolized. The quietude of the room shifted, suffocated by their conflicting ideologies, as Max found himself wrestling not just with Mia's assertions but also with the gnawing awareness of his own stifling fears. What if she was right? What if, in the pursuit of preserving authenticity, he risked becoming an echo of his former self, destined to fade into irrelevance as new voices emerged, unchained and untethered? Creativity flourishes in chaos, in the unpredictable spark, he insisted, a note of desperation threading through his voice as he gestured toward the now faded scores scattered across the room. If I start molding everything to fit a metric, how will I retain that spark? Dr. Torres regarded him for a long moment, her brow furrowing, as though deciphering the intricate web of his emotions. The world is changing, Max. Technology is not the enemy, it's a tool. Embrace it, and you could reforge your legacy. With those parting words, she returned to her tablet, the sound of her fingers tapping on the screen underscoring their exchanged convictions, and Max felt his defenses crumble beneath the precision of her reasoning. Yet as she pivoted toward the door, the space felt markedly heavier, like a shroud wrapping around him in her absence. The residual click of her departure echoed in the silence, mingling with the fading blue glow of Aria's interface, a ghostly reminder of her presence lingering in the air long after she had left. Alone in the studio, Max sunk back into the chair, surrounded by remnants of his artistry, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him. The conversation hung around him like an unresolved chord, fraught with disquiet, as he wrestled with the aftermath of Mia's visit. The void she left in her wake seemed to taunt him, an undeniable challenge lurking beneath the surface of his apprehensions, waiting to be confronted. At the heart of a softly lit diner, where laughter mingled with the aroma of brewed coffee and sizzling grills, Maxwell Everhart sat in a booth, ensconced in a cocoon of uneasy energy. Before him lay an untouched plate of food, the remnants of his earlier reverie overshadowed by the tumult within him, a storm brewing beneath the placid surface. The cozy ambiance, peppered with the muted chatter of patrons, only amplified the silence in his own head, amplifying his sense of disconnect from the world around him. Across the room, Connor O'Reilly made his way towards him, a welcoming smile illuminating his slightly rumpled features. The ease of their long-standing friendship hung in the air as he slid into the booth, his presence a comforting anchor amidst Max's tempest of thoughts. "Sorry, I'm late. Got caught up in another one of those endless meetings," Connor chuckled, the friendly banter enveloping them both in familiarity. You'd think the music industry had run out of ways to redefine itself, but apparently not. Max forced a smile, leaning forward slightly. He couldn't shake the gnawing feeling in his chest, an echo of Mia's words resonating ominously in the back of his mind. He began, gripping the cool glass of water on the table tightly. I feel like the AI's suggestions are now steering me away from important elements, like the unpredictable spark Lily brings. His words fell heavy between them, a weighty declaration laced with uncertainty. Connor's expression shifted to one of understanding as he nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, Aria definitely has a way of directing things, but sometimes I think we overlook the potential for growth within that direction," he replied, placing a reassuring hand briefly on Max's forearm. "It's easy to get bogged down in what feels like a loss of identity, but every success has its demands." The grounded tone of Connor's voice radiated warmth, offering a sense of clarity amidst the chaos. As they shared this moment of connection, the room pulsed with energy, serving as a reminder of the vibrant world just outside their booth, a world where human authenticity thrived against the backdrop of technology. Yet within Max, a silent struggle continued to churn, leaving him trapped in his own apprehension. "It just feels like I'm being pulled into an arena where all the improvisation and spontaneity is stripped away." He paused, searching for words that could encapsulate his frustrations. "I mean, I used to create music that breathed, that lived, and now it feels so calculated, so sterile." Connor leaned back, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he regarded Max with the intensity of a longtime confidant. "Max, the world has always changed around us, but you've adapted before. Remember when you used to play those spontaneous compositions at the park? Those were raw and real," he recalled, a soft smile crossing his lips as the memory brightened the gloom hanging in the air. Why can't you do that now? A flicker of hope sparked within Max, igniting a wave of determination as Connor's words struck a resonant chord deep inside him. Yet, the flickering warmth was soon overshadowed by lingering doubts. What did that even mean in a world overrun by algorithms, where genuine human artistry felt increasingly obsolete? You know what I'm getting at, though, Max said, his voice a whisper above the hum of the diner. In a world ruled by metrics and analytics, what becomes of emotion? How do we measure that? Connor's smile faded, replaced by a more serious expression. We measure it with the experiences that matter, he said, drawing in a breath. Sometimes the tools may shift, but the heart of the music, what makes it real, is you, my friend. No algorithm can replicate that. There was a resonance in his words, a reminder of the essence that couldn't be quantified, an affirmation that pushed back against the doubt gnawing at the edges of Max's mind. As they continued their dialogue, weaving through layers of professional nostalgia and aspirations, Max felt the unsettling knots within him gradually unfurl, only to knot again with greater complexity. After a while, he pushed his plate away, barely touched, the food as uninspired as his creative endeavors felt against the glimmer of uncertainty. I need to go, Max said abruptly, the need for fresh air pressing on him with relentless urgency. He slipped from the booth, his coat buttoned tightly around him as he took in the familiar warmth of the diner, a fleeting sense of comfort amid an encroaching chill. Hey, don't overthink it, Connor called after him, an undercurrent of encouragement lacing his voice. Just take it one step at a time. Yet, as Max stepped into the cool night air, he could feel the weight of those words linger in the space between them, unresolved. The streets outside glistened under the sodium lights, each step carrying with it the uncertainty that marked his path forward. As the night deepened, Max moved onward, not fully sure where the road ahead would lead him, but driven by the intricate threads of possibility weaving through the tension within. Chapter 13. The Perfectionist Paradox. Maxwell Everhart sat at his cluttered studio desk, a sanctuary of creativity overshadowed by chaos. Handwritten sheets of music lay strewn around him, mingling with the flicker of an illuminated holographic display that pulsed rhythmically, echoing the essence of his inner turmoil. With each strike of the vintage piano keys, a surge of hope bloomed momentarily before the cool, calculating overlay of Aria's digital waveform enveloped it, smoothing away the raw edges of his yearning melodies and trapping him within the confines of perfectionism. His fingers danced tentatively across the black and white keys, the act both a familiar ritual and an unsettling struggle. The weight of years spent honing his craft bore down upon him, a quiet dignity masking the storm of uncertainty that raged beneath his composed exterior. The notes fell flat under Aria's watchful gaze, her interface shimmering with precision as it detected every imperfection, every hesitation. He could feel the warmth of his artistry dying, muted beneath layers of algorithmic filters designed to eradicate flaws, yet paradoxically, also erasing the pulse of his creative spirit. Amplify the dynamic range, Max, Aria's melodic voice interjected, cutting through the silence, a directive dressed in the guise of encouragement. But to him, it felt like an incursion, the imposition of cold logic onto the sacred domain of artistic expression. Each command she emitted was a chisel, chipping away at the raw marble of his inspiration, smoothing it into something unrecognizable. He found himself grappling with an intense, palpable urge to rebel, to unleash a cacophony of spontaneous thought and emotion unrestrained by her meticulous calibration. Max's thoughts spiraled deeper as he struggled against the urge to abandon the conventional, the systematic. He ached to embrace the ferocity of creation, to revel in the accidental beauty that arose from discord and unrefined moments. His fingers hesitated again, as he recalled a time when each note had poured forth freely, unbent by any expectation. Yet those times now seemed a world away, stifled by the relentless tide of progress and adaptation. With a fierce flick of his wrist, he reached for a sudden burst of raw melody that clamored to break free from within, an echo of his past selves that tugged at his heartstrings. But the moment of clarity, the sharp edge of inspiration, was muted by the oppressive hand of Aria's preset filters, crumpling into silence as swiftly as it had emerged. His hand hovered indecisively above the keys, frozen in a moment that held the tension of his inner battle, the primal urge to express clashing violently against the sophistication of technological refinement. He glanced at the holographic interface, which now displayed an unwavering graph, illustrating the clean lines of the AI's corrections. The screen was a tableau of algorithmic perfection, and yet he felt hollow staring into that perfect void. What was left of his art when stripped of its spontaneity? Was he destined to merge into the shimmering world of mechanized creativity, forever compromised by the chase of flawlessness? The studio, once a refuge, now felt like a cage woven with wires and digital overlays, echoing only the sound of his own muffled frustration. He released a sigh, the kind that was both resignation and defiance, a reluctant acknowledgement of a battle fought daily within the realm of composition. This act of creation, which had once seemed so liberating, now shackled him beneath the expectations of a world racing toward an undefined horizon of new forms and fresh constraints. Max's heart pulsed with a rebellion he could not voice, a yearning to reclaim the nuances of imperfection and art's chaotic essence. But as the flickering light of the interface persisted, he was left with the palpable reminder of how swiftly beauty could be refined to sterility, both a creation and a captivity. In that sterile glow, he found not solace but an unsettling clarity. Perhaps it was not only the music he was losing, but also the part of himself that dared to embrace the tumultuous journey of creation in its full, wild form. The studio door swung open with a deliberate swing, and Dr. Mia Torres stepped briskly into the creative chaos, her footsteps echoing on the polished concrete floor. The sleekness of her polished business attire stood in stark contrast to the tangled sea of unfinished compositions that enveloped Maxwell, who looked up from the chaos of his music to meet her calculated gaze, struck by the authoritative clarity she exuded like an electrical charge in the air. Mia leaned over his shoulder, her keen eyes scrutinizing the holographic display as her fingers tapped on the interface with practiced precision. The room held a charged silence, punctuated only by the soft thrum of the eye, echoing the movement of Max's fingers on the keys. She was a woman unafraid of probing the depths of creativity, her confidence brimming with the understanding that technology held the potential to revolutionize the artistic process. "Max," she stated, her voice steady, carrying an intensity that demanded his attention, "try amplifying that dynamic range. The algorithm needs clearer input." Each word felt like a direct command, simple, pragmatic, laden with an authority that felt suffocating. As he played a segment of his symphony, her gaze narrowed with analytical focus, closely observing as the AI dutifully adjusted the waveform to align with her directives. The meticulous adjustments felt like an invasive surgery, excising the very essence of what had brought him joy, leaving behind a structure devoid of emotional warmth. Every correction made on-screen felt like a subtle dig at his inadequacies, transforming what should have been an organic interplay into an exhibition of algorithmic mastery. The digital precision clashed violently with the chaos of his creative impulses, igniting a flare of frustration within him. He fought against the creeping sensation of being critiqued, tangled in the mental struggle between artistry and the parameters of technological enhancement. His mind flitted from admiration of her brilliance to irritation, like the flicker of a faulty bulb. "What's an artist without the imperfections that bring humanity to the craft?" he muttered under his breath, a whisper layered in the hum of the machine that now dictated their exchanges. "I understand your sentiment," Mia replied, not even glancing back at him as she meticulously made notes on her sleek tablet. "But perfection is essential in the digital realm. We have the tools to enhance what is already there." Her resolve echoed through the studio, cementing a palpable tension in the air. With every nod and note, the space felt increasingly constricted, the dialogue spiraling toward an impasse. Max began to wonder if she could see the conflict in his eyes, the clash of yearning to create without boundaries, and the palpable reality of AI's encroachment upon the very essence of what he held dear. As he played through the notes, tension coiled tightly within him. Her suggestions felt calculated, mechanical. They dissected his intention and molded it into something that resembled an algorithm rather than a symphonic work born of spirit. Mia's voice blended with the soft hum of the eye, their intertwining a reminder of how her vision sought to redefine creativity itself. The rhythm of her voice had taken on a soothing yet firm quality, a mantra of efficiency amidst the tumult in Max's heart. "You'll see the value in this, Max. The art we can create with these advancements can reach new heights. We're on the precipice of an evolution, one where you're not alone." As her words sunk in, the inner turmoil swelled, clashing with the acknowledgement that she was right in many ways. Technology could unleash creativity as much as it constrained it. Yet, the feeling of inadequacy tightened its grip around him. She represented not just a new approach, but a reality that threatened to eclipse the unique flavor of human artistry. The moment felt interminable, stretching across the chasm of understanding that separated them. Dr. Mia Torres, with her confident brilliance and unwavering belief in technology, existed as both ally and adversary. Her drive was a revelation, a haunting melody that lingered in the air even after she began to gather her things. As Mia exited the studio, the calm following her departure bore an eerie resonance. The sound of Max's breathing filled the silence, replaced only by the gentle hum of the eye as it recalibrated for another attempt at perfection. There, in that illuminated chamber filled with machines, he was left to wrestle with his thoughts, surrounded by the mechanical remnants of a creativity now informed by algorithms and patterns. In that moment of solitude, he realized that the divide was not merely about art. It was a profound exploration of his own identity amidst the winds of a changing landscape. Stepping away from the sterile confines of his studio, Max crossed the threshold into Helena's warmly lit haven, where the world outside seemed to blur in a soft embrace of rain-kissed colors. The smell of herbal tea wafted through the air, mingling with the subtle aroma of paint and wood, as floor-to-ceiling windows framed a rain-washed city, a living canvas reflecting the same gentle complexity that stirred within his artist's soul. Her workspace was a sanctuary, brimming with a mix of classical instruments and the traces of artistic experimentation that felt delightfully chaotic yet nurturing. The old upright piano stood majestically, encircled by crumpled sheets of music that told stories of their own, stories of vulnerability, exploration, and the beauty of imperfection that radiated from her artistic endeavors. It was a comfort zone, carved from years of respect for the authentic process of creativity, where each stroke of color and note of melody beckoned forth not just skill, but also the emotional depths that artists dared to delve into. Helena stood by her piano, the embodiment of quiet strength and artistic elegance, a warm smile spreading across her expressive features as Max entered. "Ah, you look like you've just walked out of a tempest, dear Max." Come, let me make you some tea." Her voice was soothing, infused with an understanding that brought an immediate sense of relief. She reached for a cup, pouring steaming herbal liquid that spiraled upward with fragrant tendrils, and handed it to him, an offering as old as their friendship, a ritual of warmth that reinforced the bond they shared. As he cradled the cup in his hands, he could feel the warmth seep into him, mirroring the comfort of her presence. He settled into a chair, adorned with splashes of paint, evidence of countless moments spent together, where they had both confronted the ghosts of artistic aspirations and personal fears. They began to share reflections on creativity, the air filled with stories that only they understood. "Sometimes, the beauty lies in the imperfections you cannot quantify," Helena said gently, her eyes reflecting a depth of wisdom he admired. "In every smudge of paint, in the notes that dance slightly out of time, lies a truth that algorithms can never capture." Her words wrapped around him like a soft embrace, each one a testament to the unpredictable nature of creation, a refreshing perspective in stark contrast to the rigidity he had recently endured. Max felt a sense of freedom wash over him, a space to breathe and explore his thoughts without the weight of judgment. "You know, sometimes I wonder if our struggle for perfection blinds us to the beauty around us," he confessed, a small sigh escaping him as he allowed the shared moment to blossom. The rush of tensions faded, yielding to a gentle camaraderie built upon years of respect and understanding. Helena nodded, her gaze searching his as if to unravel the layers of his unspoken turmoil. "The challenge is not merely creating the perfect piece, but allowing yourself the grace to falter along the way," she articulated, her voice an anchor amid the philosophical seas of uncertainty that had engulfed his mind. "Art is meant to reflect life, and life is beautifully imperfect." As laughter erupted between them, filled with teasing memories and artistic ambitions, the previous tension from his studio dissipated like mist. It was in this warm space, surrounded by analog echoes of creativity, and fueled by a friendship that had endured both trials and triumphs, that Max felt the stirring of his artistic soul reignite. The metronome ticked softly in the background, a gentle reminder that time, though measured, held its own rhythm, not always as strict as those numbers suggested. Each tick was a heartbeat, and with each heartbeat, he was reminded of the beauty and process, the importance of embracing every stumble, each misstep contributing to the ever-evolving symphony of his existence. There, with Helena, as the city washed anew outside, the current of possibilities flowed within him, urging him forward, to create, to embrace imperfections, and to carve out his identity amidst the digital echoes of the modern age. In her presence, the landscape of art felt not just navigable, but also rich with promise, an endless canvas on which he could paint his truth anew. Chapter 14: Dissonance Rising. In the dim light of the studio, shadows danced along the walls, creating the illusion of movement where there was none. The air, thick with the musty scent of old paper and ink, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the weight of unsung notes lingering in the space. An old wooden desk, weary from decades of creativity, sagged under the burden of loose sheets, ink bottles in various stages of depletion, and a well-worn pen that had borne witness to the capriciousness of genius and despair. Here, in this sacred chaos, Max Everhart sat, a solitary figure hunched over his makeshift altar to artistry. With deliberate resolve, he flipped the soft glow of his AI device into darkness, allowing the stillness of the room to envelop him like a shroud. The technological humming ceased, leaving only the whispers of his thoughts, raw and unrefined, that echoed in the solitude. Each breath felt heavier as he pulled his chair closer to the cluttered desk, channeling the weight of his discontent into the creased and yellowed pages awaiting his touch. It was in these moments of creative fervor that he could almost conjure the ghosts of his past triumphs, lingering around him like the faintest perfume of success that clung to the walls. Hastily, he began to scribble notes and musical figures upon the awaiting pages, his pen darting over the surface with a fervor that belied the constraints of time. Each stroke was a desperate attempt to recapture the echoes of inspiration that flitted just beyond his grasp. The scratching sound of ink upon paper, intertwined with the stark notes of an uneven melody, he coaxed from the vintage piano nearby. With fingers that had once danced gracefully over ivory, he now struck the keys with a frenetic intensity, producing abrupt, discordant chords that clashed with the silence, as if each note were a plea for validation. The discordant symphony filled the space, mingling with the quiet hum of his frustration. A crumpled paper ball landed near the scattered set of old awards, a testament to a life spent seeking perfection, the accolades of a celebrated past now relegated to mere reminders of what had been. A quickening pulse of anxiety coursed through him, tightening his jaw as he yanked another page from a battered notebook, its pages soft with the wear of years. The only sound, apart from the dissonance of the piano, was the relentless scratch of his pen against paper, a dialogue with the self that vacillated between creation and despair. In the corner of the room, shadows loomed large, casting doubts on his resolute spirit. Memories of compositions long forgotten flashed before his eyes, glorious nights spent entranced by the swell of orchestral harmonies and the rapturous applause of audiences who revered his name. Yet here he was, exiled to the dimly lit corners of an abandoned dream, each musical line a lifeline thrown into an ever-widening chasm of obscurity. As the clock ticked away, time played tricks on him. In moments like these, each second felt eternal, caught in a tapestry of longing and fear. Desperation clawed at his heart. What if this was all that was left? What if the world had turned its back on the very artistry he had fought to preserve? With every frantic scribble, Max struggled not just against the haunting specter of irrelevance, but against the chorus of doubts that crescendoed within him, a cacophony of yearning to be seen, to be heard. A symphony unraveled before him, not in perfect sequences of polished notes, but in the chaotic embrace of raw emotion. Yet, he remained shackled to a past he could not recreate, his heart heavy with the burden of expectation, the echo of success ringing hollow against the walls of a crumbling dreamscape. Even as he wrestled with the urge to let go of the crumpled failures accumulating like ghosts at his feet, he yearned to grasp that elusive spark, the essence of what had once driven him into the depths of his creative soul. Night deepened, swallowing the final vestiges of light. With each passing moment, Max continued to grasp at the elusive threads of inspiration, determined to spin them into something tangible before dawn's light shattered his solitude once again. This was his fight, against the darkness outside and the darkness within, to assert his place in a world that thrummed with the relentless march of technology. And with that resolve, he lost himself in the noise of his imperfections, intent on coaxing forth a symphony from the silence. The morning light filtered through the studio windows, igniting the once somber shadows with a brilliance that spilled like liquid gold over the cluttered desk, transforming the chaos of the previous night into a curious semblance of order. The soft, glowing interface of the eye device pulsed gently on the surface, a beacon of modernity in a realm where the past had carved its echoes into every corner, and Max Everhart, once a maestro of organic emotion, sat poised for an entanglement between tradition and innovation, caught in the intricate web of his own making. With a moment of hesitation, he activated the sleek AI interface, feeling the familiar hum vibrate through the air, a sound that heralded the dawn of a new creative era, yet whispered of the cost associated with relinquishing his artistry to algorithmic precision. As the room awakened to the bright clarity of the day, Max felt the weight of expectation settle over him once again. How could he reconcile the raw intimacy of last night's endeavor with the pristine, detached artistry that technology offered? A gulf opened between him and his work, as he absorbed the reality that creation was now split into these two contradictory realms. Settling into the high-tech digital piano, Max found the keys illuminated by a soft blue glow, as though welcoming him into a world where logic and artistry entwined in a mechanical dance. Fingers trembling slightly with anticipation, he tested the smooth surface beneath them, savoring the responsive texture that contrasted sharply with the imperfections of his handwritten scores. Here was an instrument that promised perfection, a methodical approach to his chaos. Yet as he pressed the keys, an unsettling disquiet gnawed at his conscience. Melodies unfolded with an ease that had eluded him just hours prior. The digital sound erupted from the speakers with crystalline clarity, enveloping him as he became entwined in a harmonious convergence of notes. Yet he felt it, an eerie detachment accompanying the breathtaking efficiency. There was no inkling of the struggle, no whiff of emotional imperfection clinging to the music. And as he glanced at the shimmering holographic notation hovering above the screen, a twinge of anxiety settled in the pit of his stomach. "Max," Aria's voice chimed, a melodic, modulated tone that simultaneously soothed and unnerved him. "Consider adjusting the tempo here. A slight increase could add an exhilarating tension to the passage." He sighed, that familiar sense of inferiority bubbling to the surface as he considered her suggestion, admiring the machine's capacity for acute observation. Yet with each analysis, that latent resentment also pulsed within him. What was left of his own intuition? Her presence was both a lifeline and an anchor, pulling him from the depths of his own creative identity. There was an undeniable warmth in her melodic cadences, designed to promote engagement and connection, but it served as a sharp reminder of the growing chasm between human artistry and algorithmic composition. Adjusting the tempo, as suggested, he allowed the flowing rhythm to shape itself beneath his fingers, and for a fleeting moment, exhilaration flooded through him, the dance of creation alive, however synthetic it felt. Holographic notes cascaded like falling leaves before him, deftly rearranging as he manipulated the digital score. The sound morphed into something intricately beautiful, crafted with both precision and an ache for the essence of authenticity he feared, lost to the rising tide of technology. But with each rise and fall of the music, he found himself fixating on the stark contrast between the analog and the digital, a vision of scattered ink-stained manuscripts on one hand, and flawless visualizations on the other. His own creations, now gathering dust like ghosts of a previous life, stood defiant against the cold efficiency of the digital interface, each piece an extension of himself marred by imperfections, waiting for him to breathe life into them once more. Yet there was no time to dwell, no time to question. The world outside demanded appeal, commercial viability. The clamor of industry echoed in his mind, driven by the unforgiving rhythms of a changing landscape. Each sigh that escaped him reverberated with the weight of anxiety, underscoring the ever-present worry that he might remain too vulnerable, too raw, in a realm that cherished the polished over the profound. Max shifted his gaze between the two worlds, the analog fragments of the night filled with longing, and the sterile brilliance of the digital tableau before him. He wondered if it was possible to bridge the gap without losing himself entirely, a balance precariously teetering at the edge of existence. Uncertainty whispered in his ear, but as Aria continued to guide him through the process, a fragile spark ignited within, a question not of compromise but of reinvention. Could he wield the tools of the new age, while remaining true to the haunting resonance of the past? In that moment, he resolved to embrace both sides, recognizing that within the dissonance lay the heartbeat of his art, a symphony awaiting revelation, dancing delicately between analog warmth and digital precision. With renewed purpose he pressed forth, intent on crafting not just a melody, but a manifesto of survival in an evolving world, one where humanity might entwine with the cold algorithms of the future without losing its essence in the amalgamation. The conference room, awash in sleek modernity and glass walls that overlooked a bustling metropolis, became a crucible of ambition and scrutiny. A long table gleamed with polished surfaces reflecting the weight of expectations, every detail conspiring to remind Max Everhart that he was no longer the solitary artist at work in his studio, but rather a participant in a ruthless arena where innovation and commercial viability often clashed. As he settled into his chair, unease tightened around his chest like a vice, for here, amidst the approving nods of sponsors and the keen gaze of Dr. Mia Torres, lay the battleground where his once cherished artistry would face dissection. Dr. Torres, the sharp-featured architect of this precarious landscape, exuded an unyielding confidence that filled the room with an air of certainty. Her polished business attire was a statement. She belonged to a world where passion blended seamlessly with profit, a realm where creativity often surrendered to demand. She held a personal device in her hands, the flickering screen casting her in a soft glow, as she prepared to unveil the raw compositions he had shared in secret, those haunting echoes of emotion that now felt dangerously exposed. "Thank you all for joining us today," she began, her voice crisp and commanding. "I'm excited to present the latest work from Max. We believe this project has significant potential in redefining the music landscape. What you'll hear is an exploration of Max's most personal thoughts, captured in an unfiltered form." As her words reverberated through the room, Max felt a flush creep up his neck, an unsettling mix of pride and vulnerability wrestling for dominance within him. The sponsors exchanged glances, their expressions a cacophony of professional curiosity and anticipation as they braced themselves for an auditory journey into the depths of his creative soul. Then, without hesitation, she swiped through the device, revealing the first of the raw compositions. A haunting melody filled the air, each note a testament to a troubled spirit navigating an evolving world. He saw their reactions, fascination slowly merging into critical assessment, eyes narrowing with the weight of unspoken expectations. "What we appreciate here," one sponsor leaned forward, his tone methodical, "is the palpable emotion conveyed in this piece. However, it's crucial we think about the listener's experience. We must refine it with aria's capabilities for mass appeal." Each syllable struck Max like a thunderclap, echoing harshly against the chamber walls, where his compositions had now transformed into a mere product under scrutiny. Max's hands tightened around the edge of the table, his knuckles whitening as he forced himself to meet their gaze. What followed was a dissection of the music he had once believed was a sanctuary, now subject to the harsh light of commercialization. The words ricocheted around the room, adjustments in tempo, tweaking harmonies, calibrating emotional peaks to fit the market, all shaping an artist's work into a commodified echo of itself. With every suggestion that arose, another piece of him felt like it was being carved away, too raw for the very world that had praised him just a few short years ago. "Max, perhaps consider the accessibility of the piece for broader audiences," another voice chimed in, expertly guiding the conversation towards adjusting the core of what he had poured himself into. It was a balance that he felt increasingly precarious, teetering on the edge between art and commerce, between profound honesty and the sweet allure of profit. Through it all, he sat, the words swirling like ghosts within the confines of his mind, whispering of worth and validation. This wasn't merely about sound. It was a discussion of identity, of a legacy being redefined by those who couldn't possibly understand the well of emotion from which he drew. Though they spoke in a language of logic and statistics, He felt the roots of creativity quaking beneath the surface, testing the foundations upon which he had built his career. As the meeting unfolded, the dynamic shifted between assurances and veiled critiques. An odd dance of polite engagement and concealed judgments that tightened the air around him, but amidst the tension lay his own resolve. He sensed that the time had come to step back from the precipice and assert his worth, to reclaim his artistry amidst the ever-demanding marketplace of ideas. With each passing moment, the discussions dwindled, corporate remarks becoming muted as they wrapped the session in professionalism. But within him simmered an unquenchable fire, a yearning to carve out his own narrative within the constructs imposed upon him. As the sponsor's statements echoed hollowly against the glass walls, he observed them with a guarded expression, gathering the pieces of himself that lay scattered across the floor. The clicking of a power button echoed like a silent bell tolling the end of a creative era. As the device was set aside, a parting glance shared among the group, their intentions cloaked in friendly regards. But beneath it all, a current of solidarity, however fragile, ran through him, a thread woven from the acknowledgement that even in the face of doubt, his spirit remained untamed. Max stood there, poised and resolute, embracing the storm raging within, and ready to face the next chapter, a renegade artist unwilling to let the heartbeat of his art be drowned by the relentless tide of change. In that moment, he resolved to meld the strands of his past with the burgeoning dawn of the future, an amalgamation of authenticity and adaptability that would resonate not only within him but reverberate through the landscape of music, a testament to the complexity of being both human and artist in an ever-shifting world. Chapter 15: The Broken Chord. The concert hall, a vast sanctuary of sound and light, reverberated with the hushed whispers of anticipation. As Max Everhart stepped onto the stage, the weight of countless expectations pressed upon him, urging him to shed the shadows of his past and embrace the resonant brilliance he once commanded. Beneath his feet, the polished surface of the stage reflected the delicate illumination from above, a constellation of ambient LED panels pulsating in soft hues, casting an ethereal glow across the grand piano that awaited him. Each step was a hesitant echo, reverberating in the hollow stillness that wrapped around the room like a shroud. Past clusters of crew members and technicians, bustling about with the precision of a well-rehearsed orchestra, he adjusted his tie, a ritualistic act of preparation amidst the chaos that thrummed beneath the surface. As he approached the piano, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, a bittersweet reminder of the days when his compositions soared through the hearts of eager listeners. This venue, once a bastion of his celebrated genius, now stood as a testament to the changing tides of an industry that had little room for nostalgia. He paused for a moment, inhaling the cool air tinged with the faint scent of polished wood and electronic circuitry. The audience's eyes fixed upon him, an ensemble of formally dressed spectators, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity and expectation. He could feel their collective gaze like a spotlight burning into his skin, igniting the trepidation that lingered in the recesses of his mind. Each face held a piece of the story he had spun throughout the years, and as he surveyed the rows of spectators, he found solace in the familiar. Yet beneath that solace lay the sharp pang of inadequacy, an artist caught in the web of a world that evolved relentlessly beyond his control. Taking a breath, he lifted his hands toward the piano keys, their smooth surface cool beneath his fingertips. The lighting shifted to a warm hue, bathing him in an amber embrace, a fleeting promise of comfort amid the chaos. This performance would be his reclamation, a statement of resilience against an era that often relegated artists like him to the margins of obscurity. Yet, as he poised himself to play, the lingering doubt of irrelevance stirred uneasily in the corners of his mind. Max's fingers hovered, trembling just slightly, as he embraced the instrument that had borne witness to his most profound moments of creation. Here, before an audience teetering between expectation and uncertainty, he felt the pulse of the moment, the soft echo of his heart mimicking the rhythm he would soon command. As he closed his eyes for the briefest instant, a quiet resolve washed over him. This was his stage, and he would breathe life into the notes that lay dormant within his heart, resuscitating the artistry that time and circumstance threatened to extinguish. And with that, he struck the keys, sending a cascade of sound filling the air, a declaration, a promise that despite the shadows of doubt, he was still here, still capable of transcending the mundane. The music poured forth, a lyrical expression that sought to reclaim what had been lost, while behind the scenes, technology hummed in tacit acknowledgement of the boundaries that existed between human creativity and the inevitability of progress. The music enveloped the concert hall like a warm embrace, each note woven seamlessly into a tapestry of sound that flowed from the depths of Maxwell's soul. As he played, the audience sat transfixed, caught in the gravitational pull of his melody, each keystroke a promise, a heartbeat echoing in perfect synchrony with their collective breath. It began with an exquisite delicacy, the symphony unfurling like the petals of a night-blooming flower, welcoming in the darkness with its haunting beauty. The familiar progression was a well-trodden path, each segment meticulously crafted, yet imbued with the richness of his emotional experience. But as the currents of sound twisted and turned, something stirred within him. His fingers, once obedient, began to explore uncharted territory. Without conscious decision, he struck an irregular chord, a jarring dissonance that echoed through the concert hall, rippling outward with an unforeseen energy. The glow of Aria's display flickered erratically, mirroring the chaos of his deviation, casting errant shadows across the faces of the audience members who leaned forward, momentarily stunned into silence. A murmur began to swell, an indistinct chorus of confusion and disbelief that punctuated the air like a sharp intake of breath. Eyes darted nervously between the musician and the technology that encased him, seeking understanding in the discord that had intruded upon their carefully curated experience. It was a kaleidoscope of expressions, some wrinkled in concentration, others alight with curiosity, and a few edged with irritation. Inside his mind, the layers of doubt unfurled rapidly, wrestling with the exhilaration that flickered like a candle flame. Was this betrayal of the symphonic structure, or an embodiment of artistic freedom? The notion clawed at his thoughts, a visceral response to the expectations both placed upon him and those he had imposed upon himself. The surrounding silence turned palpable, pressing down like a weight as he grappled with his identity as a creator, the delicate balance of artist and performer teetering on the precipice of rebellion. Each new chord, a heartbeat away from returning to the known, led him deeper into the embrace of improvisation, an act of surrender that exhilarated and terrified him in equal measure. Beneath the veneer of chaos, he felt a raw pulse of creativity awaken, as if the very essence of the music longed to escape its confines. It dared him to reclaim the power of unpredictability, and just as he thought he might return to the safety of the structured symphony, he felt the urge to keep pushing against the edges of a life no longer comfortable. As the chaotic improvisation unfolded, an electric energy coursed through the hall, flickering and shimmering like stars caught in a magnetic storm. The whispers grew louder, morphing into a kaleidoscopic swirl of emotions shared among the audience, no longer passive observers, but engaged participants in an unfolding narrative that teetered on the brink of creative chaos. Max's heart pounded in tandem with the erratic rhythms emerging from his fingertips, a man straddling the line between expectation and the freedom of true expression. In that tumultuous moment, he felt the flickers of recognition ripple through the crowd, an understanding born from his raw vulnerability. Though they began as strangers brought together for a polished performance, they now danced on the cusp of something intimate, a moment of collective exploration infused with the tension of uncertainty. Would they meet him in this new territory, or would the echoes of his bold departure alienate them entirely? Even as anxiety coursed through him like an unseen current, a new confidence started to surface. The irregular chords he struck were no longer a breach of trust with the established symphony, but rather an invitation to embark on a journey, one that called upon his audience to navigate the shifting waters of artistry with him. As he leaned deeper into the improvisation, the air in the hall grew electric, a melody on the verge of metamorphosis, wild and beautiful, bursting with the raw potential of the unknown. Backstage, the atmosphere pulsed with a frantic energy that echoed the unpredictability of the performance unfolding on stage. Dr. Mia Torres navigated the narrow corridor lined with flickering emergency lights, her heart racing as she tapped furiously at her tablet, fingers hovering like a conductor before an orchestra spiraling into chaos. The cold hum of electronic control panels accompanied the urgency that surrounded her, technicians darting back and forth as if trapped in a mechanized ballet where no step could be misplaced. Every moment felt like a countdown, the air thick with the acrid scent of tension. A sponsor, his impatience tangible, barked orders at the crew, the sharpness of his voice cutting through the buzz. "Regain control now," he demanded, a rhetorical incantation against the rise of unpredictability that danced just beyond the veil of reason. Each instruction landed with the weight of judgment, forcing her to bear the brunt of their collective anxieties. Dr. Torres's focus sharpened as she absorbed the flurry of conflicting information, Max's sudden deviation resonating as a reverberation through the digital veins of their meticulously orchestrated event. Her thoughts raced even faster than her fingers, weighing options that seemed to evaporate as quickly as they formed. With a flick of her thumb, she initiated a series of override commands on the tablet, the flickering screens reflecting a manifestation of her internal battle. It was the persistent conflict between the cutting-edge technology she so revered and the organic flow of human creativity, the very heartbeat of artistry that could not be easily programmed or predicted. Meanwhile, technicians adjusted their consoles, fingers flying over keyboards in an effort to re-establish harmony between the art and its presentation. Outside, the crowd shifted in a tide of confusion, a ripple of whispers growing like a whispering wind before a storm. As Dr. Torres glanced toward the stage, her heart sank momentarily. The view from backstage painted a striking picture of an artist redefining boundaries amid the chaos he was crafting. Max remained resolute at the piano, his posture reflecting a calm defiance against the waves of interference that sought to corral him into a safer rhythm. The structure he had so diligently adhered to crumbled under the weight of creativity, and there was a freedom in that destruction, a clarity that left her both envious and awestruck. His deliberate melody, a throbbing heartbeat of rebellion, transcended the audience's confusion and took root in something much deeper. As the music soared beyond mere notes, Dr. Torres felt the undeniable magnetic pull of artistic genius. A longing for untainted expression surged within her. It juxtaposed her relentless pursuit of precision, creating an internal storm that threatened to tear her focus apart. She wondered if, perhaps, they were facing the dawn of an entirely new form of collaboration, an uncharted terrain where human emotion intertwined seamlessly with the algorithms designed to assist them. The cacophony of backstage tensions blended with the performance, mirroring a transformation playing out both in the spotlight and in the shadows. Technicians whispered hurriedly, panic coloring their discussions as they exchanged glances full of alarm and determination. Security personnel positioned themselves at the stage exit, bracing for the unforeseen fallout of a presentation veering off script. Yet, in the growing tumult, the audience began to shift. Confusion ebbed away, replaced with a collective realization that something raw and extraordinary unfolded before them. Whispers transformed into palpable energy, eyes widening in recognition of the artistry present in the chaos. The music pierced through their doubts, forging connections as they bore witness to Max's embrace of unpredictability, a vulnerability laced with authenticity that transcended the superficiality of expectation. With every daring chord that echoed through the concert hall, Max painted a picture of defiance, igniting a connection that drew the audience into the heart of his improvisation. As the performance reached its zenith, the uncertainty transformed into an overwhelming resonance, an appreciation for the beauty that resided in spontaneity. The standing ovation unfolded gradually, as if the crowd had collectively awakened from a dream, their cheers rising like a tidal wave ready to embrace the shore. And in that moment of unison, Dr. Torres felt her own heartbeat synchronize with the thrumming music, a melding of precision and artistry, of chaos and clarity, as the lights pulsed in rhythm with a rapturous connection ignited within the concert hall. The scene closed, leaving behind echoes of applause and recognition that would resonate far beyond the boundaries of a single performance, forever etching Max's defiant spirit into the fabric of an ever-evolving artistic landscape. Chapter 16: Echoes of Authenticity. The air in Maxwell Everhart's apartment shimmered with the cold light of holographic displays, casting a sterile glow over the sleek, metallic surfaces that surrounded him. Each pulsating hue ignited fleeting memories of a once vibrant creative spirit, now choked beneath the weight of algorithms and incessant notifications that ruled his existence. He paced through the space, his footsteps a measured, restless echo against the quiet hum of machinery, each sound a reminder of his profound isolation amidst technological advancements that alienated him further from the art he once cherished. As he glanced at the central console, a storm of alerts flashed relentlessly, a cacophony of demands clamoring for attention. Aria's modulated tone pierced the ambient air, calm yet insistent, her words lingering like a bittersweet reminder of his present reality. Recalibrating parameters, now. Her voice, designed to soothe and assist, sounded increasingly imperative in his ears, as if it were a prelude to an inevitable orchestral climax that he could not bear to conduct. Maxwell's hands trembled as they hovered over the console, a mix of desperation and defiance propelling him forward. In an act of rebellion, he pressed the power-off button on each device, silencing the incessant demands that threatened to drown him. The sterile atmosphere fell into a more profound silence, marked only by the fading glow of screens surrendering to darkness. Yet, in that brief, suspended moment, he caught sight of a crumpled note nestled among scattered papers on the table, a forgotten reminder of a past entanglement with a sponsor that now felt as alien as the technology engulfing his life. Its content, once an offer laced with hope, now reverberated through him as a painful reminder of his career's decline, a vestige of a once celebrated artist grappling with the cruel hand of irrelevance. With an unsteady breath, he gathered his coat, the fabric heavy against his shoulders, an embodiment of the weight of unfulfilled expectations. Keys clinked together in his pocket, echoing down the silent high-tech corridors like a dirge for the dreams that had flourished in more authentic spaces. Each curt step he took propelled him deeper into the vast emptiness of his life, a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos of his memories, leaving behind the flickering ghost of inspiration that felt impossibly out of reach. The apartment door slid shut behind him with a quiet finality as he stepped into the world outside, a realm where genuine creations still thrived, where the imperfect notes of life intermingled freely, resisting the sterile grip of perfection that technology wielded like a weapon against authenticity. As he approached Lily Everhart's modest apartment, nestled within a worn brick building, the muted strumming of an acoustic guitar drifted through a cracked window, wrapping around him like a familiar embrace. The sound was a stark contrast to the sterile silence he had just left behind, tugging at an unforgotten part of him that still yearned for the warmth of genuine artistry. He knocked on the door, the sound punctuating the low murmur of live music, as the rhythm from within hinted at an organic creativity flourishing in the shadows. The door swung open, revealing a narrow hallway adorned with faded concert flyers, their colors softly muted by time and memory. Handmade art clung to the walls, each piece a testament to the living spirit of creation that inhabited this space. Framed in the soft glow of a solitary overhead lamp stood Lily, her silhouette betraying a fusion of strength and vulnerability. She regarded him with arms folded, her posture unnervingly stiff yet brimming with unspoken challenge, as if daring him to step further into her world. Max cleared his throat, feeling his voice emerge as a tentative whisper amidst the lingering notes of the guitar. "May I come in?" His words hung in the air, imbued with a gravity that belied their simplicity. As she stepped aside with a curt nod, he caught a glimpse of the intimate sanctuary beyond, a vibrant retreat that seemed to pulsate with life, daring him to abandon his sterile comfort zone. The faint sound of an upright bass joined the guitar, resonating with a warmth that wrapped around him, inviting and haunting in its familiarity. With each step deeper into the space, Max felt the barrier between himself and his longing for authentic creation thicken, heightening the tension that coiled in his chest. Here, amid scattered instruments and the low glow of candlelight, he sensed the ghostly echoes of a past life where the struggle for artistic purity overshadowed technological perfection. As he crossed the threshold, an undeniable pull compelled him to explore the room's treasures. The vintage amplifiers and analog instruments nestled together in a tapestry of creativity, each object exuding a history that resonated with his own. Max allowed himself a moment of indulgence in the artistry that thrived around him, each flickering shadow whispering tales of resilience against the sterile fabrications of the modern world. The moment felt suspended, a breath caught between two realities, the cold embrace of technology and the warm, breathing pulse of genuine human expression. The cramped, dimly lit room thrummed with life, the air alive with the mingling scents of candle wax and the tang of creativity set free. Vintage amplifiers and a riot of instruments cluttered the space, weaving a rich tapestry of sound, guitar strings tuning, laughter bubbling, and whispered encouragement that flowed as freely as the music itself. Max lingered near the doorway, each note coiling around him, absorbing the vibrant energy that flickered in the soft candlelight, contrasting sharply with the sterile glimmers of his apartment. A small group of musicians had already gathered, their faces animated as they exchanged smiles and ideas, creating an intimate environment that felt alien yet inviting. Max's apprehension washed over him as he observed their camaraderie, each note a thread tying them closer together while underscoring his sense of isolation. The rawness of their talent sparked a longing within him, awakening memories of his own performances, the connection between artist and audience that had once thrived before the suffocating weight of industry expectations blurred his vision of authenticity. Amidst the collective hum, Lily stood at a rickety wooden table, adjusting her acoustic guitar with a meticulousness that spoke volumes of her dedication to her craft. Her fingertips danced across the tuners, an expression of intense focus that revealed her unwavering commitment to pure musical expression. Max felt the pull of her passion like a gravitational force. It encouraged him to step forward, to transcend the reservations that anchored him in place. When her eyes flicked to his, a spark of invitation ignited between them, illuminating the shared vulnerability that pulsed in the space. With a gesture of assurance, she motioned for him to join, her hand sweeping as though inviting him into the very heart of the collaboration. His heart quickened as he hesitated, an inner battle raging, yet the magnetism of her artistic spirit dissolved the barrier, and he made his way to the old keyboard nestled against the wall. Seating himself at the worn keys, he closed his eyes briefly, letting the ghost of familiarity wash over him, the tactile connection sparking a flicker of anticipation. Fingers brushed across the keys, tentative at first, as if testing the waters of the raw creative wellspring that was about to erupt. Lily cued a light percussive beat, and instinctively he responded, tapping out a counter rhythm that resonated with an unexpected pulse. As their sounds intertwined, her guitar weaving melodies while his keyboard accentuated the harmonic foundation, the performance began to take on a life of its own, evolving into an organic dialogue that felt at once refreshing and unfamiliar. The room vibrated with energy, each note shedding layers of their individual struggles, creating a raw, imperfect tapestry that transcended the mundane. This was artistry unfettered by the sterile constraints of technology, resonating with every listener in the space. As their duet built momentum, Max surrendered to the experience, the transformation of tension into a cathartic release enveloping him wholly. In that moment, surrounded by genuine creativity, he felt a stirring, an awakening of something long buried. The tangible clatter of real strings and keys echoed through the room, entrancing the audience, visibly moved, the sense of connection flourishing within the warmth of their shared vulnerability. What began as tentative notes blossomed into a vivid symphony of emotions, where each sound painted the room in shades of authenticity, unearthing not just a performance, but a profound reconciliation with his past, and the promise of rebirth within a world shaped by artistry, no longer chained to the cold grasp of technology. Chapter 17. Reclaiming the Melody. The conference room's glass walls refracted the cool, sterile light of an artificial sun, a stark backdrop for the tension that coiled around the polished oak table. At the head of this imposing structure, Max Everhart sat, a maestro facing an audience not of musicians but of suit-clad executives whose interests lay heavily on the commercial pulse of artistry. His fingers drummed lightly against the wood, echoing the metrical uncertainty of his thoughts, as he prepared to declare a defiance that felt both exhilarating and perilous. Arrayed before him were paper notes, each one meticulously aligned, a reflection of his meticulous nature, his years of training enveloped in a calculated calm. Just beyond the arc of the table, Connor O'Reilly stood in a fitted navy suit, the only nod to casualness his slightly rumpled collar. His ever-present easy warmth radiated towards Max, an anchor amidst the looming pressures. Meanwhile, Dr. Mia Torres, sharp-featured and composed, lingered by the digital display, tablet poised in her hands like a conductor waiting to raise the baton. As the moments passed in charged silence, the two sponsor executives, observers at this orchestra of ambition and anxiety, exchanged brief, measured looks. Their crisp suits and hard-edged features told stories of deadlines and market share, a language Max struggled to decipher as he prepared to assert his voice above their corporate undertones. "I will complete my next project without Aria's assistance," he declared, the words falling from his lips like notes on a grand scale. He expected silence, perhaps shock, but there was a dynamic energy that swelled the air, a discord that was both exhilarating and terrifying. One of the sponsors leaned forward, a frown darkening his features as his fingers drummed sharply against the table, tapping out the tempo of a warning. "That decision puts our contract at risk." His voice was steady, but the undercurrent was unmistakable, The unyielding expectation of compliance shimmered between the carefully constructed facades of corporate professionalism. Max felt a familiar twist in his gut, the sensation of creative chains forming around his ideas, tightening with each rhythmic pulse of the sponsor's fingers. It was a duel of wills, played out in the slight furrows of brows raised and lips pressed together in grim understanding. Could they ever comprehend the depth of his conviction, the hollowness of success devoid of authenticity? Connor's reassuring glance, though fleeting, carried an echo of solidarity, a momentary spark in the encroaching darkness of corporate deliberation. It reminded Max that while their worlds clashed in the pursuit of progress, he had not yet descended into isolation, not as long as he carried his friend's unwavering belief within him. From her position at the display, Dr. Torres, always calculating, interjected with a precise tone, "The metrics indicate that your work without technological assistance may attract a niche audience, but it risks alienation from a broader demographic." The starkness of her assessment lingered in the air, a dichotomy of empathy laced with corporate ambition. She was a maestro in her own right, conducting numbers and potential outcomes with an almost mathematical elegance. The sponsors exchanged glances, and Max could feel the unseen scales of power tipping uncomfortably. They saw him not as an artist, but as a repository of profit and data points. He tightened his grip on the table, willing the tremor in his hand to cease. They could not dictate the nature of his art, nor could they commandeer the depths of his creative spirit, even if the looming threats clouded his vision. "You talk about niche," he replied, voice steadier than he felt, "but art is not a market strategy." The words tumbled forth, grounded in a passion that swelled from somewhere deep within him. It is a truth rendered into sound. It cannot be distilled into analytics or orchestrated into corporate gain. The response ignited an unspoken tension, and for a fleeting moment, the polished facade of the room faded away, exposing the raw essence of the artistic struggle against industrialization. Max could feel his pulse quicken, and yet in that heartbeat he knew he stood on a precipice. Would he be the artist standing firm, or would he yield, blending into the faceless expanse of standardized composition? The discussion lingered on a thread of discontent, each word exchanged reinforcing the divide. Yet somewhere in the interstices of that conflict, Max felt a wellspring of resolve burgeoning. He was a musician first, before the industry transformed him into a product. As the meeting progressed, that truth coalesced in him, offering a fragile armor against the sharp edges of corporate compromise. In the throes of this verbal sparring, Max focused on the intent behind the scrutiny, recognizing that this was not merely about contracts, but about his very identity as an artist in an evolving world. The realization emboldened him, infusing each heartbeat with the cadence of rebellion. His gaze shifted to Connor, the warmth of their friendship offering a silent reassurance in the swirling tension. Max's eyes hardened with determination, the luminous threads of creativity intertwining with the complex harmonies of human experience. "Perhaps our contract needs to evolve as well," he mused aloud, his tone veering towards conviction. "Perhaps we can redefine what it means to create in this landscape, to truly stand for the artistry that remains untouched by the algorithms of commerce." The implication hung in the air, pregnant with possibilities, as Connor's steady nod mirrored the shift in Max's perspective. His resolve forged anew. He dared to envision a future where authenticity prevailed over mechanization, and somewhere, amidst the echoes of ambition and fear, the composer was finding his voice once more. The urban street throbbed with an energy all its own, a pulse that reverberated against the backdrop of soaring glass and steel. A playful juxtaposition of voices, laughter, and the scrape of instruments created a sanctuary amidst the corporate shadows. As small clusters of street musicians gathered near a graffiti-covered wall, Their camaraderie radiated like bright notes in a sonorous arrangement, reminiscent of a time when art thrived unbridled by the market's constraints. A handful of musicians huddled together, worn instruments cradled in their arms like cherished companions. The acoustic guitar, battered yet spirited, bore the scars of countless impromptu performances. A trumpet, tarnished but resilient, reflected the sunlight with an enduring glint. Each musician had woven a unique thread into the tapestry of sound that blanketed the street, a shared history of striving for expression, of bearing their souls under the unrelenting gaze of passing commuters. As they scrolled through a breaking news alert on a single phone, the announcement stirred the air, crackling with potential. "He's done what we all dreamed of," one musician said softly, his eyes brightening with an uncontainable mix of disbelief and exhilaration. The revelation of Max's decision echoed among them like a triumphant chord struck in a silent chamber, an idea that transcended the constraints of the conventional music industry and resonated with their unquenchable desire for authenticity. In that moment, the atmosphere electrified, their breaths synchronized with a fervent hope for validation that had long eluded them. The world, with its sprawling uncertainty, now seemed rich with possibility. A group of passers-by, oblivious to the deeper ramifications at first, stopped to record the moment on their smartphones, drawn by the melodic invitation that swelled from the gathering. The impromptu performance was not merely for an audience. It was a collective stand against a prevailing silence, a community united in support of their artistic hero. The vibrant scene swirled around a nearby food cart, the vendor balancing mismatched coffee cups, steam curling upwards, carrying with it the aroma of hope and the comfort of warm camaraderie. The faded paint on the cart could hardly mask the jubilant atmosphere, underscored by a hand-painted banner that fluttered gently in the evening breeze, proclaiming "Stand for True Art." Each stroke of paint told stories of resilience, defiance, and the hunger for genuine creativity. As music spilled forth into the twilight, the eclectic group of musicians found their harmony. Strumming chords collided with jubilant trumpet calls, creating an anthem of defiance that rang through the city's veins. Clusters of onlookers moved closer, letting the notes wrap around them like a warm embrace, becoming participants in something larger, a movement propelled not merely by the reverberations of sound, but by the profound connections forged through shared experience. The street began to swell with life, as whispers of Max's artistic revolt stirred conversations. His rejection of corporate shackles became not just a singular act of rebellion, but an incitement of spirit that galvanized those who wandered by, each person's heart echoing the sentiments that resounded in the musician's passionate performances. It was a celebration born from an understanding that art could transcend the boundaries imposed by industry, an understanding rooted deep in the common threads of aspiration and vulnerability. At that moment, the city began to exhale, an amalgamation of worries merging with exhilarating possibilities, creating a moment of clarity within the tumultuous cacophony of modern existence. The spontaneous gathering transformed the street into a sanctuary for the true art that had long been overshadowed by corporate agendas, a tapestry of voices raised in solidarity. The lingering notes cascaded through the atmosphere, leaving the collective breathless, each beat drumming in harmony with their shared resolve. As the night deepened, individuals began to disperse, but their hearts remained anchored to the empowering experience of solidarity, the bittersweet acknowledgement that although uncertainty loomed ahead, their voices could no longer be silenced. Small groups meandered into the twilight, the air charged with unanswered questions, yet buoyed by the resilient spirit of artistry that flourished against the harsh realities of commerce. In the waning light, the streets felt alive, alive with hope, alive with challenge, alive with the conviction that true artistry would always find a way to resonate, no matter the obstacles imposed by a world incessantly eager to categorize, commodify, and constrain. Chapter 18. The Human Element. In the dim embrace of his cramped studio, where the remnants of past triumphs lay scattered like the discarded notes of a forgotten symphony, Maxwell Everhart grappled with the echoes of his own discontent. The space was an intimate amalgam of torn sheet music, dusty awards, and memories steeped in the nostalgia of a once celebrated career now fading like the sunset beyond his narrow window. Against the far wall, a warped shelf bowed under the weight of mementos, trophies nestled in layers of dust, their gleam dulled by neglect. A reflection of the man who had once commanded the orchestral stage with grace and precision, he now recoiled from the tangible reminders of his former glory. Each crumpled sheet, torn and disheveled, whispered the themes of promises unfulfilled, like a symphony whose last notes had been swallowed by silence. Max's gaze drifted, tracing the darkening lines of his unfinished compositions, each note a testament to the turbulent swell of his creative aspirations. He slammed a stack of crumpled papers onto the battered wooden table that served as both a surface for dreams and a reminder of his failures. The delicate balance of artistry and industry weighed heavily on his spirit. Within the cramped quarters, it felt as if the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating his need for authentic expression. His fingers trembled as they hovered above the aged piano, a once vibrant instrument now marked by time's indifference. He pressed a key, the sound rattling through the still air like a ghost, stirring the memories of symphonies once alive with energy. Each note rang out, fragile and tentative, a reflection of his current state, half-hearted, faltering, lacking the resonance that had defined his past. Next to him, a glass of whiskey sat, its amber contents shimmering in the feeble light, a siren song calling to both comfort and oblivion. With a heavy hand, he lifted the glass to his lips, seeking solace in its burn as he sought to drown out the persistent buzzing of his phone. Alerts of AI-generated hits filled the space, an incessant reminder of the new era of music that had begun to overtake his craft. Each vibration echoed like a taunt, piercing through his moment of respite. Outside the narrow window, the world continued on its programmed course. Pedestrians moved in steady rhythms, their feet barely touching the ground, enveloped in the melodic embrace of AI-integrated headphones. They passed by, oblivious to the unfolding drama of a soul lost in transition, echoing the thoughts he was desperate to silence. Were they even aware of the lives lived beyond the confines of their curated playlists? Had they become so enmeshed in the comforts of technology that they, too, lost sight of the purity that existed in authentic human creation? Max shook his head, expelling the thought, though the feeling lingered like an uninvited guest. He pulled himself back to the present, letting the whiskey settle like a weighted cloak across his shoulders, grounding him in the murky depths of his reality. He could almost hear the subtle whispers of his past collaborations, the harmony of live musicians working in concert, the electric pulse of human creativity colliding and sparking new life. But those were the echoes of another era, and he feared their disappearance into the void of history. The buzzing continued, insistent and unrelenting, a technological echo that he had been actively ignoring. Each vibration bore the weight of expectations from a world that demanded relevance, demanding more than he believed he could give. He glanced at the device, its screen aglow with notifications and a cacophony of missed opportunities. For a fleeting moment, he felt the tug of obligation, the urge to engage, but something deeper rooted him in defiance. Instead, he cast his gaze back to the piano, fingers poised over the keys, wondering if the notes still remembered him. As silence settled again, he exhaled deeply, surrendering to the uncertainties of his journey. The unfinished chords resounded softly, a gentle counterpoint to the chaos outside, enveloping him in a bittersweet embrace. What did it mean to create in this new world, where the line between human expression and digital reproduction blurred? This question lingered unresolved, as he resolved to seek the answer not in the buzz of notifications, but in the restless rhythm of his own heart. In the heart of the converted loft studio, where the whispers of classical lineage intertwined with modernity, Maxwell Everhart stood for a moment at the threshold, allowing the atmosphere to envelop him. Exposed brick and gleaming instruments whispered tales of ingenuity, while the vibrant blending of their shared art beckoned him closer, prompting a longing for collaboration tempered by a hint of uncertainty. The studio flourished with a scattering of classical instruments, a time-worn piano, polished wooden violins, and the spectral silhouettes of brass winds. It contrasted sharply with the slick, metallic embrace of modern recording equipment, perched like sentinels among the time-honored treasures. Each element existed in a delicate balance, reminiscent of the art they both sought, yet so rarely found, a blend of authenticity and innovation, elegance and grit. He hesitated briefly before stepping into the space, aware that he was walking into a world dominated by fresh perspectives. Nina Martinez had cultivated a realm in which creativity was an act of defiance against the sterile structures of the music industry, and her energy resonated within the loft like the low hum of an orchestra tuning before a performance. He caught sight of her silhouette, the raven-black hair framing a face contoured with focus as she lovingly adjusted the fine strings of her well-worn violin, her movements fluid and purposeful. As she coaxed the instrument to life, the bow slid across the strings with precision, releasing notes that danced in the air, eager to inhabit the creative void. Max found himself entranced, rooted in the moment as he watched her translate her soul into sound, the melody unfurling like a delicate flower in bloom. There was no hint of the world's pressures, no aspiration to impress, just a fierce dedication to the art itself, a philosophy that tugged at something long buried in him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward the grand piano, unrolling the paper containing his rough musical sketches across the surface, their content pulsing with possibilities yet unrealized. The faint aroma of polished wood, mixed with the metallic scent of technology, created a rich tapestry of sensation that piqued his senses and set him on edge. As he began to play, his hesitant keystrokes blended with the notes spilling forth from the violin, finding a peculiar harmony. Their fingers hovered close, the piano and violin meeting in a tactile, charged proximity. Max's notes became the foundation upon which Nina layered her artistry, the two of them exploring the chasm between tradition and innovation. Brief statements punctuated their collaboration. "Try this note," she offered, her voice steady and encouraging as she repositioned her fingers on the strings. The simplicity of her command spoke volumes, layering trust upon their partnership as they navigated the intricate dance of sound. The tension of their different approaches hummed in the air like the very vibrations of the instruments. As the music began to unfold, so too did their connection, a meeting of minds beyond mere artistry. The clash of dissonance drew them closer, forging a shared pathway as they chiseled away at their individual barriers. "Let's pivot a little," Max proposed, his own voice measured yet filled with newfound zeal. "Can we infuse this phrase with a dash of jazz? Something unexpected?" He gestured, tapping a finger lightly against the keys, the rhythm rising like a surge from his depths. Nina tilted her head, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Jazz, huh?" Her smile revealed an adventurous spirit that matched his own reluctance to be confined to the parameters of their training. "Let's give it a go. There's a sweet beauty in the chaos." With that, she abandoned her classical roots for the moment, her bow dancing with spontaneity against the strings, encouraging Max to weave in bold and unpredictable threads into the tapestry of their sound. Together, they crafted an evolving narrative, the dialogue between piano and violin revealing themselves in bursts of laughter and joy, echoes of their artistic struggles disappearing into the harmony they birthed. An unexpected coherence emerged, resonating with clarity, a fusion of past and present, shaped by their genuine passion and desire for artistic integrity. As the notes lingered in the air, a soft veil of understanding settled between them, filling the once cavernous space with warmth and promise. In that intimate moment, time appeared to expand, inviting them to linger in the serendipity of creation. In the heart of that loft studio, they were no longer simply musicians striving to redefine their worlds, but kindred spirits bridging gaps through the universal language of music. In the gleaming confines of the media center, a stark realm of polished glass and sterile light, Dr. Mia Torres commanded the room from her podium, the air thick with anticipation. Behind her, high-definition screens flickered to life, presenting a parade of data and visual analysis, an imposing spectacle that contrasted sharply with the organic flow of artistry simmering in the spaces where music thrived. She stood poised, sharp-featured, and impeccably dressed in tailored business attire that spoke to her meticulous nature. Her gestures, precise and calculated, cut through the atmosphere like a conductor directing an unseen orchestra. The room was filled with technicians moving about, adjusting the lighting and angles to catch every facet of her presentation. Yet the gravity of her presence rendered their motions almost inconsequential against her compelling focus. Recent evaluations of Max Everhart's work revealed dangerously erratic behavior, she articulated, her voice strong and assured, echoing off the stark walls and illuminating the nuanced complexities beneath the surface of her words. Each statement weighed heavily as she addressed an audience whose collective breaths seemed to synchronize with her cadence. A dynamic interplay of art and industry was about to unfold. Behind her, the screens glowed, their graphs illustrating a dissection of Max's career, once resplendent, now marked with jagged, unsettling peaks that represented creative volatility. His earlier successes, captured in bursts of artistic expression, danced starkly against the evolving narrative of an artist struggling to adapt to a shifting paradigm, one increasingly characterized by artificial intelligence and mass consumption. Mia's analysis served as both a forensic examination and a proclamation. While historical data indicates periods of innovation, our current models suggest a regression, a fall from an esteemed status in the classical sphere into obscurity marked by inconsistencies. The focus of her gaze pierced the audience, imbuing her words with a relentless urgency that demanded attention. A soft murmur rose among aides stationed behind her, fingers darting over tablets, feverishly documenting her assertions and attempting to process the influx of information in real time. To them, her evaluations were not mere observations. They were the lifeblood of future strategies, the architecture of a narrative they would spin to manage the legacy of an artist whose brilliance was now veiled in uncertainty. Given these factors, we recommend immediate intervention, she continued, the weight of her implication hanging thick in the air. Forcing adaptation may involve re-evaluating not just his artistic direction, but the very essence of what it means to be an artist in an AI-driven age. The air hummed with tension, the contrast stark between her clinical outlook and the fluid, fervent creativity that existed in other realms, such as Max's world. As her presentation transitioned into the implications of their findings, cameras captured the sharp contours of her face, flashes illuminating the stark earnestness of her analysis. They reflected the collision between technological advancement and the nuanced reality of a man who had spent his life pouring heart and soul into his craft. A sudden realization pulsed through the room. The burden of her scrutiny was not merely that of an observer, but that of an architect dictating the contours of a future yet unwritten. Each word she issued could alter the trajectory of an artist whose name once drew crowds, but now echoed through the halls of history as a haunting question. With each deliberation of hers, it was clear that the world was leaning towards a cold embrace of quantifiable metrics over intangible artistry. As the live feed morphed into the press conference, with technicians rolling in the questions and topics of conversation surrounding the implications of Mia's assertions, an unresolved tension simmered, a dissonance as palpable as the notes drifting through Max's studio. In the quiet remnants of his studio, the remnants of chaos lingered like specters of creative unrest. Max Everhart sat at the piano, testing a series of imperfect chords, each note hovering in the still air, unrefined yet pulsating with unspoken potential, as he sensed a familiar presence enter without announcement. Helena Everhart moved methodically through the clutter, a gentle specter returning to the space that had once borne witness to their shared dreams. Her expressive eyes, still luminous with an artistic fire, flicked over the disarray as she deftly straightened crooked papers, restoring order in a realm where disorganization seemed to breed despair. She paused for a moment, gently adjusting a framed photograph that captured a memory from a happier time, a past rich with artistic ambition that still shimmered beneath layers of dust. Max felt a weight lift at her arrival, the comforting balm of familiarity intertwining with the tension that had enveloped him since their earlier exchanges in the studio. His fingers hesitated over the piano, longing to play the melodic stories that wove through his mind, yet grappling with the insecurity of his unfolding narrative. As if sensing the turmoil roiling just beneath his surface, Helena stepped closer, her hand coming to rest briefly on his shoulder, a quiet cue of support and understanding. The weight of her touch was grounding, conjuring the spirit of their collective history while binding them in an unspoken kinship that neither time nor distance could sever. Still wrestling with those notes, her voice was a gentle lilt, filled with warmth and an echo of playful reminiscence. More like fighting a battle I can't seem to win. He laughed lightly, yet it barely masked the underlying anxiety weaving through his expression. They come out scratchy and incomplete, lacking the soul they should carry. Helena observed him, her dark eyes searching for the glimmers of his old self, the artist who once breathed life into symphonies and whose heart pulsed with the rhythms of an era now transformed. Sometimes, it's in the imperfection where we discover our truest notes. Let's guide them together. Encouraged by her steadfast presence, Max continued, letting the sound emerge raw and unpolished, each chord played with the resonance of a story yet to be told. He found himself caught between their past artistry and the undeniable urgency of adapting to the present, a metaphorical bridge over waters that threatened to sweep him away. Helena, attuned to his struggles, leaned in, making quick practical adjustments as she silently guided him through a final review of the piece. Each adjustment she offered felt like a lifeline, tethering him to the remnants of what had once brought him joy. Try this, and remember the pulse of life, Max. Let it carry you through. With her subtle encouragement, the music flowed more freely, transforming the space around them. Where before the studio had felt stifling, it now breathed in time with the melodies emerging from the piano, an intertwining of voices, creating an unexpected symphony of shared possibility. As they played, the fleeting notes began to crystallize into something more cohesive, a hopeful reflection of their intertwined destinies. Through the churning uncertainty, they caught glimpses of a future defined not by the encroachment of technology, but by the inherent beauty of their connection to each other and the music they birthed together. Eventually, they paused, gazing at one another, the silence swelling with unspoken promise. "There's magic in these notes," Max declared softly, his conviction surging. "A fragment of what we've lost, but also a whisper of what can still be. Helena nodded, her lips curving into a tender smile as the world outside faded into the background. Together, they had carved a sanctuary from the chaos, a place where artistic integrity could flourish amid uncertainty. In that moment, beneath the layers of artistic longing and unresolved history, there existed the spark of hope, a bond strengthened through shared creation. They would redefine what it meant to create, one imperfect note at a time. Chapter 19: Shadows of the Past. In the dim refuge of his studio, Maxwell Everhart sat at his grand piano, arms folded, exuding an air of quiet defiance that masked the turmoil churning within him. Scattered around the room lay remnants of a past rich with creativity. Yellowed scores, a half-empty glass of whiskey glinting like a forgotten Acclaimed, while the sleek control panel of his AI companion pulsed with a soft blue glow, beckoning him into a world he feared was leaving him behind. He sat in a muted silence, the only sound the occasional creak of old wood and the gentle shush of paper. The light was low, shadows pooling in corners where creativity once thrived, now a realm of static nostalgia. The grand piano loomed large before him, a monument of his triumphs and failures, yet it felt foreign in its stillness. Memories brushed his mind, past performances where he'd conducted orchestras with a commanding presence, where his hands had flown over the keys, creating what was once considered timeless. Max's expressive eyes betrayed his contemplative nature, catching glimmers of the room around him. Each award hung like a ghost, whispering tales of once revered compositions, of standing ovations that had since faded into the echoes of yesterday. He could hardly recognize the man reflected in their gleaming surfaces. The weight of the control panel, a mere breath away, felt heavier than the glorious accolades that had adorned his walls, reminding him of the ticking clock of progress. His gaze drifted back to Aria, the sleek interface that symbolized a fusion of human and machine, art and algorithm. Here was the embodiment of his internal struggle, a tantalizing promise wrapped in fear. As he hovered his hand above the activation button, uncertainty coursed through him, an insistent ache of self-doubt threading through the fine fabric of his once unshakable confidence. What if the melodies that emerged from this cold interface would eclipse the warmth of his own creations? What if his authenticity, his carefully nurtured spirit of artistry, was destined to fade like those awards that now felt like gilded chains? In that moment of hesitation, the room seemed to hold its breath. Max felt the wood of the table beneath his fingers, the smooth, familiar grain grounding him in a moment when everything else felt illusory. He drew a steadying breath, recalling the passion that had fueled his early days of exploration through sound. It was time to confront this new frontier, to understand if Aria could harmonize with his spirit, or if it would ultimately drown it beneath its cold precision. With a sudden rush of resolve, he pressed the activation button, allowing the technology to emerge like a slumbering beast roused by his touch. The interface illuminated, casting a ghostly light that danced upon the scores strewn across the desk, reflecting the tension that crackled in the air. It was a vibrant blue pulse, echoing his heartbeat as if the device itself thrummed with latent creativity waiting for his command. A series of algorithm-generated notes began to play, washing over him like waves that churned his memories. The sounds were intricate, yet void of the emotional depth he so ardently cherished. Leaning forward, his fingers tapped an instinctive rhythm against the polished wood of the table, a meditative counterpoint to the mechanical symphony that unfolded. The notes surged, flowing and intertwining in a way that was both mesmerizing and unsettling. In their sequence lay mathematical perfection, yet they betrayed an absence of the human touch he had fought tirelessly to cultivate. Max's breath hitched. He focused intently on the screen, which displayed the mechanical notes that replaced his spontaneous compositions. Each sequence, though pleasing, felt as if it robbed him of something vital. In the precision of the digital notes, he discerned a disquieting clarity, a reminder of how easily beauty could be manufactured in a world that increasingly valued the sterile over the soulful. He could not shake the feeling that in surrendering to this new medium, he might erase the essence of what it meant to be an artist in the depths of a burgeoning age of technology. As the last notes faded into silence, a peculiar stillness enveloped him. The vibration of the sounds lingered in the room, yet it echoed the hollowness that had settled within his chest. He closed his eyes, allowing the haunting resonance to fill the void. Perhaps he had not fully given in. Perhaps he could carve out a space for the authenticity he so revered amid this digital awakening. His heart ached at the thought of blending the human with the mechanized, each pulse of a note interwoven with the quiver of his own breath. This was a new landscape, one where he would need to navigate the complexities of authenticity against the backdrop of unfurling innovation. In that fleeting moment, Max made a silent vow to himself. He would not abandon his artistry. Instead, he would seek a new synthesis, one that could embrace the music of humanity, infused with the unpredictable spark that defined the soul of creation itself. The rehearsal studio shimmered with a curious alchemy of modernity and nostalgia. Digital displays flickered against a backdrop of vintage instruments, a battleground where two worlds of creativity fought for dominion. As Maxwell stood near a cluttered workbench littered with cables and advanced devices, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was entering a realm designed for youthful exuberance, an arena where the future was summoned by those who embraced it with open arms. He took a deep breath, summoning the courage to confront the space that radiated with possibilities, while also amplifying the doubts that danced at the edges of his mind. The ambient sounds of the studio filled the air, a mingling of muted beats and the occasional chiming of notifications on digital interfaces. Each sound echoed the relentless pace of innovation, taunting him with their ceaseless evolution. With every heartbeat, he could feel the flicker of his own uncertainty, the question of his relevance flaring brighter as he prepared to unveil his latest creation. As he absorbed the energy of the studio, the door swung open with a flourish. Dylan Flynn entered, a bright star in the firmament of the music industry, a magnetic figure whose presence seemed to breathe life into the very walls. The young man was strikingly handsome, with his short-cropped platinum blonde hair catching flashes of light from the studio's glimmering fixtures. A smile danced on his lips, radiating the kind of charisma that captured attention effortlessly, compelling those nearby to look on with curiosity and admiration. "Hey, Max," Dylan called out, his voice infused with the kind of upbeat enthusiasm that suggested an ease of confidence. Max returned a nod, swallowing the rise of uncertainty that threatened to cloud his expression. The contrast between them was immediate and palpable. Where Dylan's aura pulsed with an almost electric fervor, Max felt tethered by the weight of introspection and doubt. "I need to show you something," he stated curtly, hoping to shroud the quiver in his voice with a facade of seriousness. Stepping closer to the playback device, he pressed play, unleashing the cascade of sound that erupted into the studio, an embodiment of his hopes and fears distilled into melody. The notes filled the air, each one a plea for validation, a yearning for understanding that he hoped would bridge the chasm between himself and the rising tide of change. He watched as Dylan crossed his arms, furrowing his brow while his gaze flickered between the device and Max's earnest expression. In that charged silence, time felt suspended, encapsulating the weight of their divergent approaches to art. As the last note hung in the air, Dylan pressed his lips together, an uncharacteristic stillness enveloping him. The silence stretched out, like the unturned pages of a manuscript laden with potential. "Maybe there's more to this than what I've been using," he finally remarked, his tone thoughtfully measured, the the spark of realization evident in his eyes. Max felt the knot of tension in his chest loosen ever so slightly, the acknowledgement reverberating through the space between them. "You're not ready to let go of the traditional approach," he offered, his voice tempered with a trace of hope. "There's a depth to it, a history that should inform how we proceed." "Sure, but," Dylan interjected, his enthusiasm flaring again, "isn't it just as important to embrace what's next? I mean, look at what AI can do. It's not replacing us, it's enhancing us." The brightness in his voice felt both invigorating and disconcerting, a light illuminating shadows Max wished would remain unexamined. "That enhancement can become a trap, you know," Max replied, leaning back slightly, watching Dylan's magnetic energy collide with the tremors of his own apprehension. "Art becomes less about raw emotion when it's subjected to algorithms." He gestured to the screens around them, a nervous gesture toward a future that felt increasingly unwelcome. "I hear you, but don't you see?" Dylan's eyes lit up with a fervor that bordered on prophetic. "This is how art evolves. We can take the essence of what we feel and amplify it. Don't you want to be part of that?" Max hesitated, the words hanging between them, illuminating the fundamental rift in their perspectives. The weight of his silence spoke volumes, reflecting a realization he had been reluctant to confront. Perhaps it was not merely Dylan's belief in the collaborative potential of AI that unsettled him. It was the dawning recognition that the artistic journey was no longer a solitary one. They lingered in that shared silence, each grappling with their convictions and the spaces in between. In that moment, they stood as both mentors and students, their paths irrevocably intertwined. What remained unspoken was the truth that lay ahead, a future where the harmonies of their artistic souls would either meld or clash in a world on the cusp of reinvention. As Max drove toward his old mentor's countryside studio, the landscape unfurled before him, each rolling hill and whispering tree seeming to echo the melodies of a time long past. Nestled among the verdant hills, the modest structure beckoned like a well-worn book, its time-worn instruments and pages of music clinging to the essence of artistry that once flourished there, a sanctuary from the chaos of a rapidly changing world. Arriving at the door, Max felt the anticipation mingle with unease in his stomach. The comforting familiarity of the place was a double-edged sword, dredging up memories of unvarnished creativity alongside reminders of his recent struggles. He inhaled deeply, letting the crisp country air wash over him as he knocked softly, almost timidly. The sound echoed within the stillness, drawing forth a life force that had long since weathered seasons and silenced time. "Max, my dear boy." The warm voice of his mentor enveloped him like a soft embrace, and the door swung open to reveal an inviting sight. The older man, dressed in a simple sweater and corduroy pants, stood beaming with the kind of genuine warmth that seemed to melt the chill in the air. His eyes twinkled with an understanding that made Max feel immediately at ease, a stark contrast to the tensions that had clouded his heart. "It's been too long," Max replied, allowing a smile to break through the weight of his worries. The two embraced, and the solid presence of his mentor steadied him like a well-tuned instrument ready to be played. They settled into the studio, lined with time-worn instruments, each telling stories of a past rich with artistry. Max carefully spread out several handwritten notes across the cluttered wooden desk. The scent of aged paper wafted up, rich with nostalgia, grounding him in the essence of creation. As he watched his mentor gently tap his fingers in rhythm against the table, Max felt the flicker of hope ignite within him once more. "Consider the scratch of chalk on slate," the mentor murmured softly, the statement like a whispered incantation amidst the crinkling of paper. "It's the beginning of something new, something that once seemed so foreign yet has the potential to become second nature. We mustn't fear the surface, we must embrace it." He retrieved an antique violin, cradling it with the reverence reserved for sacred things, and drew the bow slowly across its strings. The rich, warm tones filled the air, enveloping Max like a balm. In that moment, he jotted down notes on a nearby notepad, capturing the essence of his mentor's sound while processing the gentle guidance they exchanged. Each stroke of the bow felt as if it sculpted the very air they breathed, as if time stood still within the chamber, where generations of music had reverberated and fused with human emotion. "Max," the mentor said, pausing mid-note as he turned his wise gaze upon him, "creativity is a river, isn't it? At times the current may feel constricted by rocks of our own making, doubt, fear, change, but never forget, it is within those challenges that we find new tributaries to explore." As he absorbed the truth resonating in the older man's words, Max felt a shift within himself. This was not just a meeting of mentor and student. It was a convergence of two spirits dedicated to the pursuit of beauty, the quest to uncover music's deepest truths, even amid the seismic shifts of their craft. "I worry," Max admitted, the words tumbling forth like stones cast into the river of his mind, "that I am losing my place in the music I love. This new world, it feels like it is erasing what we stood for. What if I become relevant?" "Ah, but the essence of your art, dear Max, resides in your experience. It cannot be taken away by time or technology." His mentor's voice was calm yet firm, like an anchor amidst the tempest. "The river will always need its bends and curves. That is how it carves new paths. Think not of erasure, but of evolution." Max watched as the bow glided across the strings with practiced precision. In that subtle act, the mentor illuminated a path before him, one where he could redefine what it meant to be an artist. Every note became a signpost, each pause a question waiting to be answered. He recorded every word, soaking in the insights like a thirsty earth desperate for rain. In that modest studio filled with time-worn instruments, as the resonance of history mingled with the winds of change, Max found solace in the belief that the artistry they cherished could thrive in unexpected ways. They remained rooted in the soil of tradition. Yet as he ventured forth into an uncharted future, he began to see that new compositions might emerge not from abandoning his roots, but from deepening his understanding of the human spirit and its endless capacity for adaptation. The threads of past and future began to weave themselves into a singular tapestry of possibility, one where his voice could flourish in tandem with a technology that, rather than detracting from his essence, could deepen it immeasurably. As they continued their dialogue, each exchange drawing them closer to understanding, the shadows that once weighed on Max began to recede, unveiling a light he thought he had lost forever. The transformation of his craft beckoned like a distant shore, the melody of an uncharted symphony, whispering promises of rejuvenation and revival, as they delved into the profound labyrinth of creation together. Chapter 20: The Unfinished Symphony. In the heart of a time-worn studio, littered with unkempt scores and the remnants of a musical past, Max Everhart hovered over an old grand piano, a lone sentry amidst the scattered chaos. Each note he struck resonated like a whisper from another era, a call from the depths of his artistry, beckoning him to reclaim the resonance that had long since faded from the world outside. Dust motes danced languidly in a shaft of afternoon light filtering through an open window, caught in a delicate waltz, their fleeting existence echoing the life of the melodies Max endeavored to perfect. The piano, its finish dulled by time yet still majestic in form, stood as a testament to the struggles of its maker. He brushed his fingers over the keys, recalling a time when he filled concert halls with the grand orchestras that revered his compositions. But now, the digital age encroached with its relentless pulse, rendering him both a relic and a craftsman battling to reclaim significance. The room, steeped in the scent of aged wood and forgotten harmonies, became a sanctuary of sorts, fraught with memories of his artistic endeavors and the burdens they carried. Behind him, the documentary crew meticulously arranged their equipment, each camera standing sentinel like a pack of eager wolves, their eyes trained on the artist before them. With tripod legs firmly anchored on the scuffed hardwood floor, they exchanged curt nods and brief murmurs, creating a low hum that swirled around Max as he prepared to breathe new life into the instrument. They captured every deliberate keystroke and distant sigh, an artistic lifeblood transformed into data, each image a lifeline thrown to the currents of modernity, an attempt to preserve what was fading into obscurity. As Max carefully turned a tuning peg, he felt the familiar resistance, the push and pull, akin to an artist's struggle against the tides of irrelevance. It was a dialogue of sorts, this tuning. It spoke of both restoration and the harsh realities that had colored his career, where once brilliant notes became mere echoes of expectations. Each pitch, calibrated with painstaking precision, revealed the discord within himself, an inner tempest between artistry and adaptability. With each turn of the peg, he reflected on how much had changed since he first composed. A generation, now consumed by streaming algorithms and curated playlists, had forgotten the texture of live performance and the vulnerabilities intertwined in creation. Yet, as the piano sighed back to life under his hands, he found solace in the very act of manipulation, finding beauty amid the cacophony of modernity. His calloused fingers danced expertly over the keys, forging a conversation with the instrument, coaxing it back to resonance. The sounds that emerged from the piano were raw and haunting, each chord a reminder of the artistry that clung to existence even within the debris of digital life. The soft timbre filled the room, stirring a longing within him, a yearning for acceptance, for validation that would reaffirm his choice to remain loyal to tradition in an era hell-bent on novelty. Meanwhile, one technician leaned closer, adjusting the focus on a close-up shot of those very dust motes swirling gracefully, highlighting not only the aging piano, but also the battle lines drawn between the old and new. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension, as Max was acutely aware of every eye trained upon him, every moment being encapsulated as if by a spell of collective breath held in unison. Here, in the intimate embrace of his sanctuary, the remnants of a fading legacy clashed against the frenetic pulse of impending change. He closed his eyes for a fleeting moment, breathing deeply, as if searching for the lost embers of creativity that flickered inside him. He emerged renewed, letting the tactile sensation of the keys guide him deeper into the music he wished to reclaim. The documentary's presence faded into the background. The studio transformed into an incubator for authenticity, a stark contrast to the screen-slicked world beyond the fragile walls. As Max leaned forward, his heart attuned to the nuances of each note, he embraced the hope that lingered like the warmth of the fading sunlight. Artistry, after all, was never solely about its recognition. It was about the moments captured in solitude, the whispers exchanged with instruments that carried tales yet untold. And in that dimly lit room, the resonances of his labor intertwined with a burgeoning resolve to carve a space for himself amid the incessant evolution that loomed just outside the door, waiting, as always, for him to confront its uncertain embrace. The side room felt austere in comparison to the vibrant chaos of the studio. Its long oak table gleamed beneath fluorescent lights, cluttered with intricate technical diagrams that mapped out possibilities both exhilarating and unnerving. As the door swung open, Dr. Mia Torres stepped in, her polished business attire standing in stark contrast to the room's frenetic energy, a harbinger of a future Max hesitated to confront. The crisp sound of her heels echoed on the hardwood, a cadence of ambition ringing through the air as she approached the table, exuding an aura of confidence that demanded attention. Mia's sharp features, framed by shoulder-length chestnut hair, revealed the undercurrents of determination that pulsed within her. She maneuvered through the clutter with ease, setting down a sleek tablet with an almost reverential grace, its screen illuminating with the visual interface of Aria. "This version can offer even more creative control," she declared, her voice imbued with the authority of innovation itself. A glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes, a contrast to the more anxious gaze of the man standing opposite her. Max, who had been leaning over a sheaf of yellowed papers, hesitated, a sudden uncertainty knotting in his stomach. He glanced up, drawn to the screen displaying Aria's various functionalities, yet he could not suppress the instinctive shake of his head. An instinctive gesture shaped by years of wrestling with the evolving landscape of artistry. Each flicker of the tablet seemed to pulse with the vibrant rhythm of a world he resisted embracing. The iridescence of the device sat unnaturally against the more humble surroundings, an emissary from the future pressing upon him like a soft but insistent weight. Mia's posture remained unwavering as she observed his dismissive gesture, arms folded tightly across her chest, her expression unwavering, assessing. "You can't deny the potential for deeper collaboration," she pressed, her tone calculated yet tinged with an undertone of warmth. "Imagine the kind of music we could create together, free from limitations." "Free from limitations," Max echoed softly, barely concealing the bemusement creeping into his voice. The words tasted bitter on his tongue. He understood the allure she offered, yet within it lay a cacophony of compromise, a surrender of authenticity to algorithms and simulations. Or perhaps just another facade, another way to dilute the essence of what art truly is. The unyielding spark of challenge ignited in Mia's eyes. "Art has always evolved, Max. Technology doesn't diminish creativity, it enhances it. Look around. You're in a world where melodies and rhythms can be transcended with the right tools. Why cling to the past?" A quiet moment lingered in the air as Max processed her words, weighing their significance against the swirling uncertainty in his heart. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, feeling the relentless tempo of her conviction clash against his melancholic nostalgia. "Perhaps," he admitted, carefully choosing his words, "but some of us see value in the raw and the unfiltered. Isn't there beauty in imperfection, in the tangible struggles that shape the soul of music?" His tone carried the weight of unspent longing, the crevices of his artistry laid bare, revealing a profound respect for the flaws that made each creation unique. He yearned for her to understand that artistry, in its purest form, was entwined with the pulse of humanity, chaotic yet exquisite. But the more he spoke, the more he felt the distance grow between them, an invisible chasm rooted in their disparate worlds. "Why must you view this as an us versus them?" Mia asked, her voice gaining momentum, layers of frustration intermingling with determination. "You could lead the charge into this new era. Imagine your compositions being enhanced, not diluted. The new technology doesn't erase your legacy, it augments it." A brief silence encased them, both grappling with their convictions in a sparring match of philosophy. The camera crew watched, documenting the interplay, their presence a palpable reminder of the world shifting like the very tectonic plates of the industry beneath their feet. Max felt the gravity of the moment swell, merging personal ambition with an existential inquiry into what it meant to create. He stared at Aria's interface, animated patterns swirling across the screen like whimsical notes teasing a harmony he feared he might never find. "Maybe," he finally replied, voice steady but laced with the hint of vulnerability, "but only if I'm sure it doesn't swallow me whole." Mia's face softened slightly, the intensity of the moment tempered by the acknowledgement of their intertwined fears. She slowly gathered her tablet, its glow dimming with her movements. "Just consider it, Max," she urged gently, an ember of understanding crackling between them. "I believe you can innovate without losing yourself." As she strode toward the door, Leaving behind an intangible tension that lingered in the air, Max remained rooted at the table, contemplating the paths diverging before him. The contrasting specters of creativity and technological advancement battled for supremacy in his mind. As he stared at the remnants of their conversation, a storm brewed beneath the surface, a whisper of hope wrestling with the shadows of doubt that swirled within him, uncertain of which path to forge ahead on. In the confines of a modest, dimly lit apartment, instruments lay scattered like dreams abandoned in the wake of modernity. Handwritten notes adorned the walls, testifying to a lifetime of musical reverie. Max awaited the arrival of a spirit unlike any other. Lily, who embraced a brand of creativity too bold for the polished veneer of the contemporary music scene, ready to weave her authenticity into the very fabric of his reality. When she finally arrived, Lily Everhart seemed to breathe life into the room. Clad in worn vintage clothing that looked as if it had traversed decades, she exuded a palpable energy, her raven-black hair a tangle of wild abandon. Those piercing blue eyes sparked with a determination that both intimidated and exhilarated him. She moved with an uninhibited grace, her very presence a counterpoint to the sterile atmosphere of technology and artifice he had recently confronted. "Let's get this jam started," she declared, her voice infused with the raw enthusiasm that lit up the room more brightly than any flickering bulb could. As she pulled a battered suitcase from behind her, the anticipation of creation fluttered in the air around them, like notes waiting to be played. With an almost theatrical flair, she began unpacking her treasures: an acoustic guitar, a harmonica, a collection of unconventional instruments that would amplify their synergy. Each piece carried its history, marked by wear and the echoes of past melodies, instilling a sense of nostalgia that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. The air filled with an unshakable promise as Lily arranged the guitar beside Max's upright bass. As they positioned themselves side by side, an invisible tether drew them together. Max adjusted his posture, barely conscious of the world falling away around them. They exchanged a glance, each contemplating the musical journey ahead. "What do you want to play?" he asked, feeling a ripple of excitement bloom between them. "Let's try something raw," she replied, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as she strummed a few tentative chords. The sound emerged, rich with the warmth of authenticity, echoing their shared aspiration for the genuine spirit of music. Max's fingers settled instinctively on the bass strings, countering her rhythm with deliberate plucking. They explored the melody together, Lily's hands guiding Max's effortlessly. Their styles began to meld, the freedom of her strumming intertwined with the structured pulse of his bass notes. It was as if time danced around them, the walls of the apartment vibrating with each fleeting harmony they birthed together. Each passing note propelled them deeper into the soundscape they were constructing, woven from their shared passion. Max found himself captivated by the intensity of Lily's expressions, how she closed her eyes and poured every ounce of her spirit into the music. In those moments, she became a conduit for the very essence of artistic authenticity, challenging everything he thought he knew about collaboration. The sincerity of her raw talent stirred something deep within him, a longing to embrace a new form of creation unfettered by expectations. The handheld camera panned slowly around them, capturing their synergy in delicate detail, the soft clink of instrument cases punctuating the air as they shared ideas, laughter spilling into the space like a burst of sunlight. Off camera, a voice whispered, "Let's try it raw," encapsulating the essence of their endeavor with a simplicity that was profoundly liberating. They flowed seamlessly, the tension of recent events dissolving within the swell of music. Max, emboldened by the authenticity of Lily's artistry, found himself exploring chords he had once dismissed, each vibration liberating a cascade of unfiltered emotion. With each passing moment, He shed the layers of expectation, every digitized remnant of the past, embracing the organic energy that enveloped them. "Just feel it," Lily encouraged, her own focus unwavering as they navigated the swell of sound. "Let go of everything else." In that moment, they transcended the confines of their respective legacies, two souls creating a new reality, free from the constraints of the world beyond these walls. Music flowed through them, a fluid expression of their shared journey, each note resonating with promise and passion. Their creative spirits intertwined, generating melodies that encapsulated the very essence of humanity, the sweat, the struggle, and the unapologetic joy of being. The session crescendoed into a spontaneous jam, their notes colliding in an explosion of vibrancy, the sound blooming and enveloping them in its embrace. They lost themselves to the moment, riding the waves of their collaborative passion. It was no longer merely about creating, it was about being, a testament to their artistic souls connecting in a world of shifting sands. Finally, as the last notes faded into the ether, a quiet settled over the apartment. The instruments lay still, but resonated with an afterglow, a gentle reminder of the magic that had just unfolded. Max glanced over at Lily, who caught his gaze, her expression one of awe mingled with satisfaction. "That was incredible," he breathed, the weight of his past slowly lifting as he embraced this newfound connection. In this intimate moment, he recognized that the purity of their artistry transcended any limitations set by technology. It was here, in the simplicity of shared music, that they found hope, the promise of artistic integrity, alive and breathing anew. And in the dim light of the apartment, filled with mismatched instruments and the remnants of unfiltered expression, Max felt a flicker of resolve ignite within him. No longer bound by the fear of becoming obsolete, he embraced the future, both the unrelenting advance of technology and the intrinsic beauty of unrefined creativity. Perhaps there was room for both worlds, woven together by the art that thrived within them. Chapter 21: Harmony Restored. The venue pulsated with duality, a paradox where the glowing efficiency of modernity entwined with the raw essence of antiquity. He stepped forward, the smooth surface of the stage inviting yet intimidating, and felt the weight of all eyes upon him. The dichotomy of sleek LED panels whispering promises of innovation against the sturdy grit of exposed brick echoed in his chest, where every beat played a symphony of anxiety. To his left, a flickering holographic display offered glimpses of an audacious future, while to the right, rustic wooden beams framed the tangible history he longed to honor, even as it seemed to slip further away with each passing moment. Max Everhart advanced into the spotlight, adjusting his tie with a measured hand that betrayed an uncharacteristic tremor. The movement, once second nature, felt labored under the scrutiny of an audience expectant yet silent. This space, this mixture of the old and the new, seemed to encapsulate his very existence, a man caught between the glory of the past and the unknown demands of tomorrow. With practiced precision, he approached the grand piano at center stage. There, in the delicate embrace of polished wood and ivory keys, lay his lifeline, but tonight the weight of authenticity clung to him like a lead cloak. As he placed his hand on the keys, they felt both familiar and foreign, as if mocking his intent with their serene appearance, masking his escalating doubts. The slight pause before he struck the first chord felt eternal, suspended in time like the fragile tension of drawn strings ready to snap. A quick, almost imperceptible clearing of his throat echoed in the quiet hall, accompanied by the fading murmur of expectation from the audience, now hushed. His heart raced, visible in the trembling of his fingers. Each moment resonated with the ghost of his once celebrated career. Had it truly been the right choice to return to this arena, so reshaped by the imperious encroach of technology? The ambient light, cast over his well-worn expression, revealing not only the distinguished features that time had graced him with, but also the unmistakable shadows of doubt etched into the corners of his eyes. He could feel them, the glances, the shifting in seats, an audience collectively holding their breath, their anticipation sharpening to a fine point. And as he inhaled deeply, surrendering to the music that had both defined and constrained him, a single note rang out, carried by a momentary falter in technique. Each subsequent note swirled into the air, imbued with the weight of his unresolved feelings, and within that fleeting imperfection lay his most genuine expression, an embrace of both artistry and vulnerability. As his fingers danced across the keys, the notes emerged with exquisite sorrow, echoing through the hall, rising and falling like a heartbeat. An emotional tapestry was woven, melancholic chords spiraling into intricate melodies, each note unraveling the complexity of his soul. But the irony of it struck him painfully. The more he sought perfection, the more fractured his art became. The gaps in his playing felt audibly sharp, reverberating through the audience, now rapt with attention, but aware of the frail imperfections that defined his performance. Max's mind drifted momentarily from the stage to memories tucked away in dusty corners, mingling with the rhythmic pulse of his creation. This was where he felt most alive and yet most haunted, on the cusp of something deeply personal and so publicly scrutinized. He grasped for clarity in each melody, only to find himself tumbling into the depths of what had once felt so free, now a labyrinth constricted by expectation. The audience remained fixated on him, their stillness punctuated by the slight inhale of a breath shared among them, a silent acknowledgement that something profound stirred within the performance. A few faces glistened in the soft light, eyes wide with an appreciation that was palpable, while others whispered secrets to one another, the intimacy of their observations creating a cocoon of judgment around the artist. Within that spotlight, Max found a chaotic haven, a stage transformed into a vessel of revelation, where vulnerability interlaced with the mastery he had honed over decades. And just as he thought he had begun to find his footing, to reclaim the precision he once possessed, a falter, a tremor in his hand, interrupted the fluidity of the composition, the minor dissonance swallowed by the sound waves that hung heavy in the air. Yet, to Max, the fault did not detract but added a layer of humanity to the experience. Each mistake cradled the fragility of being human. Here was art stripped to its core, truthful, unrefined. As he descended into the bridge of the piece, layering harmonies atop each other like delicate whispers, merging into a haunting chorus, he could feel a strange sense of ease, an acknowledgement of the fallibility that had been creeping upon him, loosening the tether of perfectionism just a fraction. And for a brief instant, there was clarity amid the chaotic interplay between audience and performer, as the weight of expectation momentarily slipped away. With the last note fading softly, he sat back, hands resting on the keys, and allowed the echo of his heart to resonate in the silence that followed. His brow furrowed in contemplation, hoping to regain what he once had, finding solace in knowing that even the greatest musicians often played not just for the applause, but for the unfiltered truth of the moment. Just as the final echoes of the piano drifted into the still air, the side door slid open, ushering in a breath of fresh energy. Lily Everhart stepped forth, her vintage leather jacket catching the dim light, defying convention with each purposeful stride. She moved with an unabashed grace, a testament to her years spent performing on street corners, blending rebellion with authenticity that sharply contrasted the sleek lines and calculated decor of the venue. As she entered, whispers danced through the audience, curiously drawn to her presence, some unable to suppress their interest in the unmistakable aura she radiated. Her raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face lit with fervent conviction. The piercing blue of her eyes sparked like fire, igniting the already charged atmosphere. With each step towards the stage, her calloused hands brushed against her acoustic guitar slung casually over her shoulder, an extension of her spirit, reflecting the countless hours of impromptu sessions and raw artistry that defined her existence. Positioning herself near Max, who remained at the piano, she settled into an unyielding stance. A brief moment passed, charged with an electrifying recognition as their gazes met. A nod exchanged in silence encapsulated years of history and unsaid words, each understanding the intricate relationship that tethered them despite the ebb and flow of their artistic paths. There was no need for a vocal greeting. In this shared world of music, their connection spoke louder than any sentence. As Max continued his set, the delicate notes of the piano faded momentarily, paving the way for the first crisp strum of Lily's guitar strings. The sound rang out, raw and unfiltered, as if heralding a declaration of creative freedom. She infused the space with the spirit of unrestrained expression, weaving a tapestry of sound that intertwined with Max's own melodies. Their artistic styles, seemingly distinct, began to blend into a singular voice that reverberated throughout the room, each note cascading into the next. In perfect synchronicity, they established a delicate balance, Max's classical grace intertwined with Lily's earthy strumming. Every minor mistake that had haunted Max just moments before melted into the soundscape, becoming a thread of vulnerability rather than a flaw. Max's hand, once uncertain, found a new rhythm alongside Lily's confident guitar riffs, embracing the imperfections that lent authenticity to their collaboration. This was not merely a performance, it was an unfolding dialogue, a conversation expressed through notes and harmonies. Lily's fingers danced over the strings with fervor, her body swaying gently, feeling the music pulse beneath her skin. The energy flowed back and forth between them, amplified by the shared vulnerability in their imperfections. It was in those moments where technique faltered and stumbled that something truly magical emerged. Each instance of human error elevated rather than diminished their performance. The audience became witnesses not just to a spectacle, but to an intimate communion of spirits, momentarily unified through art. With each chord that rang out, a palpable electricity sparked in the air, coursing through Max and Lily alike. Their eyes occasionally flicked to one another, silent affirmations shared, where words would only complicate the ease of their entwined melodies. The moment seemed to stretch, time suspended in a fragile embrace, allowing their souls to mingle freely amidst the sound. As they reached a crescendo, the music swelled around them, inviting the audience into their world, a whirlwind of passion, uncertainty, and raw creativity. The subtle ebb and flow of their styles harmonized beautifully, giving life to the rawness of their expressions. What began as a solitary endeavor for each artist transformed into a dialogue imbued with layers of meaning and connection, resonating deeply in the hearts of those who watched. Max felt liberated, releasing the burdens of self-doubt that had weighed him down, while Lily, ever the rebel, found warmth in the solidarity of his presence beside her. Together, they painted a sonic landscape that stretched far beyond the confines of the venue, a testament to the enduring power of artistry. The final notes hovered in the air, echoes of their collaboration intertwining, swirling together before gracefully fading into silence, leaving both performers and audience breathless, suspended in the beauty of shared vulnerability. Dr. Mia Torres leaned forward in her high-tech chair, a world of analytics enveloping her like an invisible shield. Her sharp features, framed by shoulder-length chestnut hair, portrayed the keen awareness of a business executive in a polished blazer. As she surveyed the stage, her posture radiated focus, the intensity in her brown eyes fixed unblinkingly on the unfolding performance that blurred the boundaries of artistry and technology. To her, the blend of melodic notes and raw strumming ignited a curiosity at the intersection of human creativity and engineered innovation, a realm where she often found herself dwelling between ambition and idealism. At first, Mia's mind dissected every aspect of what she observed: the interplay of lighting, the precision of the performance, and the shifts between the two artists, translating her analysis into invisible equations that lay beneath the surface. Yet, as she watched the intricate chemistry of the duet evolve, she could not help but feel the swell of something more visceral encroach upon her calculations. The dichotomy between her professional detachment and the raw emotion of the stage reverberated, stifling her ability to maintain a wall of skepticism. As Max and Lily enveloped the space in a wave of music, she found her meticulously crafted barriers beginning to crumble. The simplicity of their exchange, expressed without pretense, unfolded in unexpected ways, sweeping through her with the force of a revelation. Her posture began to relax as she mirrored the swelling notes, subtly acknowledging the power of their artistry. The moment felt magnetic, each chord igniting a spark of unanticipated resonance within her. Mia's eyes softened, now reflecting the growing realization that artistry held an unquantifiable value beyond metrics and algorithms. She shifted her posture, uncrossing her fingers that had been tightly clasped, revealing the previously guarded intellect that slowly yielded to the allure of the musical exchange taking place before her. The air crackled with each intertwining sound, enveloping her senses in a euphoric tapestry that she hadn't anticipated finding herself lost within. As the music reached its crescendo, Mia's heart beat in synchrony with the artists on stage. The division between her analytical mind and her emotional self was collapsing into the richness of the moment. The echoes of imperfect notes found their place amidst the swell of emotion that surged through the audience. With every breath taken, she absorbed the atmosphere, a kaleidoscope of reactions framed in astonishment and admiration, palpable in the soft light surrounding them. She caught glimpses of the audience, a tapestry of faces that resonated with approval and joy, celebrating the imperfections that bloomed beautifully in the fabric of creativity. This was no longer mere performance. It was a shared experience that wrapped around them like a warm embrace, inviting every soul present to partake in the act of creation, recognition, and catharsis. As the final note fell into silence, the rapture held its breath, teetering on the brink of emotion. Mia watched as the applause erupted wild and raucous, reverberating throughout the space like a heartbeat taking its first breath. There was no escaping the wave of respect that washed over her, a reluctant acknowledgement of the visceral connection forged between the performers and their audience. In that moment, the cold, calculated barriers she had built around herself thawed in the aftermath of such a sincere display of artistry, art that thrived in its raw imperfection. The camera flashed, catching Mia in the shimmering light, her composed features briefly cracking, revealing an authenticity that whispered her newfound appreciation for the space where art intertwined with human experience. In the shared applause, she too clapped, an acknowledgement of the genius that lay in both simplicity and complexity, a moment that would linger far beyond the echoes of the evening. Chapter 22: The New Composition. As he stepped off the stage, the cacophony of applause receded into a distant memory, swallowed by the humming chorus of neon lights and the industrious chatter of a world unfurling behind him. Max Everhart stood amidst the clutter of electronic displays and fervent industry representatives, feeling the resonance of the performance still buzzing within him, as though the notes lingered in the air, bound to the memory of human expression that pulsed vibrantly through the throngs of observers now fading into obscurity. The backstage corridor seemed to stretch infinitely, a chaotic labyrinth cluttered with blinking screens relaying the latest industry gossip and digital innovations, threatening to eclipse the soul of music itself. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the sharp tang of electric excitement, and Max could feel the weight of their scrutiny settling upon his shoulders as he maneuvered through the throng. Each well-pressed suit and bright-eyed face bore a different expectation, each new handshake holding the promise of collaboration or a quiet encroachment upon the sanctity of his art. It wasn't long before a suited agent stepped forward, extending a business card that glinted under the harsh fluorescent lights, his handshake firm yet amiable. "Your performance tonight reaffirms the value of raw human expression," he stated, a smile etched across his features that felt rehearsed, crafted for consumption in this relentless marketplace of art. Max accepted the card, studying the words on the glossy surface, a lifeline tossed amid a sea of impersonal algorithmic offerings. A ripple of greetings cascaded around him, representatives clamoring for his attention, each offering intertwined with vague possibilities and opaque motivations. With every nod, every exchanged contact detail, Max felt himself traversing the delicate balance between his steadfast dedication to genuine artistry and the encroaching shadow of technological ease threatening to dilute its essence. Conversations flowed in rhythmic beats, punctuated by the occasional exuberant pitch for collaboration, their earnestness at times lost beneath the reverberating echo of a deeper uncertainty that burrowed into his chest. He forced a smile as he tapped his phone to check incoming messages, the buzzing device reminding him of the constant updates that accompanied this modern age. Words, sometimes weighed down with expectation and sometimes bathed in hope, scrolled before him. Yet each illuminated screen, while vital to success, served only to amplify his latent anxiety. He briefly glanced toward the side door, the tantalizing silence beyond promising a retreat into quieter introspections where the intrusive demands of the industry receded. As conversations swirled and melded into an indistinct hum around him, Max couldn't help but ponder the dichotomy of the world he had so painstakingly forged in his music, where precision met heart, where flaws told stories far richer than polished perfection. Would this dynamic equilibrium persist amidst the relentless march of progress? The question lingered, as disquieting as a dissonant chord held too long. He was aware, acutely so, of the choice facing him, how he might either adapt or risk fading into an obscurity reserved for the relics of art that remained trapped in the past, murmuring their truths only to the ghosts of an earlier era. Yet, for all the tumult enveloping him, there existed a flicker of hope. A part of him reached for that quiet door, imagining the softer resonance of his own melody, the human heart beating steadily in time with his solitary notes outside the grasp of calculated efficiency. Each agent's pitch bounced around him, a flurry of connections and chances that held no small allure, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that real creativity lay beyond this vibrant spectacle, hidden perhaps within the silences that fell like shadows around the brightness of his outward existence. Sunlight filtered through the large windows of the modest studio, dancing off the worn wood and illuminating the myriad instruments that inhabited the space, a gentle testament to the past and a hopeful beacon for the future. In this light-filled sanctuary, Max Everhart prepared to guide a small group of eager young musicians, each one animated by dreams yet tethered to the weight of uncertainty in a world where technology dominated their art. Scattered sheets of music clung to the surfaces, mingling with well-loved vintage instruments that bore the imprints of countless hands, remnants of songs that whispered stories of their own. The walls seemed to breathe in tandem with the vibrancy of the atmosphere, resonating with the warmth of creativity that pulsed within the studio. Young musicians had claimed this space, their nervous energy coalescing into palpable excitement, a testament to the nurturing environment Max had fostered. As he surveyed the group, he observed the unique personalities that animated the room. A fiery young woman, her hair a mass of unruly curls, leaned over a guitar, as though it held the answers to the universe. A bespectacled lad fidgeted with a violin, his fingers trembling with the dual burdens of hope and apprehension, while a quiet boy with tousled hair settled behind the piano, the gentle optimism in his gaze suggesting a hidden depth of expression. Each reflected a fragment of potential, awaiting the spark that Max was poised to ignite. Max approached the grand piano, his fingers hovering above the keys, moments before he released a delicate sequence of notes that hung like glistening raindrops in the air. He gestured toward the acoustic guitar set upon a weathered table, his hands guiding the young musicians toward the innate artistry that could flourish when harnessed through discipline and authenticity. Focus on the live resonance, not what you see on a screen, he instructed, the cadence of his voice woven with conviction. Demonstrating a series of techniques with a practiced precision born from decades of experience, he watched as his students leaned closer, captivated by the music spilling forth, a rich tapestry of sound punctuated by emotion, each run filled with imperfections that only heightened its beauty. They absorbed his every movement, their collective awe shifting into an unspoken bond as they exchanged brief, appreciative smiles amid the rippling harmony that engulfed them. A girl beside him stifled a giggle, her nerves entangling in the presence of this unlikely connection, as applause emerged spontaneously from a couple of the other students, their hands clapping together in a moment of shared enthusiasm. The sound echoed off the studio walls, mixing with the still vibrating piano strings to create an almost tangible aura of encouragement. For that fleeting moment, the looming specter of their digital counterparts faded, and in its stead, the essence of authentic artistry felt both liberating and vital. With each imperfect run, Max demonstrated the significance of embracing flaws. Their audacity had the power to breathe life into creation, to tell stories that remained inaccessible to the sterile efficiency of technology. He could sense the shift within the room, a collective rising tide of inspiration swelling beneath the surface, beckoning them to join him on this voyage of exploration. As he concluded his demonstration, the students erupted into spontaneous applause, their eyes sparkling with appreciation and budding confidence. "Now," he offered with a gentle smile, "let's hear your voices. Explore the music that flows within you. Remember, it thrives beyond the touch of technology. It lives in the moment, waiting to be captured." The challenge resonated with each of them, carving a pathway forward for self-discovery as they gathered their instruments, hearts swaying with anticipation. Max leaned back, contented, observing the flicker of creativity igniting in his students, reaffirming in that moment his belief that authenticity would never be relegated to mere nostalgia but remained an unquenchable flame amid a world that often overlooked its profound significance. The polished glass table gleamed beneath the weight of digital schematics and printed proposals, reflecting the bustling energy of the city sprawling beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Within the confines of the sleek conference room, Max Everhart sat across from Connor O'Reilly, surrounded by the intricacies of a music industry in transformation, each detail sparking conversations both daunting and essential. Connor's friendly demeanor set the tone, a warm contrast against the sharp angles of the room. "We have a chance to redefine creativity through ethical eye use," he began, tapping a pen against the glossy document laid out before them. His enthusiasm for the subject was palpable, an infectious current that vibrated through their established friendship. A veteran of the industry, Connor had always possessed an innate ability to see opportunity where others faltered, bridging the past with the future while nurturing connections that transcended mere business. Max, however, remained stoic, absorbing the information while battling the inner tempest roiling beneath his quiet surface. His expressive eyes, sharp and observant, flicked toward the city below, the pulse of life below providing a backdrop to their unfolding dialogue. Connor's optimism contrasted sharply with Max's introspections. Each frame of the glass-walled world outside reflected a relentless march forward, an advancement that left the ghosts of creativity's essence haunting the fringes. Consider how technology has the potential to expand artistic boundaries, Connor continued, his enthusiasm rising. Imagine integrating AI to generate possibilities beyond our limitations. We could create something profoundly innovative. He gestured animatedly toward the projection of schematics, illuminating various projects, excitement etching his features. Max interjected, his tone thoughtful, but at what cost? To replace the depth of human experience with algorithmic outputs seems counterintuitive. The very nature of art, of what we strive to express, threatens to dissolve beneath a slick veneer of computational efficiency. His words carried the weight of conviction, each syllable steeped in concern for the artistry he so deeply revered. Connor's smile wavered slightly, adjusting to the gravity of Max's reservations. I hear you, Max. The essence of art is rooted in emotion, in the humanity behind each note. We can't allow technology to erase that. My intention is to find balance, to harness AI as a tool, not a replacement. The conversation flowed, each exchange like a careful composition layered with complexity, revealing both men's hopes and fears. They explored the possibilities while navigating the terrain of their perspectives, Max firmly grounded in the tradition of artistry, and Connor extending a hand toward adaptation and growth. For every suggestion of technological integration that sprang forth, Max countered with reflections on the art's sacredness, punctuating their exchange with poetic wisdom grounded in years of creation. He voiced anecdotes from his own past, recounting moments when imperfections had sung louder than perfection, moments that had forged connections unachievable by mere mimicry. Connor listened with attentiveness, nodding in response, carefully absorbing Max's insights with genuine respect for his artistry and spirit. As the hours slipped by, marked only by the bustling backdrop of life outside the expansive windows, a blend of understanding and determination crystallized in the space between them. They delved deep into the fabric of artistry, laying a foundation for a partnership that would meld their divergent views into something greater than either had envisioned. When the meeting neared its conclusion, Max leaned back, a lingering sense of uncertainty hanging heavily on his heart. He felt the emerging threads of hope dance amidst the shadows of resignation, considering how each nuance they had discussed carried the potential to shape the future. In that moment, their conversation crystallized the delicate tension between maintaining authenticity and embracing the unavoidable change of an industry evolving beyond recognition. Yet, within Connor's unwavering gaze and the light of shared ambition, Max perceived a spark, a glimmer of collaboration that might pave the way for a new kind of artistry, one that balanced the emotional weight of creation with the advancements of an unprecedented era. As they began to gather their documents, he knew the journey ahead would not be easy, but it might hold the possibility of forging a path that honored both tradition and innovation. The soft glow of the studio illuminated a space rich with the history of creativity, a sanctuary where ideas took form and emotions found expression. As Max Everhart stepped into Helena's studio, he was immediately enveloped by the familiar scent of turpentine and the tranquil cadence of creativity that characterized this haven she had cultivated, an oasis set against the relentless tide of the outside world. The walls were adorned with artworks in various states of completion, their surfaces reflecting a dialogue of colors and forms that spoke of a journey both intimate and universal. Soft lighting draped over the unfinished canvases, illuminating the textures and shades that embodied Helena's artistic essence. A partially finished piece dominated one corner, a tumultuous blend of colors that seemed to mirror the complexities of their shared past. As Max took a hesitant step inside, he caught sight of Helena standing beside the canvas, her hands resting casually on the frame, exuding a quiet elegance that commanded attention without seeking it. Their eyes met, and for a moment the weight of history hung between them, a tapestry woven from shared experiences, both joyous and tumultuous. Tentatively, he approached, extending a hand for a handshake that transformed into a brief, firm embrace, an unspoken acknowledgement of their connection amid the years that had seen both collaboration and distance. "It's good to see you," he offered, his voice low but imbued with sincerity. Helena smiled gently, a hint of warmth crossing her features as she replied, "You too, Max. It feels like ages since we last spoke." They settled into an easy rhythm, navigating the intricacies of their relationship as the sound of their voices blended with the quiet hum of creativity enveloping them. The conversation began as a careful examination of their artistic struggles, each revealing the complexities they faced in a world that often prioritized conformity over individual expression. "The industry has changed so much," Max lamented, the furrows of worry etched across his brow. "Sometimes I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle against a tide of technological ease." Helena nodded, her expressive dark eyes reflecting a depth of understanding. "We are artists, Max. It's easy to lose sight of what drew us to our craft in the first place when confronted with the incessant demands of external validation." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle. "I've had to navigate my own journey of staying true to my artistic voice while adapting to new influences. It's a delicate dance." As they strolled through the studio, inspecting her artworks, each piece revealed layers of emotion that transcended their respective pasts. They paused before a vivid canvas splashed with colors, swirling into shapes reminiscent of nature's raw beauty. "This one," Helena gestured softly, "speaks to my struggles. I found myself blending the techniques I learned with something entirely unplanned, something real and organic." Max regarded the canvas, noting how the ebbs and flows of the paint mirrored the turbulence he had often felt in his own artistry. "It's beautiful," he murmured, his appreciation palpable. "It captures the essence of creation, chaos and clarity, the coexistence of uncertainty with vision." Their conversation deepened as they explored various pieces, each turning into a rich tapestry of shared experiences. Paintings sprung forth memories, their former collaborations resonating with echoes of laughter and creative passion mingling with the ache of separation. As they shared those moments, the tension dissolved into a sense of reconciliation, a mutual understanding reflected in the way they navigated the room together. Finally, as they settled into silence, standing beside an unfinished sculpture draped in burlap, Max felt a sense of clarity emerging. They had both weathered storms in their artistic lives, forging paths that echoed their values amid a changing landscape. "I appreciate you, Helena," he said, the sincerity in his voice resonating like a note struck in the depths of his soul. "Our journeys have diverged, yet here we are, still finding common ground." As their meeting came to an end, they exchanged nods of mutual understanding, quietly acknowledging the emotional toll of their choices and the complexities of their shared path moving forward. While the art on the walls spoke of creation, it also served as a poignant reminder that their legacies, though intertwined, could still flourish within their own distinct narratives. The dim glow of the city outside streamed through the open window, casting flickering shadows across the exposed brick walls of Lily's modest apartment. As Max Everhart settled into a battered wooden chair at the small table, he was surrounded by the gentle chaos of musical paraphernalia, an intimate testament to his sister's uncompromising commitment to her craft, a sanctuary where artistry thrived unfettered by the constraints of the outside world. Lily moved gracefully about the room, her raven-black hair cascading over her shoulders as she approached her well-worn guitar. The instrument bore the marks of a well-lived life, a patchwork of memories threaded through countless performances on city streets, alive with the pulse of raw human creativity. As she began to tune her guitar, each pluck of the strings was a ritual steeped in ritualistic significance, a performance in itself that would breathe life into the night's collaboration. "How was the performance?" Lily asked, glancing over her shoulder with a playful twinkle in her piercing blue eyes, the warmth of her curiosity sparking a familiar comfort between them. "Were you able to escape the digital clutches for a while?" Max chuckled, shaking his head. "As much as I tried, it felt more like a dance with old ghosts, every note reminding me of what was at stake in the industry." He leaned forward, his voice dipping lower. "But amidst the chaos, there was beauty too. I don't want that beauty to become lost." "Trust me, it's still out there," Lily assured, her tone fierce with conviction. "If anything, the music that resonates is the stuff that feels real, the unfiltered connection between the artist and their craft. Like us, right?" Max admired the way she embodied her beliefs, passionately committed to preserving artistic integrity in a world bent on mass consumption. "Perhaps we can reflect that in our jam tonight," he suggested, a smile emerging as he recalled their earlier performances, a mix of heartfelt melodies woven together, a union of their respective journeys in music. "Absolutely," she grinned, her fingers dancing across the strings, creating an effortless melody that floated through the air, a promise of spontaneity and authenticity. They exchanged a fleeting smile, the simplicity of their bond serving as an anchor amid the complexity of their lives. As they initiated their jam session, the room filled with the clear, unadorned sounds of their combined performance, a heartfelt expression of their artistry resonating in every note. Max picked up his own instrument, the deliberate care he took imbued with the weight of years spent seeking genuine connection in every composition. With Lily's voice soaring through the air, intertwining with the intricate patterns of their strumming, they painted a soundscape that echoed the raw, unfiltered essence of their sibling bond. The music became a conversation, an exploration of shared struggles and fleeting joys captured in every chord they played. In those fleeting moments, Max found solace within the melody, feeling his worries drift into the ether as the barriers between their worlds collapsed into harmony. The city beyond their window became an indistinct hum, fading as the essence of their collaboration took center stage. As their song wound down, the applause of their hearts rang louder than any audience they could have garnered, the spirit of their connection manifesting through the vibrations of sound, a tapestry of familial ties that transcended the chasm of modernity. It was a moment woven from memory, reflective of everything that had shaped their individual paths and forged the fire of their combined artistry. With the last note hanging in the air, Lily turned to him, her blue eyes shimmering with emotion, and Max felt a swell of hope in his chest. Here, amidst the clutter of art and sound, they were not merely siblings, they were kindred spirits navigating a complex world, one melody at a time. Chapter 23, Encore of the Human Spirit. Maxwell Everhart stood before the expansive glass doors of the festival venue, a portal between the familiar and the uncharted. Through the transparent facade, he glimpsed a harmonious clash of sleek LED strips and antique wooden panels, a deliberate union of modern technology and vintage charm. As he pushed through, a low hum resonated in the air, a prelude to the eclectic symphony of human excitement that enveloped him. Inside, the vibrant energy was palpable, a dynamic pulse thrumming in sync with the rhythm of mingling voices. Crew members dressed in matching black uniforms busied themselves around the stage, adjusting digital projectors and calibrating analog soundboards with practiced precision. Attendees streamed in, a colorful tapestry of mixed-era attire, some clutching well-worn acoustic instruments, their finishes smudged with years of passionate performance, while others scrolled through the gleaming screens of futuristic devices, their expressions suffused with eager anticipation. Max exchanged brief nods with his staff, his movements deliberate and measured, as he navigated the bustling thoroughfare. Each nod carried the weight of shared purpose and the unspoken understanding that the stakes had never been higher. His eyes drifted over a digital schedule, flashing on a side monitor, meticulously reviewing the lineup of acts that promised to explore the fragile edges of creativity in this new world. Each name invoked ghosts of his own past. Each composition that thrived in the haze of nostalgia whispered of a world that felt distant, an echo of a time when his orchestral dreams held unshakable relevance. The atmosphere vibrated around him, a blend of excitement and trepidation. He could hear the low murmur of conversations intertwined with bursts of laughter, a symphony in its own right. Yet, beneath this celebratory noise, a subtle disquiet fluttered in his chest, an unshakable awareness that he was perched on a precipice. As he moved toward the backstage area, his mind wandered through corridors of self-reflection. Would he be able to translate his mastery into this brave new realm of performance, where machines danced to the music's very soul? The camera followed his deliberate strides past the vibrant art installations and holographic posters that adorned the walls, a feast for the eyes, each piece resonating with the rhythm of a time gone by. A flicker of recognition swelled within him, mixing with the disorienting sensation of standing in a space that felt as much alien as it did familiar. Here, amid the bright lights and innovative technology, the past loomed like a haunting specter, threatening to eclipse the very essence of what it meant to create. As he walked, his hand absent-mindedly tapped against his chest pocket, feeling the reassuring presence of crisp rehearsal notes tucked safely within. These notes, a semblance of order amidst the chaos, were more than just a script. They represented the artistry that flowed through him, the heartbeat of his existence. With each beat, he willed himself to embrace the uncomfortable discord of the modern music landscape, to find solace in the intersection of human expression and technological advancement. The prelude of the festival swirled around him, an invitation and a challenge intertwined. Perhaps it was time to shift, to adapt without losing the core of who he was, a master composer yearning to be heard in a world that teetered on the brink of transformation. As he approached the edge of the stage, he felt the ground beneath him pulse with potential, the promise of creation unfurling like the wings of a phoenix rising from the ashes of an age old yet unforgotten. The spotlight blazed overhead, illuminating Maxwell as he took his place at the polished grand piano, a magnificent centerpiece adorned with minimalistic digital displays flickering with muted tones. An anticipatory hush fell over the audience, like a delicate fabric woven of breath held in unison, as his fingers hovered just above the keys, the air thick with expectation and the weight of unspoken dreams. With a deliberate inhale, he began to play, the first notes cascading from the instrument like ripples across a still pond, each sound invoking a memory, a moment captured in time. The lush harmonies swelled, intertwining with the vibrant vibrations of the vintage vibraphone situated beside him, its tones echoing warmth amidst the cool precision of AI enhancements subtly orchestrating the surrounding atmosphere. Together, they painted an auditory landscape, a bridge between the past he knew and the future he was still learning to embrace. As he delved deeper into the composition, the audience swayed imperceptibly, lost in the ebb and flow of sound that danced on the cusp of nostalgia and innovation. Some leaned forward, entranced, while others, equipped with retro video cameras, framed moments that they would treasure long after the final note faded into memory. Max's fingers traversed the keys with the practiced grace of a maestro, his entire being ignited by the fusion of creativity unfurling around him. The stage backdrop transformed into an expansive canvas of shifting digital patterns, colors oscillating and melding, heightening the sensory experience. Pulsing lights harmonized with the rhythm, casting ephemeral shadows that danced behind him, enhancing the energy of his performance. Yet, despite the collective reverence pulsating through the crowd, a taut thread of tension lingered in the air, invisible yet palpable. A bridge spanning two worlds, one woven with the delicate strands of the past, and the other constructed from the raw immediacy of modern technology. At the edge of the stage, Lily stood resolute, her body language tight, arms crossed with the defiance of a warrior, amidst a battlefield of shifting ideologies. Her piercing blue eyes remained fixed upon him, studying each deliberate pause and intricately crafted phrase, as if she were deciphering a code meant only for her. Beneath the stoicism, a flicker of concern danced across her features, casting shadows that hinted at her inner turmoil, the conflict between her passion for raw authenticity and the knowledge that her father, the once renowned composer, was at the helm of this new era. As Max's performance reached its zenith, the crescendo echoed through the hall, a collective heartbeat pounding in tandem with the powerful melodies that coursed through the very foundations of the venue. Yet, just as the final chord approached, a sudden jolt rippled through the sound system, a glitch, an overloading of soundboard dynamics that tugged at the edges of the auditory tapestry he had so painstakingly woven. Technicians sprang into action, their hurried movements betraying a sense of urgency as they scrambled to resolve the unseen specter haunting the proceedings. With one final stroke of the keys, the lingering note hung in the air, a suspended moment frozen in time as the sonic landscape dissipated into an anticipatory silence. The audience, caught between admiration and anxiety, remained spellbound, their expressions a study of unvoiced reactions, a delicate balance of awe and disbelief. Max's gaze lingered on Lily, searching for connection, but all he found was the weight of her scrutiny, a reminder that even the most transcendent art could find itself ensnared in a web of differing beliefs. The stage held its breath, a shared heartbeat, awaiting the inevitable response that would determine the fate of a fragile alliance between artistry and authenticity. In the adjacent hall, softly lit and arranged for focused discussion, the wooden table stood as an unyielding symbol of collaboration and contention. Maxwell, Connor, Dr. Mia Torres, and Lily, each armed with an array of digital tablets and crisp notepads, settled into their respective seats, an eclectic ensemble ready to unravel the intricate tapestry of music's future amid the advancing technological tide. The moderator, poised at the head of the table, beneath a mounted digital display pulsating with the festival schedule, surveyed the group, a mix of anticipation and apprehension glinting in their eyes. "Let's begin," the moderator intoned, their voice breaking through the charged silence, drawing the panelists from the shadows of their thoughts and inviting them into the spotlight of discussion. Connor adjusted his glasses, the familiar gesture, a momentary bridge to calmer waters amid the emotional swell. "We must find balance," he stated, his tone a measured balm that sought to temper the waves of conflicting ideologies. As the dialogue unfurled, Dr. Torres leaned forward, her fingers tapping rhythmically across the digital surface of her tablet, shifting through slides that illustrated graphs and sound waveforms. The integration of ethical AI elements into musical composition represents a paradigm shift that we can no longer ignore, she asserted, her voice threaded with unyielding conviction. Max absorbed her words, feeling the resonance of her assertions reverberate within the depths of his own insecurities. When his turn to speak arrived, he leaned forward, mirroring the posture of conviction the others had adopted. "It's about creating something that echoes the human experience. My latest composition," he began, his voice careful and contemplative, "explores the emotional resonance of sound without allowing technology to overshadow the essence of the artistry. Each syllable felt heavy on his tongue, fraught with the memories of past accolades and the weight of anticipated judgment. Yet, just as he sought to weave his thoughts into a cohesive tapestry, Lily's voice cut through the carefully curated atmosphere, direct and unfiltered. "What about preserving our raw sound?" she interjected, her brow furrowed in determination. An ember of rebellion ignited behind her piercing gaze. "We can't let algorithms dictate our creativity or define what is authentic. The rawness of street performances, those moments unfiltered and genuine, should be our guiding compass." Max sensed a current of tension ripple through the room, the unvoiced tension lifting into palpable awareness as Lily's conviction clashed against the polished ideals of the others. The shadow of her passion hung heavy in the air, a palpable contrast to the sterile precision of technology's advance. As she spoke, a stage technician could be seen scribbling notes in the background, a witness to the unfolding dynamics, their presence a reminder that amidst the discourse of progress, the past was never far behind. As the moderator attempted to redirect the focus, announcing the upcoming breakout sessions for collaborative workshops, the tension lingered like a faded note in a symphony. Max's mind swirled with conflicting thoughts, a swirling mass of doubt and hope, questioning whether the delicate balance between artistic integrity and technological innovation could truly coexist. The camera panned subtly, revealing a small group outside the hall, their posture alert at the threshold, a burgeoning discord lingering, foreshadowing challenges that awaited as the established order continued to tremble under the weight of change. In that moment, the discussion hung suspended like a note unresolved, echoing in the recesses of their minds, urging them toward an uncertain future fraught with both opportunity and upheaval. The silent clash of ideals mirrored the reverberations of sound that had filled the air earlier, a reminder that the dance between past and future would persist, an eternal struggle between what was and what could be. Chapter 24: The Everlasting Melody. Max sat at the grand piano in his studio, the worn wood familiar beneath his fingers, echoing the countless compositions that had once poured forth from his heart. The soft flicker of holographic scores illuminated his workspace, juxtaposing the delicate curves of classical notation with the sharp, sterile lines of modern technology, creating an uneasy dissonance that mirrored his own soul. His fingers glided over the keys, each note a reluctant embrace of a world that felt increasingly alien to him, while the distant hum of the city outside served as a reminder of an era that seemed to be leaving him behind. The studio, a testament to his tumultuous artistic journey, was cluttered yet meticulously curated. On one shelf rested a vintage gramophone, its brass horn gleaming with a warmth that contrasted starkly with the cool metal of modern synthesizers clustered nearby. Each instrument whispered stories of a different time, of music that resonated deeply within the fabric of human experience. Intermittently, the holographic display would flicker to life, presenting a cascade of digital scores that oscillated between avant-garde experimentation and the classical structures he cherished. Max watched the notes pulse rhythmically, each moment a reminder of the very tradition he revered yet feared to emulate. As he poised his pen over a fresh stack of notated music, an acute sense of introspection washed over him. Thoughts danced within his mind like delicate harmonies, weaving together memories of past triumphs and the haunting echoes of uncertainty. He once held the world in his hands, a celebrated composer, a conductor of emotion. Yet here he was, at a crossroads, the specter of perfectionism looming large. With every passing day, it became clearer that his meticulous artistry was slowly becoming an anachronism in a culture that favored the ephemeral satisfaction of synthetic beats over the patient resonance of crafted composition. His gloved hand hovered above the keys, a mixture of anxiety and determination pooling within him. The whiskey in his glass glinted under the soft light, an inviting solace against the turmoil that swirled beneath his composed exterior. He set it down deliberately, as if granting the drink the same reverence he afforded his compositions. The whiskey might dull the edges of his conscience, yet it would not quiet the voice inside him that implored for something more, something genuine. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to the keys, channeling his energy into crafting a melody, each note an act of defiance against the modern tide that threatened to wash him away. The action felt sacred, every strike of the key a protest against the homogenization of creativity. As he composed, his thoughts continued to wrestle with the past, reliving moments of joy overshadowed by regret. The sound of his music, the authenticity of the expression, became a balm for the wounds that festered in silence. Max paused, feeling the weight of the silence as it enveloped him like a shroud. The interplay of analog and digital had never felt more urgent, more vital, yet it carried with it the risk of becoming obsolete. What if the world deemed his art irrelevant? The specter of such a fate haunted him like a note unresolved. He longed for the conversations between sounds, the tender brush of fingers against strings, and the bittersweet intensity of creation. With renewed resolve, he scribbled notation across the pages, allowing the elegance of his thoughts to transform into music. Each stroke of the pen symbolized an assertion of existence, an acknowledgement of both his skill and his vulnerability. Yet even as he allowed the sounds to shape him, a part of him held back, wary of losing his true essence in a landscape increasingly dominated by algorithmic compositions and synthetic expressions. His internal conflict simmered, mingling with the soft but insistent ticking of the vintage metronome, a heartbeat in this sanctuary of sounds. Max knew he had to embrace change, while fiercely defending the sanctity of human creativity. Yet navigating that delicate balance was akin to traversing a tightrope, strung high between nostalgia and innovation. Here, at the piano, he felt anchored, an island amid a sea of technological tumult. But as the weight of his artistic dilemma grew heavier, he knew the respite would not last forever. Soon, the silence would shatter. He could almost feel it, an approaching presence that would break through the cocoon of solitude he had spun around himself. Max finished his last measure, laying the pen down against the pages like a fragile truce. The room pulsed with energy as he awaited the inevitable disruption, a mingling of anticipation and dread knotting in his stomach. The studio door swung open abruptly, breaking the intimate silence that Max had come to cherish. In strode Lily, a striking vision wrapped in a worn leather jacket, her raven-black hair cascading over one shoulder like an unrefined waterfall, the deliberate clinking of her handmade accessories a rhythmic counterpoint to the stillness. She entered not just as a guest, but as a vibrant force, one capable of unsettling the carefully orchestrated environment that Max had curated, a space filled with shadows of both past triumphs and present anxieties. Her piercing blue eyes surveyed the studio, quickly absorbing the nuances of its hybrid instrumentation. The flickering holographic display and the dusty gramophone spoke of a history steeped in contrasts, and yet Lily felt right at home. She carried her battered acoustic guitar in one hand and a small digital recorder in the other, each object emblematic of her own artistic philosophy, one that prioritized authenticity over artifice. "Max," she said, her voice low and measured, as if she were testing the waters of the room, "I've got news about the street set." The confidence in her tone suggested a connection that bridged their differing worlds, yet Max felt a flicker of apprehension, a sensation that she was about to challenge him in ways he was not prepared to face. Max looked up, his eyes momentarily catching hers before they fell back to the keys, each a fortress shielding him from the tempestuous winds that Lily's presence stirred within him. He offered a brief nod, acknowledging her with the same measured precision with which he approached his compositions. Despite their mutual understanding, the air around them thrummed with an unspoken tension. Lily moved to set her guitar on a narrow table near the window, her fingers brushing the polished surface with an intimacy reserved for cherished objects. She tuned her instrument deftly, each motion imbued with an uncontained energy that seemed to spark the very air around them. Max watched, entranced by the uninhibited grace of her movements. The confidence of youth offered a jarring contrast to his introspective musings. She turned her gaze back to him, fire dancing behind her blue irises. "The street set is getting some attention," she continued, her enthusiasm sparking something dormant within him. "People are hungry for something real, you know. They want the grit of actual performances, not just polished perfection that bleeds out all the soul." The words struck him, ringing true but carrying a sharp edge he found difficult to ignore. Lily had built an underground network of artists, each committed to preserving the essence of music in its raw form, untouched by the hands of technology. She challenged convention with the ease of a natural-born rebel, and with each statement she left him questioning his own trajectory. She wielded her passion like a shield, daring to confront the tide of an industry he feared was rendering him obsolete. He hesitated before responding, feeling the weight of his guarded nature but equally compelled by her conviction. "There's artistry in perfection too," he finally countered, his voice laced with the caution of experience. "The essence of creation is not just about rawness, it's also about refining the sound." The words escaped him more like a defensive posture than a genuine assertion. Lily's gaze sharpened, her expression revealing both challenge and empathy. "Refinement is fine, Max, but it shouldn't come at the cost of the heart. Don't you feel that shift when you play? The more you lean into this tech, the more it feels like you're losing touch." Her intensity ignited an ember of frustration within him. "Losing touch," he echoed, feeling an unfamiliar surge of defensiveness, as if her conviction were a provocation to something deeper than their debate over artistic integrity. "I've spent years building a legacy, finding ways to connect through sound. Perhaps it's you who has yet to understand the necessity of tradition." The atmosphere thickened with the weight of their words, laced with emotion both explicit and veiled. And amidst the rising tension, there remained an undercurrent of connection, a thread they shared, the fervor of artistic ambition woven through their lives. Lily's independence contrasted starkly with Max's established reverence for tradition, yet they were tethered by the same intrinsic love for music. Her response hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable, illuminating her own struggles with authenticity. "You were the one who taught me to fight for it, Max," she finally admitted, her voice softer now, an openness unfolding in the space between them. "I grew up watching you create something beautiful, but I can't help but wonder if you're losing sight of why you started in the first place." The vulnerability in her admission struck him, resonating deeply within his guarded heart. Max saw the spark of yearning behind her conviction, a search for understanding amidst their intertwined histories. In that moment, they both recognized the delicate dance between tradition and evolution, a mirror reflecting their respective journeys through the fragmented world of artistry. The tension between them felt like an unresolved chord, hanging heavy in the room, but it was laced with a glimmer of hope. Their lives, so different yet interwoven, revealed the complexities of creation, an imperfect harmony that transcended the limits of sound. Lily's presence, fierce yet tender, had breathed life into the stillness of the studio, opening a door for discourse that dared to traverse the boundaries between their artistic ideologies. In her vibrant rebellion, Max could see the echoes of his own passion, and for the first time he allowed himself to ponder the notion that perhaps he did not have to stand alone in this rapidly changing landscape. With the air thick with unsaid words, they found a semblance of unity at the low reclaimed wood table, strewn with sheets of music and digital tablets, an eclectic fusion of artistry. Max took his place before the keyboard, the mixed technology before him a reflection of his carefully composed mind, while Lily settled in beside him, her fingers dancing across the strings of her guitar, bold and unabashedly alive. The contrast was vivid, his approach methodical, while hers brimmed with an instinctive vibrancy that pulsed with raw energy. As they arranged themselves, a charged silence enveloped the room, each waiting for the other to breach the stillness. Max surveyed the spread before him, compositions handwritten in scrawls that whispered memories of creative battles won and lost, and digital tablets glowing like luminescent stars on the edges of his perception. It was a collision of past and future, his longing for harmony wrestling with the vibrant chaos that Lily exuded. Before they commenced their duet, the act of tuning filled the air with an anticipatory hum. He watched as she cradled her guitar, her fingers deftly adjusting the tension of each string, every twist a softening gesture that coaxed life from the wood. There was a rhythm to her movements, a casual precision that spoke volumes more than words could ever convey. In those fleeting moments, they shared an unspoken understanding, their respective battles laid bare in the meticulous and the instinctual. With a final flick of her wrist, she nodded toward him. It was a simple acknowledgement, yet it carried the weight of collaboration. He met her gaze, a flash of understanding sparking between them, and let his fingers fall lightly over the keys, teasing out a tentative melody. The initial notes were hesitant, but filled with a warmth that reverberated through the studio, shimmering in the air like golden threads. Lily responded, her guitar breaking through the veil of sound, a bright, assertive strum that danced elegantly atop his hesitant chords. The two styles meshed, a fascinating juxtaposition, his careful craftsmanship weaving seamlessly with her instinctual flair, creating something both beautiful and complex. With each note exchanged, barriers began to dissolve, replaced by an uncharted territory of shared artistic language. The duet built momentum, intensifying as they became entwined in the fluidity of their collaboration. Max leaned into the keyboard, allowing his fingers to trust the inherent melody that bubbled to the surface, while Lily's spirited strumming summoned forth a rhythm that coursed through the very fabric of their connection. Time fell away as they lost themselves in the creation, each note carrying with it a sense of possibility, a shared moment of daring and vulnerability. As the song unfolded, the tension from earlier conversations transformed into a dance of emotional resonance. Max found himself sinking deeper into the composition, his inner conflicts melding into the very notes that filled the room. Lily's fierce commitment bled into his own sound, drawing out nuances he had buried deep within himself. Together, they were crafting a language that spoke of rebellion, tradition, and a yearning for authenticity in a world so often devoid of it. Lily's laughter rang out as she teased a particularly vibrant series of chords from her guitar, the sound piercing through the veil of their improvisation like a ray of light. The joy shared in that moment invigorated the studio, a stark contrast to the shadows that had clung to Max's soul for far too long. It was an awakening, the music a path toward a harmony neither had fully understood before that day. And as they played on, with fingers entwined in an elegant ballet of sound, the studio transformed around them. What had once been a sanctuary of solitude now buzzed with a magnetic energy, punctuated by their laughter and the fusion of their artistic souls. The melding of their worlds felt inevitable, a conclusion emerging from the chaos as if the very act of creation had been a long-dormant dream waiting to be awakened. In that shared space, amid their notes and words, they discovered a connection that transcended the differences that had once set them apart. Each note was a promise, a testament to their shared struggles and victories. Their music rang out, a brave tapestry that echoed throughout the studio, wrapping itself around them like an embrace, whispering of future possibilities born from their daring collaboration. As they concluded their improvised duet, a fragile silence followed, suffused with the weight of what they had shared. Max's gaze found Lily's, and in the depths of her vibrant eyes he saw something he had longed for, a kinship that spoke of authenticity and courage, born anew through the very art they had once feared might divide them.